Darkness enveloped the cold detention corridor, where faint yellow rays from the flickering ceiling lights shone down on rusty iron bars. A prisoner hid behind the barred door, a trembling voice echoing in the gloomy space. "We will all die." In the darkness of the cell, two men sat slumped against the wall. One bowed his head full of regret, sighing with sorrow. "I shouldn't have stepped into this damn place." He only wanted to use the item he found to return home, but now that dream seemed farther away than ever. The clanging of metal shattered the silence with a piercing sound. A sharp scythe blade struck the iron bars hard, accompanied by an angry shout. "Be quiet!" The sound echoed like a warning of the guard's rising fury. The guard in a yellow cloak struck the iron bars fiercely with his whip, his face twisted with anger. He hissed through clenched teeth, "If there's more noise, I'll torture each one of you." The deadly threat made the prisoners cower in fear. Another guard bowed respectfully before three men in purple robes, reporting that the chaos in the cell had been quelled. "Now you can talk in peace," he said, showing absolute loyalty. One of the three nodded slightly. "Good, thank you." Beneath the powerful purple cloak, a mysterious figure wearing a cold mask asked in a deep voice, "Is it him?" It seemed the arrival of a special person had caught this group's attention. A soft voice replied, "Yes, it's him." In the dim light, a man with reddish-brown hair and sharp eyes stepped forward. His black cloak with a sparkling cross at the collar made him look even more majestic. He stared intently at the prisoner before him. "This is our first direct meeting." Inside the cell, Jin-hyuk slowly pushed himself up while the other prisoners remained bowed in despair. Despite his injuries, his eyes shone brightly with determination, ready to face the enemies targeting him. With sharp eyes fixed on the newcomer, Jin-hyuk emphasized his identity in a calm yet powerful voice. "Kang Jin-hyuk." He rubbed his shoulder as if warming up his body for a fierce confrontation. Jin-hyuk's face returned to calm, his expression showing slight curiosity. He tilted his head slightly, eyes assessing the person opposite him. His look was both indifferent and sarcastic, as if silently thinking, "What kind of trouble do I have to deal with now?" Through the iron bars, Jin-hyuk observed the stranger exuding a heavy mana, unlike the fanatical cultists. He determined this was not a mystical creature but a human, one allied with the fifth-floor boss. This made him suspicious. Did this person belong to the evil faction? Not wanting to be passive, Jin-hyuk immediately activated the skill Eye of Gluttony. His eyes blazed red, shining with determination and vigilance, ready to expose the opponent's secrets with an insatiable eye that nothing could hide from. However, the skill failed. A warning appeared indicating the target had deployed a high-level mental barrier. The opponent was no ordinary person, and his concealment ability prevented Jin-hyuk from accessing any information through normal powers. Silently, Jin-hyuk reached behind his back and grabbed a hidden pill from his pocket. He had intended to save it for the battle with the cult leader, but the current situation allowed no delay. To turn things around, he had to act immediately. The white pill was activated. A notification appeared shortly after, stating that Jin-hyuk's adaptation ability had doubled for 10 minutes. With this new stat, he had a chance to break through the enemy's strong mental defenses. Eye of Gluttony finally broke through the mental defense layer. A series of information appeared. His name was Hosenfeld, a Knight of the Round Table, level 38, possessing high-level skills and immense killing intent. Before Jin-hyuk stood a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Jin-hyuk pondered the information obtained. With the title Knight of the Round Table, Hosenfeld was definitely a high-ranking figure in the evil association Melina had mentioned. This target was bigger than he had expected. Jin-hyuk's eyes gleamed with desire. The mental barrier skill was truly fascinating. It would be a valuable shield if he had to face gods in the future. Thoughts of skill copying began to form in his mind. Immediately after, the system displayed the condition to copy the skill. Make the opponent say their knight title aloud. A strange requirement, but achievable if Jin-hyuk knew how to provoke and play the role of a rebellious teenager correctly. Jin-hyuk frowned, muttering about the tower system's madness. To fulfill that condition, he might have to drink 6 bottles of soju before daring to act like a rebellious teen. A headache approached, but he knew the game had only just begun. Hosenfeld stared at Kang Jin-hyuk behind the bars, annoyed by the prolonged silence. He didn't understand why the other party didn't react, especially in such a detained situation. Jin-hyuk covered half his face with his hand, sighing wearily. He replied in a casual tone, as if suddenly remembering he should interact. "Oh, sorry." He slightly curled his lips, trying to appear gloomy and dark. In a dramatic pose, Jin-hyuk declared he was restraining the darkness inside, a deliberately acted scene that made the atmosphere strange. Silence engulfed the cell. Hosenfeld stood frozen as if paralyzed by the meaningless reply, while Jin-hyuk continued leaning against the wall, quietly playing the role of the melancholic one. Another cult member doubted, whispering, "Is it really him? He seems a bit weird." Still, Hosenfeld insisted anxiously, "It's definitely him." The red-cloaked girl, a senior member, shook her head in disgust witnessing the bizarre dialogue. She sarcastically commented, then left, leaving the two men in the cell to talk to each other. At that moment, Talia, Jin-hyuk's companion's spirit, appeared in chibi form, laughing uncontrollably. Jin-hyuk sighed silently, begging the spirit to pretend nothing had happened. Hosenfeld lost patience, lowering his voice but sounding serious. He warned Jin-hyuk that he hadn't realized how critical the situation was and bluntly revealed, "You've been captured as a sacrifice." Instead of panicking, Jin-hyuk suddenly burst into loud laughter, then shouted a dark phrase. "Do you think you can restrain my rage?" His posture and expression made him look insane. Silence again enveloped the cell. Hosenfeld could only stand with his back turned, while Jin-hyuk lay stretched on the ground, continuing his ridiculous act that left all enemies speechless. Faced with Jin-hyuk's strange actions and puzzling expressions, Hosenfeld began feeling uneasy. Doubts arose in his mind, wondering if the other was hiding a terrible trump card. Sensing undeniable power from Jin-hyuk, he temporarily stopped underestimating the young man. Hosenfeld finally spoke seriously, acknowledging Kang Jin-hyuk's superior strength. However, he emphasized that no matter how strong he was, in a place where skills were nullified like this prison, Jin-hyuk would be powerless. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed from somewhere in the dungeon. The wailing sound, full of despair, made the surrounding atmosphere freeze, evoking unease and imminent danger. Hosenfeld turned back, coldly pointing to the screams echoing down the dark corridor. With sharp eyes, he sarcastically asked Jin-hyuk, "Do you hear that?" as if using the torture to threaten him. Through the bars, 2 other prisoners curled up in fear, their faces pale upon hearing the wails of the unfortunate victim. Hosenfeld casually declared it was the echo of a sacrificial ritual, one they would all sooner or later endure, a painful and prolonged death that would drive anyone insane. Amid the threat, Hosenfeld pulled out a silver key, shimmering in the dim light. He deliberately shook it lightly to create a sharp sound, as if awakening the prisoners' craving for freedom. He raised the key high, purposely letting the light shine on it like a precious reward, then set a condition. If Jin-hyuk revealed information about the mysterious entity, unknown, he would hand over the key, the only chance of survival in this hell. However, faced with this somewhat cunning offer, Jin-hyuk only smiled faintly. In the darkness, his curved smile was full of meaning, as if the key was just a toy not worth trading anything for. A new game seemed to be silently prepared by him. Jin-hyuk, with his usual confidence, half-jokingly proposed a strange condition. He would grant anyone who told him Unknown's real name a favor. His words were provocative, as if probing the opponent's reaction. The masked man appeared surprised by Jin-hyuk's strange proposal, but he quickly dismissed it, thinking there was no need to keep secrets from someone about to die. He removed his mask, revealing his true identity. His name was Hosenfeld, also known as Lancelot. He showed no fear in revealing his identity, demonstrating absolute confidence in his upper hand. The moment Hosenfeld revealed his real name, the system activated a hidden condition. Jin-hyuk silently copied the skill Mental Shield, a precious S-rank skill that protects its owner from all kinds of mental attacks. After completing the transaction, Hosenfeld looked directly at Jin-hyuk, demanding he reveal the information he cared about most. What Jin-hyuk knew about Unknown, a mysterious force shaking the balance. Jin-hyuk smiled slyly, raising a finger as if about to reveal something important. He warned he would say it only once, asking the other to listen carefully. He listened intently as Jin-hyuk began his revealing words. Unknown is, however, the following name was blurred, indicating this was top-secret information. Hosenfeld responded calmly after hearing Unknown's real name. His indifferent attitude made the atmosphere even tenser and more mysterious. True to his word, Hosenfeld threw the key into the cell. He kept his promise, but his action was cold, as if the key could not change the predetermined fate. On his way out, he did not forget to utter a bitter remark. "I hope your death comes quickly." Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk silently stood behind, his eyes shining brightly with confidence, as if everything was still under his control. Jin-hyuk slightly curled his lips into a smug smile, his sharp eyes showing he fully understood the situation, as if everything was unfolding according to a prearranged plan. A blond man bowed his head, gazing thoughtfully at the key just thrown onto the floor, still hesitating over the unexpected action. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the key, as if seizing the last chance to exchange for survival for himself and his comrades. With a tense expression and beads of sweat, he slipped the key through the gap in the bars, trying to insert it into the lock as if making use of every precious second. Suddenly, he screamed in panic upon realizing the unimaginable. There was no lock on the iron door, rendering all efforts meaningless. Jin-hyuk still lay comfortably on the floor, hands behind his head, eyes vacant yet sharp. He had long anticipated the hasty action, showing no surprise. Instead of focusing on the chaos before him, Jin-hyuk pondered Teresa's situation elsewhere, his expression calm to the point of coldness. Elsewhere, 2 hands gripped a steel bar tightly, the screeching sound of a prison door bending, revealing a determined breakthrough attempt. The door crashed to the floor along with the figure of a blonde girl collapsing in exhaustion. Beside her, a girl in a yellow cloak stood guard vigilantly. After fierce resistance, two men in yellow cloaks admired the blonde girl with respect. Teresa had defeated over 20 cultists before being captured. Teresa sat dazed in the cell, her face gloomy and eyes vacant as she looked around for her companion. Filled with worry, she spoke but received only silence from the others. The silence was shattered by the rising anger within Teresa. She spun around, eyes full of resentment, shouting at one of the people in the room, venting her frustration over all the terrible events unfolding. Another young man lost his temper and rushed forward angrily. His heavy footsteps expressed extreme rage, accompanied by accusations directed at Teresa, as if she were the root of all tragedy. Not letting anger push things out of control, Teresa immediately slid forward, stopping the brewing violence. Her voice rang firm, clearly showing determination to protect others from danger. The young man stopped, his gaze shifting from aggressive to bitter. He looked at Teresa, then coldly said she understood nothing, mockingly calling her saint in a tone full of anger. Another voice rose from behind. The child Teresa was protecting now wept, suddenly revealing a shocking truth. She belonged to the tower's world, the very thing everyone despised. Teresa stood frozen, her body stiff for a moment. Her expression shifted from surprise to confusion as she began to realize the gravity of the truth she had just heard. The trembling girl, eyes brimming with tears, dared not look Teresa in the eye. She lowered her head, clenched her fists tightly, reacting as if afraid the one who had just protected her would now turn away. Teresa turned her head, eyes still filled with bewilderment. She saw the child retreating, curling up in a corner with a fearful demeanor. The distance between them was no longer just a few steps, but an invisible wall of suspicion and hurt. The others in the cell also did not hide their resentment. They blamed in unison, tears streaming down their cheeks. In their eyes, if not for the existence of the one from the tower, none of them would have fallen into this hell. A dark-skinned woman screamed in frenzy, tears streaming down her face but her voice full of hatred. She pointed directly at the trembling girl behind her, accusing her of being the cause of all tragedies. The purple-haired girl stood frozen in the dim light, trembling all over with fear. Her wide eyes were wet with tears. She could not understand why everyone was venting their anger on her. Trying to suppress her emotions, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, her small hands clutching the torn hem of her shirt. Though wrongfully accused, she still tried to hold on to some calm amid the chaos. Suddenly, a strong hand firmly grasped the wrist of the woman approaching. The decisive action acted as a barrier to the fury about to be unleashed on the innocent girl. Teresa stood in front of the girl, her eyes resolute and voice firm. She declared she did not care where the girl came from. She was just another victim, imprisoned by fanatics. The girl's eyes widened as she looked up at Teresa in astonishment. In those eyes, mixed with emotion and confusion, it was as if someone was standing up to protect her for the first time. Amid the tense atmosphere, Teresa still held tightly to the woman's wrist. She stood firm like a living shield, while the girl curled up behind her, hugging her knees, nestled in the only protection she had. Teresa's eyes blazed with righteous anger. Her face showed clear determination. If she had to confront to protect the weak, she would not back down. After the whole group was imprisoned, Teresa woke up in the cold cell, collapsed on the stone floor. She looked around in confusion and asked in a hoarse voice from worry, "Where is everyone?" Noticing the person opposite was one of the suspects labeled as a tower dweller, Teresa quickly turned around, her eyes full of anger and blame, holding that all current disasters stemmed from that species. The pent-up emotions exploded into action. The other prisoners grew angry, stamping hard on the stone floor, pouring all their resentment onto the frail girl curled up in a corner, shouting hatred. "It's all your fault." Unable to stand watching any longer, Teresa rushed forward to shield the girl, her eyes shining with determination. Amid the fury, she shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it immediately." The brown-skinned woman froze, her gaze wavering for a moment. Teresa held her gaze firmly, her voice sounding resolute. "You know nothing, saint." The heavy words rang out like a verdict. The woman revealed a truth that stunned Teresa. The girl Teresa was trying to protect was actually a tower dweller. Teresa turned in shock, doubt, and worry clearly visible in her eyes. She had never considered that possibility and now had to face an unexpected truth. The girl startled and stepped back, her eyes fearful as she saw Teresa looking at her as if about to abandon her. She said nothing, only trembling silently under the heavy prejudice crashing down on her. Without a word, the girl curled up, avoiding everyone's gaze. Even though no one accused her anymore, their looks were enough to make her feel rejected and terrifying. Those around continued to utter harsh words. One person cried out angrily, "If it weren't for you, that tower would never have appeared." They all poured their resentment onto those they blamed for the disaster. In quiet reflection, Teresa recalled the looks of others when they called that girl the one who lives in the tower, as if an inescapable curse, a cruel label of discrimination. Yet when looking at Andrea, the small, quiet girl trembling with fear, Teresa only saw an ordinary person, weak and vulnerable like anyone else. Suddenly, cult followers appeared before the cell. They declared that the time for sacrifice had come and demanded each cell select one person, the next offering for the brutal ritual. The shameless cultist leaned close to the bars, his voice sinister and threatening. He emphasized that if no one was chosen, all would be taken away. They wanted to force them to pick a lamb to save themselves. Fear quickly erupted in the dark room. A woman held her head in panic, trembling uncontrollably and screaming that she did not want to die, could not die again. Meanwhile, another person, eyes gleaming in the dark, suddenly stopped amid the panic, as if an evil idea had just occurred, an easy way out. Soon after, the cruel words were spoken. They decided to push Andrea forward, believing she was not human, that sacrificing the child was obvious. Seeing this, Teresa immediately rushed up, standing before Andrea like a strong wall. She shouted at them to stop, preventing that dangerous, impulsive act. Facing the chaotic atmosphere, the dark-skinned woman shouted loudly, trying to bring everyone back to reason. She angrily demanded everyone stay calm and not let fear control them. Outside the bars, the ruthless cultist watched the chaos in the cell with a gleeful look. He whispered maliciously that their god would be more pleased to see these people turn on each other. Outside the bars, the ruthless cultist watched the chaos in the cell with a gleeful look. He whispered maliciously that their god would be more pleased to see these people turn on each other. Amid the tense atmosphere, a hand suddenly rose, a decisive gesture cutting through the budding chaos. Jin-hyuk stood up abruptly, raising his hand to volunteer for the ritual. His gentle but firm voice made the entire cell fall silent, all eyes turning to him. Jin-hyuk's cellmates could not hide their relief. They immediately agreed, as if grasping the last lifeline. Jin-hyuk's hands were tightly bound with rough rope, a dry thud sounding as a signal that he officially became the offering. Under the dim light, the escorted group stepped forward toward the ritual. Jin-hyuk quietly walked among them, his face unusually calm. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk moved slightly, his lips parted as if preparing something. His eyes glanced sideways, hiding an unpredictable intention. He quietly spat out a small object from his mouth, a red and white pill, then discreetly dropped it onto the stone floor while maintaining a calm expression. The pill fell freely, rolling into the drainage groove beneath the cell. In the faint light and sound of flowing water, it disappeared as if it had never existed. A cultist in front involuntarily turned back, his eyes full of suspicion upon noticing Jin-hyuk's strange action, as if sensing something was wrong. When a smirk appeared on Jin-hyuk's face, he had completed the first move in his plan. The brutal game between life and death had officially begun. Jin-hyuk calculated silently. He believed that Teresa, with her righteous and brave nature, would surely be captured, and naturally she would volunteer to take someone else's place in the sacrifice ritual. Trying a new approach for the first time in this scenario, Jin-hyuk found it surprisingly smooth. When the hidden mission board appeared, he knew everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. The hidden mission content was clear. Killing religious fanatics, considered villains for taking innocent lives, would earn adaptation points. Killing the cult leader would yield a much greater reward. Until now, hidden missions always rewarded stats. But this time, adaptation, a hard-to-increase stat, was chosen. This excited Jin-hyuk more than ever. A sudden shriek pierced the air, causing Jin-hyuk to frown slightly. His ears instinctively turned toward the sound like a person always alert and aware of every movement around him. The cultists' frenzied chants echoed throughout the space. With fiery red eyes and raised fists, they screamed nonstop. "Glory to the god!" Madness spreading like a plague. In the wet circular arena under pouring rain, stone pillars to bind victims were set up. The executioner stood in the center while the crowd cheered, "Glory Returns," as if preparing for a savage ritual. Bound hand and foot among the group advancing toward the altar, Jin-hyuk maintained a calm face. Unlike others trembling, he mentally counted enemies and realized they were gathered here in large numbers. One person in the group could not bear the pressure and vomited on the spot, but Jin-hyuk coldly observed, his gaze unshaken. For him, this situation was not bad enough to make him nauseous. The heavy black wooden door slowly moved, emitting a heavy creaking squeak. Fragments of stone and dust fell onto the floor as the hinges creaked bit by bit, revealing signs of an impending event. The air suddenly became suffocating, foreshadowing a tense turning point approaching. As soon as the door fully opened, a booming boom echoed, making the ground tremble. The huge door slammed onto the stone floor, creating waves of dust and air collisions. Two streams of water quietly flowed on either side of the scene, creating a strange contrast between stillness and violence. A dark ritual's opening had officially begun. Cheers echoed throughout the arena as a giant warrior, muscles bulging, stepped out in red and black armor. He was a symbol of bloodlust and the ultimate fear for those offered as sacrifices. Inside the wings, two young men were forced out into the arena, stunned as they witnessed numerous sharp weapons pointed directly at them. Trembling was evident in their eyes as they realized this was no longer a simple execution, but a bloody spectacle. Amid the chaotic scene, Jin-hyuk maintained a strange calm. He slowly rubbed his wrists where he had been bound, as if preparing for something, a calculation already in his mind. A fanatical cheer rose from the crowd wearing yellow robes. The shout, "Glory to God! Sacred joy!" echoed like a spell, immediately putting Jin-hyuk on alert. The voice of the officiant rang out, carrying mad judgment. God wants the offerings to tremble in fear, and the chain was pulled tight, as if preparing for the next gruesome execution. Light from above shone down, revealing Jin-hyuk's eyes, wide with surprise. Something had just happened that made him instantly realize the madness of the ritual before him. On the central stage, a bizarre female cleric held a microphone, wearing a twisted smile, shouting a savage question. What kind of offering pleases God the most, everyone? The answer came without hesitation from the frenzied crowd. A noble offering. Hundreds of arms raised high, joining in the chant. A noble offering, like a ritual about to reach its climax. The mad cult leader screamed through the microphone, his words echoing across the arena like a death sentence. He urged everyone to witness a horrific event about to unfold. He raised his hand, pointing at a blonde woman hanging suspended, Teresa. With dramatic tone, he declared she had sacrificed herself for a stranger child, an act he considered the noblest. The cult leader's shout continued, declaring Teresa would be the final offering to end the human sacrifice ritual. He called it a great sacrifice, as if it were the ultimate glory. While the frenzied crowd roared, the protagonist silently stepped forward. He could no longer ignore this cruel sacrifice, even though he initially intended only to collect points and leave the floor. In his palm, the Book of Macrian glowed, a powerful item about to be activated. He had made his decision. Upon activating the book, all restrictions of the fifth floor were lifted, all sealed skills were released, and a sense of unease began spreading within him. The system confirmed, "You have activated the fire element." A powerful flame burst forth in his hand, the preparation for the upcoming action. The spark shot straight down to the ground with fierce force, causing a blazing explosion in the chaotic arena. The skill flame of the red pill was activated, a special attack hitting the magic pill at the center of the ritual, burning everything around it. The flames spread, erupting beneath the giant gladiator's feet. He was stunned by the unexpected attack, while the ground shook violently under the heat and pressure of the fire. The raging fire burst forth like wrath descending from the heavens, engulfing everything in the arena. Columns of fire roared, sweeping through the air like dragons screaming for revenge. The fanatical cultists panicked as they witnessed magic erupting in the forbidden place. The officiant shouted in fury and confusion, unable to believe his eyes. The divine law forbade skills, yet someone had broken it. In the darkness of chaos, Jin-hyuk drew a shimmering purple knife, a strange weapon glowing with surging magical power. Without hesitation, he swung and threw the knife forward. Its flight was straight and true, carrying the determination to sever the unjust chains binding an innocent person. The knife exploded midair, embedding itself into the stone wall where the woman was tied. The impact echoed like thunder, breaking the chains in a decisive moment. Under the strong impact, the chain fragments shattered, falling like the last traces of imprisonment. Blood ran down the woman's face, but in that brilliant light, she seemed reborn. As her body lost balance, she fell from a dangerous height, but Jin-hyuk was there, catching her decisively and precisely as if fate had arranged it. He gently placed her on the ground, golden light reflecting on her hair, adorning a moment both sacred and serene amid the smoke and fire of the battlefield. Placing 2 fingers on her neck, Jin-hyuk checked her pulse. Beneath cold skin and still wet blood streaks, her heart still beat, weakly, but it was a sign of flickering survival. His face was contemplative, silent. Her heartbeat merged with the pounding in his chest, creating a strangely peaceful moment amid the fiery storm. The young man silently slid forward, leaving behind a thin dust cloud, a sign of the fierce counterattack about to erupt. His eyes burned with fire, the black medicine glowing in his hand. No longer caring about increasing stats, he declared coldly, the sole goal now was to annihilate all enemies before him. Without hesitation, he crushed the pill with his teeth. As the shell shattered between his jaws, dark power erupted. He had activated the skill Black Pill Darkness. Immediately, a giant black shield expanded from where he stood, forming the black barrier. Streams of dark energy surged out, enveloping the entire arena. Amid thick surrounding smoke, those in yellow robes began to panic. Enveloped in suffocating black fog, they lost their bearings, unable to see anything around them. Hidden in the darkness he created, his face appeared focused and cold. A soft breath escaped his lips. A storm was about to descend. Black smoke swirled around his body, blending with mysterious blue and purple lights. The light sword was summoned. He was ready to enter the slaughter in his own shadowy world. In a sword-ready stance, his eyes glowed purple, his body filled with dark energy. The ultimate skill, Grave of Swords, was activated, a signal that a full-scale massacre was beginning. In the thick smoke, groans and horrifying sounds echoed. The devotees wearing yellow robes were continuously slashed, stabbed, and cut without being able to identify the attacker. Chaos spread as one by one they fell in utter terror. A fierce slash tore through the ground, breaking both the floor and the formation. An enemy was knocked into the air, his body twisted by overwhelming force, a clear proof of an unstoppable counterattack. Amid the ruined and desperate scene, one of the dark worshippers collapsed, trembling hands clasped together, pleading to the deity in frenzy. "Dark God, please hear my prayer." Not just one, but many other devotees knelt down, praying in unison. "O Almighty Dark God, please guide us." The prayers echoed through the night like a desperate ritual before the massacre. While the smoke still lingered, silent purple energy vortices gathered in the air. Some among them raised their heads, eyes wide open, sensing an unusual movement. Something or someone was approaching. Demonic energy radiated fiercely. Each terrified devotee recognized the feeling all too well. "It's the energy of the demon god," they shouted in unison as the silhouette of a gigantic entity gradually appeared behind the black mist. A wild excitement spread among the heretical ranks. They cheered, joyfully believing their prayers had been answered. "He has answered us." Each fanatic raised their hands to receive the dark, mystical aura as a sacred token. But that faith was quickly torn apart. A sharp slash from within the dark vortex cut through space like the scythe of death. The protagonist appeared in eerie purple light, eyes cold and emotionless. A devotee was instantly defeated, his head shattered by a fatal blow. A system notification sounded. "You have killed a villain. Adaptation attribute increased by 0.1 points. The last enemy barely managed to stammer 2 words. Demon, God. Another notification appeared simultaneously with a dazzling red light spreading. A glowing symbol emerged amid the smoke, silently marking the next victims to be wiped out. The breath of death was tightening its grip on the battlefield bit by bit. After eliminating another enemy, the system notification sounded again, signaling Jinhyuk's adaptation stat continued to rise. His body was enveloped by swirling dark purple energy, the radiant sword carrying fierce killing intent, signaling the battle was far from over. Screams echoed throughout the arena as enemies fell one after another. Black smoke and waves of death energy surged, engulfing the space in chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, and groans resounded all around. Amid the rubble and dust, a blonde girl lay unconscious, tightly bound with chains. She retained only a faint consciousness, her body trembling in despair on the blood-soaked battlefield. A close-up of the girl's face revealed a deep bleeding wound on her temple. Her eyes were tightly shut, her pained expression showing exhaustion, about to slip into a deep coma amid the chaotic sounds of the massacre. Outside the battlefield, a group of people were fiercely arguing. A blonde woman strongly opposed the plan to use a child as bait. Her eyes flashed with anger and defiance upon hearing the cruel proposal. A trembling purple-haired girl clung to the woman's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite her panic, she desperately uttered that she was just a child, as if begging to be spared from the cruel fate awaiting her. A dark-skinned woman and her accomplices shouted angrily, believing the girl was just an NPC and not worth protecting. With bloodshot eyes and fierce expressions, they rushed forward to seize the child without hesitation. At that moment, the blonde woman immediately stomped her foot firmly, ready to confront them. That decisive action showed her determination not to back down in the face of injustice and violence. The confrontation happened instantly. A thunderous kick from the black-haired woman knocked the attacker down. The assailant was thrown back with a loud clash. The resolve to protect turned into concrete action. The blonde girl stood firm, her resolute gaze piercing through the darkness. Although her skills were disabled, she emphasized that she was not as weak as her opponents thought. Her strength lay in an unyielding will, not merely combat ability. In the blazing firelight reflected in her sharp blue eyes, the blonde girl clenched her fist, radiating cold determination. Without hesitation, she declared confidently she was fully capable of defeating them all. Faced with that unwavering confidence, the enemy gritted his teeth in rage. Meanwhile, the girl stood tall, full of spirit, affirming that she would be the one to choose. The power of decision now rested in her hands. Anger and contempt were evident on the opponent's face. He wiped sweat from his palm and gave a bitter, twisted smile. With a sarcastic tone, he accused her of being like the others, pretending to be noble but acting the same. Without rebuttal, she silently looked back, where the purple-haired girl anxiously clasped her hands. In their eyes, one held helplessness, the other suppressed emotions as if ready to sacrifice. She turned her head, a faint smile crossing her lips, but her eyes still held firm resolve. From the side, her tied-back hair swayed like an unshakable faith in her own decision. The purple-haired girl intently watched the woman before her, the innocent eyes reflecting mixed emotions, confusion, worry, and admiration. In that moment, the girl seemed to sense something greater than words. Bending gently, the woman placed her hand on the girl's head, stroking her hair like a silent promise. "I will come back," she whispered, conveying trust and comfort in a gentle yet firm gesture. Without looking back, she stepped out of the prison doorframe, light casting her upright and determined silhouette. Inside, the girl could only stand still, watching silently, as if clinging to the image of her only protector. Outside, a yellow-robed cultist stared through the bars with a sinister smile. His bloodthirsty eyes sneered as he uttered mockingly, "Oh, a noble sacrifice." His smile quickly turned into madness. He opened his mouth wide, revealing bloodied teeth, unable to hide his sick pleasure at witnessing the scene he longed for, blood and pain from one who dared challenge his fanatical faith. The enemy in the yellow robe didn't have time to understand what happened. A powerful attack from behind slammed his head hard against the stone wall, blood splattering. The nightmare had arrived swiftly and brutally. Other cultists had no chance to resist before being surrounded by missiles from above and icy magic. The entire area immediately descended into chaos, as those who once oppressed were completely subdued. After the fierce battle, the blonde girl collapsed amid the rubble. Exhausted body, heavy breath, but her eyes still refused to fade out. Black smoke enveloped the arena, covering everything with the color of ruins. She sighed softly, glanced at the person who had just appeared, and silently reproached him. Though her words were gentle, they still contained a tender blame. "You went too far again." In the midst of the ruined arena, the girl quietly called out the name of the one who had saved her. In that moment, his presence was a guarantee that she could still hold on to hope. A radiant smile appeared on her blood-stained face as she softly spoke with eyes full of faith. "I knew you would come." Even amid adversity, that belief had never wavered. Jin-hyuk did not reply, only smiled quietly. In his eyes was gentleness and unmistakable confidence, as if everything had always been under his control. The chain binding her was cut off by a sharp purple energy. The snap sound echoed like a declaration. The restraint was broken. Freedom was returning to their hands. A system panel appeared with a clear notification. She had received 23 adaptation points from a hidden quest. She clenched her fist, eyes resolute. The final task was to defeat the cult leader to escape. Suddenly remembering something important, she hurriedly grabbed Jin-hyuk's hand. "Wait, there's a place we must go first," her voice urgent, eyes full of meaning, leaving him only able to respond with surprise. A cold clank sounded as the final iron gate was opened. Dim light shone down on the stone floor where the shadows of the imprisoned gradually became clear, revealing a glimmer of hope in the gloomy space. As the door swung open, Andrea rushed forward in overwhelming joy. The other prisoners could not contain their emotions either, cheering as they realized the moment of liberation had finally arrived. Teresa stepped through the bars, loudly calling the name of the girl she longed for, her face tense and full of worry as her eyes searched for the familiar child among the dark cells. From a corner inside, Andrea heard the familiar call and immediately sprang up, tears welling as she called back. Her voice broke with emotion upon seeing Teresa running toward her. The two embraced in a deeply emotional hug. Teresa smiled brightly, whispering with relief, "Thank goodness you're safe." No explanation was needed. That hug was enough. Jin-hyuk approached, eyes full of confusion. In response to his question, Teresa gently explained that Andrea was a resident of the tower, forced to be a living sacrifice for the fanatical cultists. Though maintaining calm, Jin-hyuk could not hide his discomfort. A notification panel appeared, reminding him that the time for a valuable effect was running out, causing him to mutter regretfully about wasting 10 minutes on an unplanned matter. Just as he was about to turn away, Jin-hyuk paused. A flicker of suspicion lit his eyes, as if realizing something important amid what seemed like a mere reunion conversation. He looked intently at Andrea, the girl leaning against Teresa with closed eyes, peaceful. A silent question arose in his mind. If she really is a resident of the tower, then she might be the key. That thought made Jin-hyuk smile unconsciously. A confident grin spread across his lips, signaling a new plan gradually forming in his mind. Jin-hyuk gently asked to confirm the girl's name. Andrea startled reflexively, her eyes revealing the accumulated fear from long imprisonment and threats. With his usual straightforwardness, Jin-hyuk questioned why Andrea had not become a cultist like most villagers here. Teresa quickly intervened, worried that his words might hurt the girl. Andrea lowered her head, not answering immediately. The pain in her heart felt heavy, making it impossible to speak. That silence said more than any words could. Finally, Andrea spoke in a low, sorrowful voice. She could not believe in the deity, not due to lack of faith, but because this world had never given her a reason to do so. A choked voice rose as Andrea recounted the harsh truth. She was sold by the villagers simply because she was an orphan, a person considered worthless, with no place to belong. In her emotional state, her small hands clenched and trembled. The girl bitterly exclaimed that if there truly was a god, then that god had created this hell full of despair. Tears streaming down, Andrea uttered a harsh conclusion. If this was God's plan, then God was nothing but a cruel being. The resentment in her heart surged uncontrollably. Andrea sobbed while wiping her tears, emotions overflowing. In the darkness, Jin-hyuk observed her with a contemplative gaze, as if pondering something profound. Still choked but somewhat relieved, Andrea looked up at Jin-hyuk as he shared that he was like her, a person who grew up alone after being abandoned from birth. Jin-hyuk stood silently, eyes following Andrea. He sincerely admitted that living without parents was truly difficult. The words like a knife reopening painful past wounds, but also a bridge of empathy between two lonely souls. Teresa quietly watched Jin-hyuk with surprise, inwardly amazed to witness him rarely reveal something about himself. In her eyes, the cold man seemed to have exposed a part of his true emotions. Memories suddenly flooded Jin-hyuk's mind. He recalled the advice he once received. No matter how harsh life is, one must continue living. Resentment or despair is meaningless if one does not know how to stand up and move forward. Andrea hesitated to express her fear, her small hand trembling as she mentioned the greatest danger here, the cult leader. His presence still loomed like a shadow, making her dare not hope. Jin-hyuk nodded in confirmation, his eyes sharp yet calm. He proactively proposed a solution, beginning with reassurance. If you're worried about the cult leader, then. A half-smile appeared on Jin-hyuk's face, his eyes shining with determination. Without hesitation, he declared he would eliminate the cult leader to free Andrea from the fear that had weighed on her all this time. His voice was warm, but contained the power of a promise. He affirmed that once the cult leader disappeared, Andrea would live in a world no longer controlled by that evil being. A system dialogue appeared, signaling that Jin-hyuk had activated the skill subjugation mark. Light burst from his hand, his eyes flashing as he asked Andrea to become a teammate under his command. After a brief hesitation, Andrea looked up at him. In her eyes sparkled a newly blossoming trust, and she gently nodded, a silent but meaningful acceptance. A bright blue light flared on the girl's chest as Jin-hyuk placed his finger there. The subjugation mark spell was cast, marking a new bond between two people once wounded by fate. As the light faded, a glowing symbol blinked softly on Andrea's neck. Jin-hyuk simply confirmed, "Done!" From this moment, Andrea had support and a new path to move forward. Jin-hyuk gently placed his hand on Andrea's head, smiling warmly and encouraging her to try her best from now on. At that moment, Andrea seemed to be ignited with new hope. Behind them, Alice watched the scene, her eyes softening at the change in both. Alice was momentarily stunned, seeing Jin-hyuk's intimate gesture toward Andrea. A confusing emotion rose within her, doubt, mild jealousy mixed with embarrassment. She wondered why Jin-hyuk had never done that with her. Ignoring Alice's confusion, Jin-hyuk strode forward with clear determination, bluntly declaring it was time to eliminate the cult leader. Andrea quickly followed behind, while Alice remained bewildered, unable to grasp his sudden intention. At the same time, the effect from the Book of Maekdrian officially ended. Elsewhere in the silent and gloomy darkness, a terrifying announcement appeared. All skills had been sealed. Inside a room filled with strange ceramic jars, a figure in a dark red robe murmured bizarre prayers, the space seemingly engulfed by evil energy. The cult leader, with a mad smile visible beneath a grotesque mask, tightly held a black book emitting a cold blue light with a skull emblem. He continued murmuring words of divine praise, while the entire room seemed to echo with sinister whispers, signaling a dangerous ritual about to begin. Jin-hyuk stepped into the arena amid cheers and rising tension. The atmosphere seemed to tighten as all eyes focused on him, the one regarded as the only hope to turn the tide. In front of the crowd, Jin-hyuk did not hesitate to activate his special skill. A brilliant blue light flared from his hand, signaling a fierce beginning. Everyone held their breath as the brand of obedience was activated. The swirling magical flame imprinted an overwhelming suppressive power in the air, making no one dare to underestimate Jin-hyuk's decision. In surprise, the girl with deep purple eyes nodded slightly, accepting Jin-hyuk's binding. Though a bit hesitant, her determined gaze showed a growing trust. The mysterious light from Jin-hyuk's fingertip touched the girl's chest, creating a dazzling halo. The contract ritual was complete, marking the end of the long oppression within her. On the girl's chest, a faintly glowing magical symbol testified to the new connection. Jin-hyuk smiled softly and whispered a confirmation. "It's all done." He gently stroked the girl's head and encouraged her with sincere words. "Let's do our best from now on, Andrea." Her eyes brightened, while behind them Melina quietly smiled. Witnessing the scene, Melina paused. A fleeting disappointment crossed her eyes. Inside, a question arose: why didn't he do that with her? Jin-hyuk led the group forward with determination. He clearly declared the next target. "Now it's the cult leader's turn." The line below displayed the effect of the Book of Maekdrian had ended. Elsewhere in the darkness, the cult leader murmured incantations in a sinister space. A notification appeared. "All skills have been sealed." The great battle was imminent. The young man carefully placed his hand on the safe door handle. In the tense atmosphere before the battle, his final words were spoken, an important reminder. "Always remember this." Without hesitation, he turned the handle sharply, producing a crisp click echoing through the underground corridor. The thick door was about to open, revealing the unavoidable battle behind it. The metal lock mechanism rumbled as giant gears moved. "If you remember well what I said," his voice rang out amid the creaking sound of the door slowly separating. Light poured in from outside as the door swung wide open. His voice was steady like a promise. "You will surely find a way." Before them, the cult leader in a red-purple cloak was ready to face them. The cult leader spun around, his bloodshot eyes gleaming beneath his hood. His face showed surprise and hatred upon seeing those who had disrupted his sacrificial ritual standing before him. Calmly entering the room, the young man stood in front as a shield. Teresa bent down and whispered to Andrea, "Run away," while the cult leader laughed coldly, mocking their self-sacrifice to death. The cult leader took a step forward, his deep voice rising. "Where is the one who came with you?" In response, the boy simply said, "He left earlier, saying he had everything he needed." The black-clad man's eyes flashed with a cold glint. In his mind, he thought, "He is a smart one." In fact, he had planned to drag that person down here, but now the prey was those before him. Gripping his cloak, the cult leader gritted his teeth and declared, "I don't know what you did to deceive the divine and use that skill, but I will offer you as a sacrifice to the gods," he roared, tearing open his shirt to reveal a muscular body and a burst of energy. With violent force, he charged forward, carrying blazing murderous intent and a vow, "And make you pay for your sins." The moment Teresa saw the jar of impurity, she immediately recognized it as the deadly treasure Jin-hyuk had mentioned. Without hesitation, her eyes flashed with alertness and determination, knowing the next action could decide everything. As soon as the jar emitted a dangerous aura, Jin-hyuk dashed forward like a lightning bolt, reacting extremely fast to prevent a fatal strike that could hit anyone in the group. With superior strength and speed, Jin-hyuk broke through the air, attacking the enemy with fierce momentum. He shouted Teresa's name loudly as a signal for her to coordinate at the right moment. The consecutive bang sounds from his kicks against the wall proved the tremendous impact force. Receiving Jin-hyuk's signal, Teresa wasted no time, rushing forward at equal speed, her whole body wrapped in the drive of a decisive attack, ready to ambush the enemy the moment he lost vigilance. In a powerful strike, Jin-hyuk delivered a direct blow to the opponent. The purple energy flickering around his eyes showed temporarily activated power, enough to cause a deafening whack that left the enemy no time to react. Following Jin-hyuk's attack, Teresa executed a perfectly angled side kick. The thwack sound echoed as her foot hit the target, demonstrating her physical strength was unmatched within the group. The enemy, after suffering 2 consecutive critical hits, could only emit a painful groan. His face twisted, eyes rolled back, then collapsed to the ground completely incapacitated. Not missing the chance, Jin-hyuk immediately shouted an order for Teresa to act at once, knowing that if the enemy managed to utter the incantation, the deadly jar would unleash irreversible effects. Teresa reacted promptly, grabbing a nearby piece of cloth and moving straight toward the enemy. Her face showed intense focus and determination to complete the mission before the enemy regained consciousness. At a crucial moment, Teresa managed to wrap the cloth around the enemy's mouth, completely blocking the spell he was about to utter. Although he struggled and trembled while clutching the eerie jar, the outcome was already decided. Jin-hyuk rushed in like a lightning strike, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at the enemy held tightly by Teresa. In an instant, all three, Jin-hyuk, Teresa, and the enemy, collided in the cramped space, creating a breathless situation. From a dark corner, the girl with purple hair glowed with worry in her eyes. Though trying to stay silent as instructed, horror was evident in her gaze as she witnessed the increasingly tense developments. The enemy began reacting violently. Mouth gagged by the cloth, he tried to bite through it, sweat pouring down, eyes panicked but full of determination as if trying to perform something dangerous. His fiery red eyes suddenly flashed, and in a blink, he violently threw Teresa into the air. The burst of force sent her flying uncontrollably while the enemy roared in anger. Teresa crashed hard onto the rocky ground. The crash sound echoed along with countless debris scattering everywhere, showing the terrifying impact. She groaned in pain but remained resilient. Jin-hyuk clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with resolve. He knew that if he didn't quickly subdue the enemy, the consequences would spiral out of control. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk lunged forward. The enemy was hovering midair, and he shot up from below like an arrow ready to pierce the opponent with absolute power and speed. Though his body was in motion, Jin-hyuk managed a small, tusk glance, a self-reproach for letting Teresa get hurt. But that anger only made the upcoming punch more brutal. The punch landed squarely on the enemy's chest. The wham sound exploded like a blast, channeling all power into a critical weak spot, stunning the opponent enough to drop the artifact from his hand. The enemy staggered, clutching his face, his massive body losing balance. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk landed lightly, his gaze locked on the opponent as if preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Jin-hyuk smiled confidently, his cold eyes fixed on the enemy, casually declaring that he had once defeated foes 10 times his size barehanded. With an oddly calm demeanor, he emphasized that he was not as easy to defeat as the opponent thought. Despite still feeling pain from the hard impact, Teresa couldn't suppress a joyful smile seeing Jin-hyuk gain the upper hand. She showed admiration and trust, cheering him with a joyful shout. The enemy not only showed no fear but burst into mad laughter. He believed Jin-hyuk was impressive, and precisely because of that, he was even more worthy to become the perfect sacrifice in the upcoming cruel ritual. Immediately, he raised the ancient jar high, dark blue light emanating from within. With a frenzied voice, he declared he would sacrifice Jin-hyuk first, starting the bloody ritual. His eyes bulged, mumbling strange sounds like an ancient incantation. The name of the summoned entity echoed in the space. Piteria, Tio-pa, while dark mystical smoke coiled around the jar, signaling the ritual's start. The jar instantly shone brightly, the skull eyes on its body emitting fierce blue light. He shouted in excitement, "Joy to the gods!" signaling the ritual had successfully begun. From the jar, dozens of dark energy tentacles burst out, twisting in the air and shooting straight toward Jin-hyuk. The enemy hovered amid the swirling smoke, ready to attack with all the power of dark magic. Teresa immediately recognized the danger sign. With a panicked look, she confirmed it was the magic Jin-hyuk had warned about, a spell capable of sweeping the entire battlefield if not careful. Within the dark vortex, Jin-hyuk shouted a warning to Teresa, emphasizing that this skill had a long cooldown. The reminder was not only to keep her safe, but also an important tactic to counterattack when the time came. He continued stressing, "Watch the eyes on the jar, they are the key to judging when the skill can be reused. When the light in those eyes dims, that will be when the enemy falls into a temporary powerless state." Jin-hyuk smiled confidently and decisively, his eyes shining with determination. At that moment he turned to Teresa, conveying an important message. The battle now belonged to her. "The rest is up to you," Jin-hyuk declared, as if ready to face the danger ahead. Teresa stared in shock at her teammate's final words. Astonishment mixed with anxiety was clear in her eyes. Before she could react, the most unexpected event occurred, and time seemed to freeze as she grasped the profound meaning of Jin-hyuk's words. A sharp dark blue energy pierced through Jin-hyuk's body, causing blood to gush and his body to collapse before Teresa's eyes. She could hardly believe what was happening, a painful and ruthless moment. Jin-hyuk had been sacrificed while still standing in front of the enemy. From afar, the young purple-haired girl witnessed the scene and could not hold back a piercing scream. Her face showed clear terror, fear, and helplessness before the sudden tragedy, as the hero she admired fell before her eyes. Teresa screamed in despair, her body trembling with emotion and pain. She rushed forward, leaving all fear behind, driven only by a strong urge to save Jin-hyuk, or at least not let his sacrifice be in vain. A heavy thud sounded as Jin-hyuk's unconscious body fell to the floor. Teresa knelt beside him, her heart shattered, facing the harsh reality. Her cry of "no" tore through the space, expressing all the overwhelming sorrow. The system coldly announced, "You have died." Along with it came the consequence. The Demon King's curse had vanished. Though Jin-hyuk's sacrifice was painfully tragic, it brought a great effect, freeing everyone from the threatening curse. The enemy wearing a mask could not hide his extreme delight. He laughed with satisfaction, clutching the glowing soul jar, declaring it a perfect sacrifice for the Demon King. He showed no regret or hesitation, only excitement over death. Despite the danger, Teresa tried to rouse Jinhyuk. She trembled as she placed her hand on him, praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, the enemy stood behind, coldly observing, holding a sinister magical weapon, signaling he was not done yet. The enemy burst into mad laughter, his eyes glowing with a demonic red light. In his echoing laughter was cruel provocation. He mockingly asked Teresa, "Are you grieving your friend's death?" turning her sorrow into a brutal amusement. Teresa clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with anger and pain. Faced with such a great loss, she refused to fall. Her rising emotions became a blazing fire in her determined gaze. If pain was the condition for a true sacrifice, she would make him feel it deeply. The evil sorcerer spat venomous words while delivering a powerful kick toward Teresa, knocking her away with overwhelming force. To him, sacrifice only had value if the victim endured extreme pain, a sick belief he pursued with pleasure. Teresa was thrown, her body sliding across the cold floor, leaving a long trail. The startled calls of teammates echoed through the groaning space, "Teresa!" like an alarm signaling the approaching danger. In the darkness, the villain smirked, his triumphant face showing satisfaction. To him, it was all a sick game he controlled, and others, pain was a source of intense pleasure. His gaze suddenly turned toward the ancient jars behind, where a trembling girl huddled. He had spotted his next target, the poor girl he saw as the perfect prey for his sinister ritual. He reached out, stepping slowly but threateningly toward the girl. Under her desperate gaze, she trembled all over with fear. Each of his calls, "Come here," hung over her like a looming sentence. But at that critical moment, a determined foot stomped hard on the floor. Teresa, despite all injuries, rose up. Her leap was not just an action, but a resistance against evil. Teresa charged forward, gripping the sorcerer's body like a living steel ring. The power of determination and rage helped her overcome the strength gap. She held him tight, refusing to let him take even a step toward the child. Under the sudden pull, both spun in the air. The sorcerer had no time to react, only managing a panicked "Ka" as he was dragged by momentum, helpless within Teresa's tight grip. His body was slammed hard onto the ground with a thunderous impact. The collision echoed throughout the room, creating a violent shockwave. Teresa, balancing firmly on one leg, maintained her stance after the strike, her eyes filled only with righteous anger. Teresa pressed her lips tightly, her voice quietly but resolutely rising in the darkness. The pain of loss had not faded, but her eyes no longer showed confusion. Amid the ruined scene and recent death, she vowed to herself, no matter what happens next, she will not back down. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Teresa lifted her head, her blue eyes shining with defiance. Her clenched fists showed determination, and with all her remaining strength she declared, "I will not let you take Andrea." Her pain transformed into a protective will, not just for herself, but for the trembling girl behind that door. The mad sorcerer smirked, chest heaving amid shattered debris around him. He gripped the glowing, magically marked jar tightly, sensing his opponent still had some fight left. Faced with Teresa's resistance, he was not angry. Instead, he grew more excited, as if the struggle made the sacrificial ritual even more poetic. His gaze suddenly turned wild, red flames blazing from his demonic eyes like hellfire. Laughing hoarsely like a madman, he shouted in excitement, "Wonderful!" To him, blood, tears, and suffering were the perfect catalysts for sacrifice, and Teresa, in his eyes, had just become the centerpiece of an upcoming insane ritual. A fatal blow struck down. Jinhyuk's body slammed hard onto the cold tile floor, blood spreading red across the ground. His motionless body stood as proof of a sacrifice with no escape, while the sound wham echoed, engraving the tragedy that had just occurred. Amid the rubble, Teresa was thrown far away, crashing violently into debris, her body twisting in pain. Her face grimaced from the impact, but her eyes still shone with unyielding spirit. Teresa struggled to stand firm, but her breath was heavy, her face lowered in exhaustion and injury. Facing her was the enemy, the mutant with a mocking smile, bulging muscles, and cold eyes, as if savoring her despair. Rising from the ground, Teresa clenched her aching arm tightly, thoughts echoing in her mind. Could she confront him when she possessed no skills? Doubt crept in, but her gaze did not retreat. The mutant roared like a wild beast, charging forward like a deadly arrow. He screamed madly, "Glory to the gods!" gripping the glowing talisman tightly, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He spun around, unleashing a thunderous strike. In that dangerous moment, Teresa leapt up as well, her body gliding through the air in a life-or-death dodge, determination clear in every move. Wasting no time, Teresa reached out and grabbed a nearby shard amid the dust cloud. Her feet slid lightly on the floor as she landed, clutching the shard like a fragile ray of hope. As fast as lightning, she pressed the shard firmly in her hand, her body twisting precisely, eyes locked on the target. Her breath was rapid but steady. Teresa prepared to counterattack. With all her remaining strength, Teresa hurled the shard fiercely toward the enemy. The movement was graceful yet deadly, a declaration that no one would be taken away again. 2 shards flew straight to the ceiling, shattering the illuminated light bulb. The mutant raised his head reflexively, eyes wide in shock as the light went out. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The man wearing mask number 4 smiled wickedly, tilting his head arrogantly as he saw Teresa fleeing. He mocked her voice, asking if she thought the darkness would side with her, then sneered at such naivety. A ceiling lamp was knocked loose and shattered into pieces in a violent collision. The only light in the dark space was extinguished, covering the room with a terrifying thick blackness. Teresa gasped heavily, leaning against a large jar after her escape run. She knew that now the opponent's vision was limited after the lamp was broken, creating a slim chance for a counterattack plan. Still breathing heavily, Teresa reminded herself of the sole goal now, to seize the jar in his hands. If he cast magic one more time, she would have no chance of survival. A chilling crack sounded. His bare foot wrapped in bandages stepped on the debris-covered floor, signaling that the predator had come very close. The previous silence was completely broken by this threatening advance. Teresa's eyes widened in horror as she realized the threat was closer than she thought. A cold sweat dripped down her cheek, signaling that rapid reflexes were about to be triggered in this emergency. He delivered a fierce punch to the spot she had just dodged in an instant. The punch shook the entire floor, creating a powerful explosion of clashing light. Teresa was thrown back, but her eyes still shone with an unyielding fighting spirit. In midair, Teresa twisted to avoid the flying shards coming relentlessly. In her mind, an anxious question echoed. How did he find me so quickly? She still could not understand how he located her in the dense darkness. The masked man showed delight as he caught up with Teresa once again. As he rushed forward, he mocked her agility, arrogantly asserting that no matter where she ran, she could not escape. Teresa stood frozen when she heard him emphasize what made her easy to detect, the bright golden hair standing out in the darkness. She grasped a lock of her own hair, as if realizing a deadly mistake that cost her the advantage in the escape. The assassin wearing mask number 4 smirked maliciously as he silently approached the girl from behind a display cabinet. Her shining golden hair was the only thing reflecting light in the dark room, making her easy to spot despite trying to hide. He raised the strange jar adorned with bizarre patterns and 2 embossed skulls, whispering a savage plan. He declared that after defeating the girl, he would find the hiding child and force her to witness that cruel scene upon waking, as a brutal mental torture. Before the girl could react, the assassin suddenly delivered a powerful blow. His eyes revealed fanaticism as he shouted mad words, claiming his actions were a sacrifice for God, while the girl's face was full of fear, unable to dodge in time. The girl was thrown backward, curling up amid the shockwave from the punch. Dust and ceramic shards scattered everywhere. Despite the pain, her eyes remained resilient, bracing herself to endure rather than surrender. In the chaos, she flipped agilely midair, then landed with a strong bounce. The swift, precise movements showed she was no weakling. She was still seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The assassin could not hide his excitement, chasing while loudly praising, "Glory belongs to God." He took pleasure in seeing the girl still standing, viewing it as a chance to continue his brutal torment in the name of his twisted fate. He continued to threaten, asserting that her escape was futile. With cold eyes, he warned he would soon find her. It was only a matter of time. In the dark corner, the girl clenched her aching arm, silent but with a gaze revealing an unextinguished will. The girl looked down, clutching her injured arm. In her mind echoed a reminder not to fall. The precious time Jin-hyuk sacrificed for her escape must not be wasted. If she failed, Andrea would be the next victim. In the darkness, the girl stepped back slightly, eyes alert but unafraid. Before her lay a sharp shard of broken pottery quietly on the ground, a fragile chance emerging amid desperate circumstances. Without hesitation, she reached out and picked up the shard. A determined expression appeared on her face, eyes sharp as blades. Though her body was exhausted, she was resolved not to let the enemy easily achieve their goal. The battle was not over. Walking through the dusty aisle littered with broken pottery, the masked man kept murmuring distorted prayers. "Glory to God! Eternal joy!" His footsteps echoed, as if each step brought him closer to his dark objective. As he reached the corner, the flash of golden hair in the darkness made him pause. His eyes behind the mask widened in surprise. He had found the girl. His face twisted by fanatical belief, he threw back his head and laughed widely. He changed his mind in an instant. If she bowed to become a follower, he would spare her life. Yet his promises were never trustworthy. From a hidden corner, little Andrea trembled, clutching herself tightly. The man's voice rang out like a blade cutting deep into hope. "We will make her the saint of the Demon King. Now, come out with the child." The threat unfinished, he suddenly lunged forward, gripping the glowing jar tightly. His sinister smile parted, ready to strike if the girl did not comply. He stopped before a lock of hair tied neatly with a ribbon, standing out in the darkness. His eyes flared with the belief that he had cornered his prey. As he reached out to act, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. But that very moment was a trap. The golden hair was not attached to its owner as he had thought. The moment he let his guard down, the girl sprang forward, eyes burning with determination. Her sole goal, to reclaim the mysterious jar emitting a dark blue glow from the enemy's hand. In her mind, the image of Jinhyuk appeared like a guiding flame. Compared to the sacrifice Jinhyuk had made, a bit of hair was nothing at all. Without hesitation, she cut off the end of her hair. The gleaming blade sliced through the golden strands. Her eyes ignited with strength, resilient, unyielding. The masked man suddenly turned around with astonishing speed. It seemed something in the air made him alert, a movement, an unusual killing intent, or simply survival instinct telling him to look back. His eyes widened, sharp gaze piercing through the darkness as he spun his head. The light reflected on his mask painted a brief look of panic, quickly replaced by vigilant, deadly intent. Melina rushed from behind, eyes resolute, arm reaching toward the target, the item in his hand. She marveled inwardly. His reaction was much faster than she had calculated. This was no ordinary opponent. His massive punch tore through the air like a wave of violence. Power, speed, and deadly intent combined into a lethal strike. Melina startled, thinking, too fast. In a life-or-death moment, a ceramic jar fell from above, striking the masked man's head and shattering. He gasped in surprise, eyes showing panic, not understanding what had just happened. From above, little Andrea appeared, her hand still extended after pushing the jar. Her small face was full of determination, eyes no longer fearful. In this critical moment, she was the one who turned the tide. The masked man roared angrily, clutching his head in a frenzy. He had never thought a child would dare strike him. Rage surged wildly, staining his mind with hatred. Amid the chaos, Melina seized the opportunity. She leaned aside, slipped her hand in, and yanked the evil energy-containing item from his grasp. Her eyes shut tight, pouring all her strength into the decisive pull. Andrea jumped down from the pottery shelf as Melina held firmly onto the reclaimed item. The masked man knelt from the unexpected blow. Melina panted, but managed to glance at Andrea with grateful eyes. Perfect timing, Andrea. The masked man stood up, his face still wearing a cold smile. Despite losing the precious item, he showed no fear. What do you intend to do with it now? He smirked. Planning to sacrifice yourself to the gods. Andrea hugged the artifact tightly, her serious gaze radiating determination. A blue energy glowed around the jar, as if responding to the rising power within her. Recalling, Jinhyuk once instructed her in a private moment. If needed, remember this phrase. He gave her a rune spell in an ancient language, unexplained but full of meaning. She pondered his words. What is it? Andrea asked. Jinhyuk replied briefly. A runic spell, use it at the right time. Andrea was thoughtful. Doubts filled her heart. When is the right time? She did not know that moment was approaching very soon. Jinhyuk looked at her with trust, smiling softly. You will feel it, he said, his eyes calm as if seeing through the future. And now Andrea understood. This moment between life and death, between light and darkness, was that moment. She affirmed to herself, this is the time. She spoke clearly, beginning to activate the spell. Piteria de Amirios. Her voice, full of power, made the surrounding space seem to tremble. The jar glowed fiercely, the skull's eyes shining brightly. A blue energy surged, illuminating the dark space. Andrea thought silently. Jinhyuk knew beforehand. The masked man screamed in shock, fear evident on his face. When did you learn runic ancient language? He did not expect Andrea to be able to use this lost magic. Andrea shouted with spirit, pouring all her strength into the spell. I can do it instead of him, she declared, then roared. A true gamer taught me that. A fierce energy burst from the skull jar. In the fateful moment, magical energy erupted from the skull jar, creating a dark blue power spiraling around the enemy's body. The masked man panicked intensely, limbs flailing midair, unable to resist the eerie energy wrapping him. Screams echoed through the space as he yelled in utmost terror. His eyes widened, tears streaming. He frantically called out to the Demon King, as if begging for a force even more terrifying, while his body was swallowed by the demonic energy. Finally, the inevitable end arrived. His body was pierced and lifted into the air by dark energies. A da-done sound rang like a death knell, marking his demise. The fifth-floor boss was officially destroyed. The skull jar, the conduit for the ritual just performed, fell to the ground with a sharp clang. A faint purple smoke slowly escaped, as if the remnants of the evil soul had not yet completely dissipated. Immediately after the battle, the blonde girl embraced Andrea with worried eyes. Andrea, though just a little girl, nodded firmly. No! Her resilience softened the scene after the chaos. But when Andrea mentioned Jinhyuk, the atmosphere grew heavy. Both stood beside the motionless body, anxiety's shadow covering their faces. Though they had survived danger, they could not rejoice while their protector lay still. The girl knelt beside Jin-hyuk, trembling hand shaking him awake. "I did it, Jin-hyuk, please wake up." She choked back tears, admitting her recklessness in following him alone, hoping he would forgive and open his eyes to see their victory. Tears rolled down her cheeks, falling onto his blood. Her remorseful words came out choked. "I won't do it again, so please wake up." She pleaded not with hope for victory, but with sincere feelings yet to be expressed. Suddenly an announcement sounded. With the boss's death, the Demon King's power had vanished. Along with it, skill restrictions were lifted. At that moment, Jin-hyuk's finger twitched, a faint but hopeful sign. The girl was stunned, eyes wide with surprise mixed with joy. A gentle light reflected in her deep blue eyes. A light signaling life was not extinguished, and Jin-hyuk was slowly returning. A six-winged cross symbol shone brightly in the pale golden mist, signaling the appearance of a special skill. It was the Blessing of Stars, activated in the life-or-death moment, unleashing an unimaginable miracle on the edge of survival. Jin-hyuk lay motionless, but his body began to be enveloped by divine light. A system notification appeared. The player can resurrect once, unless killed instantly, with a cooldown time of up to 240 hours. This means Jin-hyuk, thanks to this blessing, is on the path back from death. Before the resurrection light surrounding Jin-hyuk, both Melina and Andrea could not hold back their emotions. They held hands and prayed, eyes teary but shining with hope. The moment that seemed irredeemable had now become a vivid miracle right before their eyes. Amidst the joyous cheers, Jin-hyuk opened his eyes and slowly stood up amid the sparkling light. Both Melina and Andrea shouted his name emotionally. His return to life was a miracle that made them unable to hide their joy, almost unable to believe their eyes. Sitting up and gasping for breath, Jin-hyuk smiled faintly in pain. Blood still stained his shirt, the mark of death still present, but he was alive. Death really hurts, he thought silently. But above all, he knew he was still here to keep fighting to protect those important to him. Melina smiled with overwhelming emotion mixed with tears. Jin-hyuk gently teased her for crying once again, just like when they were in the maze. Despite his words, his eyes were gentle, as if understanding that this girl had endured countless fears and torment to reach this moment. Jin-hyuk bowed his weak head, blood still trickling from his mouth, but his voice was calm. He told her that her tears could not be stopped while he was the one bleeding. Melina's hand clenched into a fist, lightly punching his chest, both reproaching and releasing pent-up emotions. Melina's light punch made Jin-hyuk wince, uttering a painful groan as the three sat on the ground. Andrea stood nearby, her gaze gentle. Melina apologized in panic, then immediately changed the subject with a curious and intimate question. "By the way, why did you cut your hair like that?" Just as the enemy had no time to understand what was happening, a fierce purple-black energy surged down from the sky, causing him to cry out in pain before being completely submerged. In extreme pain, the boss screamed in despair. He could not believe he was defeated so quickly, tears and fear clearly visible on his distorted face as he shouted the name Demon King as a final plea for help. The end had come. The boss's body was pierced by dozens of magical energy spears, floating lifelessly in midair before the system coldly declared, "The fifth-floor boss has been defeated." The victory reward fell to the ground with a heavy metallic clang. A mysterious black object covered in light purple smoke gently rolled on the stone floor, leaving an echo of destruction. In the darkness of the old room, Teresa hurriedly lifted Andrea up, her eyes full of worry. She asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" And Andrea, still trembling, shook her head softly, "No." Teresa held the girl tightly in her arms, but Andrea shyly looked down at the motionless body lying at their feet. The girl choked up, calling the name. Jin-hyuk, worry clearly shone in her eyes. Teresa knelt beside Jin-hyuk, her trembling hands gently shaking his bloodied body. Through tears, she whispered apologies for ignoring advice and following him here, hoping he would wake up and forgive her. Tears streamed down Teresa's face as she leaned close to Jin-hyuk. Her sobbing voice promised, "I won't do that again, so please wake up." A notification sounded as the system recorded the boss's death. The Demon King's power had vanished, and skill restrictions were lifted. Jin-hyuk's body began to respond, his hand trembled slightly. Teresa's tear-filled eyes suddenly widened. A sparkling light surrounded her, reflecting unexpected hope as she realized something was truly happening to Jin-hyuk. The moment Andrea touched the powerful relic, a notification sounded. She had assumed the role of the fifth floor's master. Her purple eyes opened wide, filled with shock as new power surged within her. A sudden wave of leadership energy spread throughout Andrea's body, accelerating her growth rapidly. She clearly felt the change, as if a new door had just opened in her mind and body. Andrea's body transformed quickly amid dense light. Every feature and movement showed she was no longer a restrained little girl, but was evolving into a more mature and resilient form. Andrea's transformation stunned the whole group. Alice stared at the once weak girl, now seemingly transformed into a completely different person. Her name was softly uttered from Alice's lips, carrying both emotion and surprise. Andrea stood firmly, amazed as she looked down at her hands. She couldn't believe this rapid change. Her body was taller, her figure different from before. She exclaimed with undeniable emotion, "Grown up already." The physical maturity not only shocked Andrea, but also sparked a sense of determination within her. Her eyes shone with confidence, and her hand clenched strongly as a sign of a new beginning for her role. Andrea knelt before Jinhyuk, officially declaring her new identity, master of the ruined land on the 5th floor. She solemnly swore absolute loyalty, ready to control everything here according to Jinhyuk's will. The system immediately recorded an unprecedented event, a floor boss swearing loyalty to a player. Jinhyuk couldn't hide a slight smile as the first oath from a high-level monster belonged to him, a milestone that would go down in history. With a gentle gesture, Jinhyuk placed his hand on Andrea's head as a blessing. He told her to smile more from now on. Tears silently fell on Andrea's cheek, but a genuine smile appeared for the first time. Andrea turned to Alice, her eyes gentle and full of confidence. No longer a helpless girl, she was now strong enough to protect herself and others. Her smile to Alice carried a silent message, "I'm okay now." In an emotional moment, Andrea suddenly embraced Teresa tightly, her eyes sparkling and voice earnest, asking her friend to visit her often. That hug contained not only a farewell but also a bond newly formed after harsh trials. Teresa gently responded with a warm hug, smiling softly with closed eyes, pledging with a sincere promise. Of course, a simple promise, but one of great significance to both of them. Immediately after Andrea officially became the ruler of the 5th floor, an announcement sounded opening the 6th floor of the challenge tower. The new gate opened, and the timer started, signaling that the next challenge had just begun. On public transport, a passenger was intently reading comments on a forum. A post from a user named Takoyaki expressed extreme admiration for Kang Jinhyuk, even suggesting that all world leaders should recognize his contributions. Many other comments continued pouring in, praising Jinhyuk as a living legend. The user, Hardcore Player Identifier, asserted he was always at the center of every upheaval, while Teresa's fans were moved by the teamwork spirit between her and Jinhyuk. Netizens kept discussing actively. Some expressed surprise at no longer seeing self-proclaimed hardcore gamers, while others firmly stated that Jinhyuk was living a second life, something everyone tacitly understood. In another corner of the internet, a scandal was shaking the community. A man was arrested for scamming by selling fake stones, causing serious damage to victims. Public opinion was outraged, calling him a coward during a crisis. At a tavern, a lively atmosphere spread as a group raised their glasses celebrating the victory over the 5th floor. Everyone was joyful, cheering the triumph as if they themselves had contributed to the recent miracle. A player named Choi Woojin appeared on television with bandaged hands, tearfully sharing that he once thought death was the only escape from the 5th floor's hell, but was ultimately saved thanks to Kang Jinhyuk. From a private room under dim light, Jinhyuk quietly watched the tribute on the screen, his face reflecting the blue glow from the device. Though silent, his eyes shone with determination, like a silent vow to continue walking this difficult path. In a dark room, the young man sighed helplessly, thinking of the name Kang Jinhyuk. No matter how hard he tried, he felt the distance between himself and that person only growing wider. Despair crept into every glance and self-question. Could he ever catch up? Just as he was lost in heavy thoughts, a sudden knock on the door brought him back to reality. His heart trembled slightly with unease as he turned to look toward the door, his face showing a mix of caution and surprise. At the closed door, a deep voice spoke politely. "Excuse me." The unusual politeness from a stranger made the atmosphere tense, like an omen of something unusual about to happen. Before he could react, the door was suddenly smashed open by a terrifying force. Wood splinters flew through the air, and in that moment he could only widen his eyes in horror, completely caught off guard by the unforeseen situation. From the thick dust smoke, a stranger stepped out with a proud demeanor. He wore a stylish suit and carried a shining sword, an image both ironic and threatening. His appearance was like a sudden whirlwind striking in the dead of night. Facing the aggressive intrusion, the young man immediately drew his weapon, his eyes shining with determination. He shouted in anger and confusion, "Who are you?" demanding an answer from the one who shattered his peace. Contrary to the tension in the room, the stranger bowed politely and smiled confidently. He formally introduced himself. "I am Gawain." The revelation of his identity only deepened the mysterious atmosphere. Gawain slowly stepped inside, his gaze scanning the room with displeasure. He remarked that this place was too ordinary to be the residence of unknown, as if there had been a serious mistake, yet he maintained a tone of scornful irony. The young man could only stand frozen amid the chaos, confused and bewildered by the strange words. "Unknown? What the hell are you talking about?" The question escaped his lips like an echo of countless unanswered doubts. Immediately, an image appeared in his mind of someone he knew very well, Kang Jin-hyuk, with a mischievous smile and his characteristic teasing style. Without a doubt, this was one of his pranks. In uncontrollable rage, a man gritted his teeth and shouted Kang Jin-hyuk's name. The boiling anger was not only expressed in words, but also flared on his fierce face, showing that Jin-hyuk had caused him an unforgivable wound. In the heart of the city, a sudden violent explosion occurred mid-air, causing residents to flee in panic. The scene of smoke, fire, and flying debris inevitably suggested a deliberate attack with devastating, destructive power. In the city still brightly lit under the sun, the contrast between the peaceful exterior and the silently spreading chaos made the atmosphere even more suffocating. This was a false calm before the real storm arrived. Standing under the blue sky and bright sunlight, Jin-hyuk suddenly felt an itch in his ear, a familiar sign in East Asian culture whenever someone was talking about him. With his usual indifferent look, he slightly tilted his head, sensing something approaching. At a luxury store, a woman's slender hand pointed at a row of designer handbags, her sharp gaze showing she was not just an ordinary customer, but someone with the power to choose everything as she wished. Not stopping there, she continued pointing toward the glass display case of expensive jewelry. From rings and watches to necklaces, nothing escaped her authoritative, covetous eyes. The sales staff could only stand silently in astonishment. To everyone's surprise, the silver-haired girl proudly declared she would take all the items in the area she had just selected. With a radiant smile and the aura of a queen, she affirmed her unshakable status amid the glittering gold of wealth. Standing nearby in minimalist attire, Jin-hyuk merely glanced over and sighed. With a sarcastic yet helpless tone, he mentioned the risk of inflation from such extravagant spending. However, instead of stopping her, he accepted it as part of his plan. Alice, as the one rewarded by Kang Jin-hyuk after training Andrea, was allowed to enjoy cultural activities. Yet, what she called culture seemed limited to reckless spending and indulging in pure material pleasure. Not only did Alice teach Andrea combat skills, but she also imparted the spirit of being a boss, from posture to attitude, from gaze to expression. Against the clear blue sky, the two young girls stood proudly as if they ruled this world. Alice was demonstrating her magical combat skills under Veronica's attentive observation. The magical swords struck precisely at their targets, a testament to remarkable progress. This was not just practice, it was the daily routine of a true boss being forged. Veronica was imparting to Alice the basic but essential knowledge of a ruler. From how to use power to command thinking, Alice was comprehensively trained to be ready to assume the role of a true leader. This was the Basic Boss 101 class. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk calmly monitored his status board amid the bustling scene of a store. Though not outwardly showing emotion, it was clear he was considering the potential of the accumulated stats, preparing for upcoming strategies. The status board displayed all details about Kang Jin-hyuk, from level, skills to the amount of currency held. Though lacking a specific character class, he possessed a unique set of skills and superior stats, proof of his incredible development journey from the start. With cold eyes, Jin-hyuk silently assessed his fearsome growth. His adaptability had reached 78 points, including rewards from the 5th floor, making him more flexible than ever in all combat situations. Compared to players being trained by guilds, Jin-hyuk realized he had surpassed them in both level and overall strength. With a superior gap stat, he confidently asserted that almost no one currently had better stats than him. Recalling the special reward after clearing the 5th floor, a mysterious item, Jin-hyuk was surprised. He had never imagined he would one day possess such a strategically significant item. The mirror named Boundary Blurring Mirror was a growth-type item with an over-ranked rarity. It allowed the user to teleport to any floor below the 10th of the challenge tower, a tool that could turn the tide in the most dangerous situations. The mirror was not only useful for teleportation, but also had a usage time extension mechanism based on the player's level. Notably, the user could bring along a companion, opening countless flexible movement strategies in the near future. Looking down at his sleeve, Jin-hyuk tightened his resolve. With many preparations ahead, he knew time was running out. Meanwhile, an unexpected call from him confused the recipient. They had never seen Jin-hyuk take initiative like this. Surely something big was about to happen. Kang Jin-hyuk, while on the phone, signaled that there was a mission to handle. With a fleeting smile on his face, he confirmed the current situation was so good that it became a problem. His success was spreading beyond expectations, bringing both opportunities and new pressures. The person on the other end, apparently a close associate, confirmed that Jin-hyuk's reputation had exploded across all media. Attracting a large audience made the work environment chaotic. Everyone wanted to connect with this rising name. When Jin-hyuk asked again in surprise, a lavish scene appeared, Alice being carried on a palanquin amid a golden rain of coins, proving the group's incredible coverage and appeal. Hundreds came daily, confirming his influence had far exceeded initial limits. Given this situation, Jin-hyuk gave specific orders. He would send a list and request his associates to schedule appointments with everyone on it. A decisive demand, leaving no name out, showing his tight control over all ongoing plans. Continuing, Jin-hyuk did not forget to add an important task, arranging meetings with representatives of warriors in the guild. This move signaled a bigger strategic step, possibly involving negotiations, recruitment, or forming new alliances. The scene shifted to Cafe Eden, a quiet place separated from the outside bustle. This would be the location of the important meeting Jin-hyuk had planned, suitable for discussing serious matters without disturbance. A cold smoothie with a swirl of cream was raised, a brief moment to relax amid the whirlwind of strategy. A small detail, but showing Jin-hyuk's strangely calm demeanor amidst all the turmoil. Jin-hyuk sipped his drink while facing his opponent, accepting a light tease about whether he had taken in enough sugar. The atmosphere became friendly yet probing, hinting at a calculated conversation behind the smiles. The muscular man opposite was Kim Giddy, the representative of guild warriors. He spoke in a deep voice, saying he had waited a long time for Jin-hyuk's call, showing both respect and expectation for the now no longer unknown opponent. In the bright cafe space, Jin-hyuk sat cross-legged, smiling confidently as he recalled their last meeting during the exam. His opening words showed he held the initiative, and the upcoming conversation would be more than just reminiscing. Jin-hyuk smiled slightly, inwardly admiring that holding power was the greatest thing. He recalled Kim Giddy's arrogance during the recruitment area and clearly noticed the change in how his opponent now treated him. Now Kim Giddy, who once showed dominance and intimidation, sat obediently and bowed politely before Jin-hyuk. This contrast made Jin-hyuk feel even more deeply his current position. With a relaxed smile, Jin-hyuk apologized for not sharing information about the Mandrake route sooner. He explained simply that he had been too busy conquering the Challenge Tower. Kim Giddy smiled awkwardly, suppressing irritation upon hearing Jin-hyuk's explanation. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm as Jin-hyuk continued speaking gently as if reassuring him. As a form of atonement, Jin-hyuk proposed a new deal. He began by mentioning that guild warriors currently held about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor, setting the stage for his upcoming proposal. Without making things complicated, Jin-hyuk requested something very simple. He wanted one of those 10 dungeons. The straightforward proposal suddenly made the atmosphere tense. Hearing the request, Kim Giddy clenched his fist, his hand trembling from restraint. He repeated Jin-hyuk's words as if unable to believe what he had just heard. From 10 first-floor dungeons, Jin-hyuk now demanded a 3rd-floor dungeon, a much higher value. Anger was evident on Kim Giddy's face. He growled, reminding Jin-hyuk of the original deal about the antidote formula. Now, instead of keeping his promise, Jin-hyuk was asking for an even higher price. Jin-hyuk did not hide his intention. He smiled brightly and confidently admitted that, yes, he was raising the price. It was all part of his carefully calculated plan. A black gate with blazing red light opened in midair, creating the sensation that another dimension had just been unveiled. The surrounding atmosphere thickened, signaling the imminent arrival of a powerful force. The pressure from this crack was enough for every creature to sense the approaching danger. From within that dark space, a figure appeared. It was Kang Jin-hyuk. His body emitted an unusual aura, as if he had just surpassed a new limit. His face was calm, but his eyes shone brightly as if seeing through everything, making anyone who faced him unable to underestimate him. Amid the red light and chaotic energy, a dense black energy mass enveloped Jin-hyuk. Within the fierce swirling, his body began to change, as if undergoing an ancient power transformation ritual, upgrading his being to a completely different level of strength. Armor gradually appeared on Jin-hyuk's body, covering him with a cold metallic gray layer, mechanical yet still carrying a supernatural, mysterious aura. His eyes beneath the sharp helmet, like blades, reflected the powerful red light from the space behind. A spear appeared in his hand, sharp and ancient, seemingly not belonging to the present world. It was not just a weapon, but a symbol of supreme power. Jin-hyuk firmly grasped the spear shaft, like a war god stepping out of legend, ready to lead the upcoming battle. At the Tower Council headquarters, senior figures were monitoring unusual developments. Kang Jin-hyuk's appearance stirred the entire situation. Some eyes showed concern, others revealed interest. All understood that this person could not be underestimated. Elsewhere, major forces began to stir. Some organizations were ready to send people to follow Jinhyuk's every move, the one who was gradually changing the existing order within the tower. Every small piece of news about him could lead to major shifts in the power structure. Back with Jinhyuk, the final light from the transformation ritual gradually faded. He stood firm, fully controlling his new power source. Without hesitation, he began to walk, each step imprinting on the ground invisibly but heavily like a divine mandate. Outside, onlookers could only stand in shock. Some trembled, others gasped for breath. They knew well that Jinhyuk was no longer the man he once was. A force had just been reborn. A threat or a savior had clearly appeared. Jinhyuk raised his head to look at the sky, where the next level of the tower awaited. His eyes no longer doubted, but were full of determination and coldness. The real game had only just begun, and this time, he was no longer the follower. The man's face stiffened as Kang Jinhyuk publicly exposed his fatal weakness, the failure to conquer the Gray Temple maze. That revelation struck directly at his pride, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment and confusion that he could not hide. While tension lingered elsewhere, the scene shifted to a peaceful European city. Vienna, Austria appeared under shimmering lights and ancient charm, opening a completely different chapter in Jinhyuk's journey. At a luxurious theater in the heart of Vienna, the orchestra was preparing to begin the performance. The bell rang, signaling the start time, raising the stage curtain in a solemn atmosphere, ready to lead listeners into the world of supreme music. The concert ended amid enthusiastic applause. The artists bowed to thank the audience, while the hall echoed with steady clapping sounds, proving the brilliant success of a memorable night's performance. Enchanted by the performance, the silver-haired girl could not contain her excitement. She smiled brightly and praised endlessly, while Jinhyuk quietly stood behind, his gaze contemplative. At that moment, an announcement appeared. He had just heard a masterpiece of an era. Immediately after, the mission board appeared, confirming that Jinhyuk had completed the requirement, attend 7 concerts. A journey outside of battle, yet full of strategy, had successfully concluded. Thanks to fulfilling the condition, the system activated the reward. Jinhyuk successfully copied the skills Perfect Pitch F and Understanding Instruments F. The girl accompanying him offered to buy the entire album, but he firmly refused, as usual unaffected by emotions or luxury. After the concert, a luxurious dinner was served on the table with delicate dishes. The peaceful, cozy scene in the upscale restaurant gave a feeling of temporarily setting aside calculations and confrontations. The silver-haired girl did not hesitate to order 2 of the most expensive bottles of wine. Her excitement and extravagance sharply contrasted with Jinhyuk, who calmly stood behind as a cautious diner, wasting nothing beyond strategic purposes. While cutting a piece of meat on his plate, Jinhyuk silently thought that everything in Europe was about to end. A mission status board appeared showing he was close to completing the culinary quest chain, a part of the plan to enhance personal skills before returning to Korea to prepare for the next step. Melina raised her glass, tilting her head slightly with a gentle curiosity. Although enjoying a luxurious dinner beside Jinhyuk, she could not suppress her curiosity about the reason behind the endless partying days. Her voice sounded like a subtly probing question, mixed with a hint of hidden concern about the true goal of this trip. Jinhyuk remained unshaken by Melina's suspicion. While chewing his food, he calmly replied with brief but certain words, revealing that everything had a reason and was not random. He advised her to enjoy the present moment, as if it were the calm before the storm. His answer made Melina laugh, easily accepting his mysterious invitation. As Jinhyuk's fork pierced the fresh salad, a narration appeared like a memory etched in his mind. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials was the Fairy Forest, a place both mysterious and dangerous, holding opportunities few noticed. Amid the magical natural scenery, vigilant spirits guarded the enchanted forest. However, instead of fighting or overcoming challenges, simply staying in the forest for 90 days would automatically open the gate to the next floor. The challenge was not strength, but patience and strategy. Many players chose to visit the 6th floor just to check in, then hurriedly moved on to other floors with more experience points. They overlooked the forest's potential simply because they did not see immediate benefits, inadvertently missing special opportunities there. However, Jinhyuk was unlike other players. His eyes gleamed with determination as he smiled confidently. He understood that each floor in the tower held its own opportunities, and this time, he would prepare everything thoroughly before starting. Amid the lavish party, an unexpected electronic notification appeared. A video call from outside was received, and a familiar cold face appeared on the screen. Without many words, the man simply said, "We are ready." The moment to act had arrived. A dazzling, swirling light appeared in midair, opening a giant teleportation gate. The surrounding figures watched attentively, while the space trembled from the powerful magical energy about to transport Jinhyuk and his team to a new land. As the teleportation completed, Jin-hyuk and the old wizard appeared at their destination. While his companion was still dazed, Jin-hyuk stood upright, observing around and silently nodding the wonder of teleportation magic, a promising means for the upcoming journey. Before them was the class temple, the busiest center of the third floor, where players chose their first role in the tower climbing journey. The atmosphere was lively, people coming and going, each carrying a dream to become strong. And here, a new phase of Jin-hyuk's plan officially began. Most players came to the class temple to meet the priest and select a class suitable for themselves, from swordsman, mage, to archer or assassin. While they focused on the bright light of the skill board, few noticed the secret lying deep beneath, a sinister maze known only to those daring enough to explore it. As soon as he stepped into the gathering area, Jin-hyuk was immediately recognized. A familiar voice rang out solemnly, "You're here." Kim Giddy stepped forward with a smug smile, accompanied by two teammates. He quickly confirmed Jin-hyuk's timely presence, showing that this event was not just a mission, but also held important strategic significance for him. Giddy introduced the team that would participate in the raid. Leading the group was Lee Yongkwon, captain of the second raid team, who proudly extended his hand to greet Jin-hyuk with politeness and respect, marking the meeting of two experienced leaders. Lee Yongkwon could not hide his excitement facing someone he had long admired. Enthusiastically, he said he had followed every video Jin-hyuk posted on YouTube, making Jin-hyuk slightly embarrassed but also quietly realizing his fame was spreading. Soon after, other team members also did not hesitate to show their admiration. Ha Yonsu, the support dealer and the team's main healing mage, introduced themselves and asked for autographs. The atmosphere quickly shifted from tense to excited. Seeing the excited scene, Kim Giddy half smiled and half scolded. "Does everyone think this is a fan meeting?" His humorous remark brought the atmosphere back to the reality of the mission. Kim Giddy seriously shifted focus to the main task. Although Yongkwon was nominally the captain, all decision-making power in the maze would be held by Jin-hyuk. He was also allowed to keep any rewards found, a proposal affirming absolute trust. Giddy requested only one thing, that they complete the maze. The words were spoken resolutely, like a commitment and a reminder of the mission's importance. Jin-hyuk slightly smiled, inwardly thinking that if Giddy tried any tricks he was ready to send him off with one punch. But clearly this time it was unnecessary. Calm and confident, he replied, "Leave it to me." After completing introductions and team assignments, the group temporarily split to rest. Under the bright sunlight shining on the Grand Palace, the promise to meet again at the gate within 30 minutes sounded like a signal marking an important turning point. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk alone climbed the steps of the giant palace, where choices shaping fate were decided. Each step was a clear sign of firm determination guiding him toward a different decision. Before him, the female priest radiated a sacred aura as if clearly showing her guiding role. With a gentle yet powerful voice, she reiterated the unchanging rule of the Tower of Trials. To become stronger, players must choose a class. The female priest raised her hand, magical light gathering in her palm. Her eyes showed solemnity as she posed a sacred question. "What path do you seek?" An invitation to open one's destiny. As her words ended, a series of class choices appeared around Jin-hyuk in shimmering blue light. Each symbol represented different paths, from assassin to archer, as if waiting for the choice of someone stepping out of the mold. Jin-hyuk carefully looked at the options, his heart slightly wavering. He silently reminded himself that he had used popular classes enough in the past through supporting characters. Now, what he needed was a distinct path, one that no one had yet explored. With a flick of his hand, he ordered the system to display classes in order of least chosen. A series of strange icons appeared, analyst, chef, sculptor, all evoking the uniqueness he was seeking. His gaze stopped at a rarely noticed icon, Barrier Master. Although considered difficult to use and rarely chosen, Jin-hyuk smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly what he needed, a challenging and completely new class. Recalling the museum and maze, Jin-hyuk had witnessed an opponent using barrier skills with utmost pride. That feeling now became the fire driving him. This skill would be what he used to surpass that once arrogant rival. With eyes shining full of calculation, Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and gave a cold smile. He chose Barrier Master not only for its tactical potential, but also to crush his opponent's pride. The system confirmed the choice. He had officially accepted the Barrier Master class mission. Just as Kang Jin-hyuk left the class selection area, whispers rose around him, catching his attention. His keen ears picked up waves of murmurs stirring in the air. Something unusual was happening. Looking up, Jin-hyuk spotted a group of strangers dressed in vintage style, attracting the crowd's attention. He squinted, wondering who these newcomers were that caused such a commotion here. Footsteps sounded steadily as a member of the stranger group walked straight into the central area. In a solemn tone, he asked directly, "Is Kim Giddy of Guild Warriors here?" Information became clear. This was the Guild Samurai, an organization rising as a new force. The leader's cold face showed seriousness as he declared wanting a private conversation with Kim Giddy. Not letting it slide, Kim Giddy immediately stepped forward angrily and shouted, "What are you people doing here again?" His words, full of anger and warning, reminded that Guild Samurai had been banned from participating in the Grey Temple raid. Facing that harsh attitude, the Guild Samurai leader remained calm. With a sigh, he reminded Kim Giddy that the repeated failures of Guild Warriors were the reason the public lost trust in them. Stepping forward, the samurai pointed sharply at the reason for Guild Warriors' existence. With a contemptuous smile, he sarcastically questioned, "Instead of monopolizing a maze they cannot conquer, why not cooperate for humanity's future?" Those sharp words pierced Kim Giddy's pride like a dagger. His face twitched, mumbling angrily but unable to refute the convincing yet provocative argument. From afar, citizens and other players began whispering among themselves. Their eyes focused on Kim Giddy, who was no longer a symbol of strength but an object of doubt and gossip. And then the truth was confirmed. That was Guild Samurai, currently the fastest-growing guild. With top-level coordination and superior information gathering speed, they were becoming a strong candidate to surpass Grey Temple, the place where Guild Warriors had failed countless times. Amid the surrounding murmurs, Kim Giddy clenched his teeth, thinking tensely. Helplessness was evident as he realized Guild Samurai not only appeared, but also began influencing public opinion, a preemptive strike seriously shaking his position. While immersed in pressure, Giddy heard approaching footsteps. A voice rang out mockingly, praising his level of fame. Doubt arose within him, for he knew well that reputation was gradually becoming a burden. The Guild Samurai leader, with a serious expression, closely observed the newcomer. In his mind, he could not hide his astonishment, wondering, was this really Kang Jinhyuk, Korea's famed S-rank, and was he cooperating with Guild Warriors? Kang Jinhyuk suddenly spoke up, half serious, half sarcastic. Although he said he didn't intend to eavesdrop, he bluntly pointed out the flaws in the opponent's argument. The gentle sarcasm in his words made the samurai look embarrassed. Sensing the provocation, the samurai showed clear anger. However, Jinhyuk remained unshaken. He smiled and delivered a sharp remark. To him, the Guild Samurai were no different from other incompetent people. Jinhyuk's insult caused a member of the Guild Samurai to explode with rage. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, intending to step forward and rebut. The atmosphere grew tense, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Cold but no less arrogant, Jinhyuk continued to pour fuel on the fire. When the samurai asked if they were not competent enough, he bluntly denied it. Not enough, but completely non-existent. Jinhyuk's bitter comments stunned the nearby newcomers. They wondered, if the Guild Samurai were rated so low, didn't that mean they themselves were at an unacceptable level? Facing the relentless attack, the leader of the Guild Samurai sneered. He declared he didn't care about Jinhyuk's judgment because they held a trump card, a person far superior to Jinhyuk in every aspect. Jinhyuk was unfazed by the confident declaration. He turned around, his eyes cold, and asked directly, "So who is that person?" A seemingly simple question, but full of provocation and challenge. The Guild Samurai leader smiled arrogantly, his eyes flashing confidence as he began to introduce. His tone, half boastful, half challenging, revealed that they held a strategic card the opponent could not underestimate. With a smug demeanor, he slowly drew his sword from his shoulder and announced the trump card he believed would command respect, a hardcore gamer who had reached the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. As the words echoed, light flared behind Kang Jinhyuk, who stood silently and coldly at the front, showing no reaction. Kang Jinhyuk tilted his head, his gaze contemplative upon hearing 30th floor. For someone who had dominated the tower's peak like him, it was unimpressive. But the fact that the opponent boasted about a familiar milestone made him start reevaluating the implications behind that introduction. A hidden wave was forming beneath his calm expression. A smile full of meaning spread across the mysterious character's face. The voice sounded as if about to reveal a trump card. In the tense atmosphere, he said, "We have a true hardcore gamer," the warrior-like figure proudly announced. Among their ranks was someone who had reached the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials, a milestone far beyond the capability of most. Jinwoo silently turned his head, his eyes flashing with caution. The 30th floor, that number made him momentarily stunned. Memories and inner assessments began to stir beneath his calm expression. The declaration immediately spread like waves, causing the crowd to buzz. Someone exclaimed, "I heard they have someone who climbed to the 30th floor," and right after, admiring and skeptical looks spread among the crowd watching Jinwoo. The one claiming to have experienced the 30th floor did not stop at boasting. He affirmed they held strategic information about the current area, information no one else had, an invisible but powerful weapon. He clenched his fist, his voice resounding with iron determination. "We will use that knowledge to become the first heroes to save humanity from the Tower of Trials." A grand declaration, full of righteousness, yet dramatic. A cunning smile suddenly appeared on his face, breaking the heroic atmosphere just built. "And if we get rich in the process, that wouldn't be bad, right?" Causing Jinwoo to silently observe with sharp eyes. A cunning smile suddenly appeared on his face, breaking the heroic atmosphere just built. "And if we get rich in the process, that wouldn't be bad, right?" Causing Jinwoo to silently observe with sharp eyes. A ding sound rang out as confirmation. The system affirmed that the opponent was telling the truth. That did not mean he was right, only that he absolutely believed in what he said. Jinwoo once again activated Eye of Gluttony, directing his gaze at the warrior. With a slight smile and piercing eyes, he thought silently, "Then, let's verify, shall we?" Jinwoo's blazing red eyes flashed fiercely. The Eye of Gluttony ability pushed to its limit, scanning every hidden line of information behind the appearances of surrounding opponents. The status screens of the two strangers appeared clearly in his sight. Every stat, skill, and level was exposed. Jinwoo not only looked, he analyzed. Jinwoo's gaze became sharp as a blade. That cold look was not mere observation. It was a strategic assessment from a hunter stalking prey. Amid the data waves, Jinwoo silently seethed. He searched for the source spreading false information and suspected who stood behind these blatant lies. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the crowd. The tense atmosphere compressed in an instant as he appeared, silent, bowing his head, like a silent confession under Jinwoo's piercing gaze. Jinwoo's eyes still shone brightly. Now, his analytical ability advanced another step. He shifted from observation to activating a higher-level skill, preparing to unlock the truth. A skill icon appeared before his eyes, limited future vision, a rare ability allowing Jinwoo to glimpse upper floors depending on his current level, opening a door to the future for those worthy. Jinwoo smiled coldly, full of excitement. His heart stirred not by danger, but because the game was about to become more interesting than ever. The game had shifted, and he held the trump card. The young man who stepped forward was panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. An astonished voice escaped. "Damn, you were right after all," a belated admission to the once doubted one. Elsewhere in the same team, cheers erupted. The trap did not activate and the loot was safely opened. The whole group stared at Jinwoo in amazement, the one who seemed to be one step ahead of everyone. Amid the friendly and excited atmosphere, the brown-haired young man, a newcomer, was trying to blend in with the group. He was welcomed by his teammates with pats on the shoulder as a true hero. But deep inside, he knew clearly the ability he had was just luck, and it was completely limited. He had decided to pretend to be a veteran warrior to be treated better. Recalling that decision, he felt no regret. His face twisted into a crooked smile, eyes flashing with confident certainty, not because of the truth, but because of the belief that he could deceive everyone. He not only thought so, but fully trusted his plan. With calculating eyes and a pensive expression, he reassured himself. If no one found out, then it wasn't a lie. Although sweat dripped from his forehead showing clear anxiety, he continued to play the role of veteran with full confidence. However, amid the thoughts lulling himself to sleep, Jin-hyuk's cold gaze, the one he considered unworthy of attention, seemed to see right through him. The feeling of being watched made him uneasy. Why did that guy keep staring at him as if he knew something? Jin-hyuk, with blood-red eyes flashing provocatively, spoke with a polite but meaningful tone. He praised the rarity of someone reaching the 30th floor, since until now, no one he knew had passed the 10th floor. These words were like a double-edged sword aimed straight at the hidden lie. The leader of the samurai group, wearing a confident expression, quickly confirmed the praise and emphasized the importance of information in this era. He made a clear proposal. Let them join the expedition into the tower. No more arguments needed. However, the muscular man standing behind was not easily subdued. With angry eyes and clenched fists, he growled that it was all just a cheap trick, and he was not easily fooled like that. But immediately after, that fierce gaze softened briefly. The man stopped, raising his hand in a contradictory gesture, as if signaling to stop, while also trying to convince himself to reconsider the situation. Jin-hyuk, not giving his opponent time to react, approached with a smug smile and a friendly pat on the shoulder. He gently teased that he should have said that earlier, no need for detours. Finally, he took the initiative to invite, "Let's go in together." The unexpected invitation stunned the man. His eyes confused, hand frozen midair. He couldn't understand why the situation had turned so drastically. All he could utter was, "Huh." Kim Giddy's face showed clear confusion and doubt. He couldn't believe his ears seeing the opponent easily accept the terms, while he himself was still spinning with unclear internal calculations. The young swordsman with a rebellious look laughed heartily, raising his sword as if he had found a soulmate in this battle of wits. He didn't hesitate to praise. "Finally, someone understands what I'm saying." Under the sunlight, his appearance looked even more wild and dangerous. From behind, Kang Jin-hyuk teased as he saw Kim Giddy walking heavily, not forgetting to jab with a promise to make a name if they got through the maze. That sarcasm made Kim Giddy go silent, feeling as if he had been pushed out of the game. The atmosphere became lively as Jin-hyuk's group and the veterans began entering the maze. Amid the chaotic crowd, shouts came from those who had opposed, but now they could only helplessly watch the decisive backs of those who had just seized control. Amid the moving crowd, Kim Giddy looked back with a troubled gaze. He had tried to stop everything, but now his silence was seen as consent. He wondered, what do I look like in their eyes now? Kim Giddy could no longer contain his anger. He shouted in confrontation at Jin-hyuk. He believed that if not for that sudden concession, he would have stopped the other group from advancing. His fiery eyes clearly showed he was not easily manipulated. Jin-hyuk gently raised 2 fingers, signaling as if lecturing. He shook his head sarcastically, saying that stopping them was useless. In his eyes, those people only craved a flashy title, heroes of humanity. Rage blazed fiercely in Jin-hyuk's eyes. He clenched his fists, laughing madly like someone awaiting the greatest comedy to begin. Shouldn't we let them taste it themselves, to see if being a hero while living off others is easy? Another player watching Jin-hyuk from afar had eyes flashing as if discovering something suspicious. Doubt arose in his heart. What exactly is this guy planning now? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's smile grew increasingly sinister. In another corner, a group of young knights also began heading toward the maze. One of them looked back, informing the person in charge that they would also set out. It seemed the domino effect caused by Jin-hyuk was spreading beyond his expectations. As the massive gates of Grey Temple opened, groups hurriedly entered the maze. Kim Giddy stood at the rear, eyes full of suspicion and caution. While others had stepped inside, he tried to remain calm, sensing the hidden dangers of the ancient structure. Inside the maze, ancient stone walls were covered with dust of time, cracked by countless marks left by predecessors. Flickering flames from ancient sconces made the gloomy space colder, as if this place had witnessed many tragedies. A member of the group pointed at a petrified statue, mouth exclaiming in horror. On that frozen face still lingered traces of panic not yet faded, proving the person had fallen while still struggling in despair. The group walked through corridors scattered with stone corpses, petrified bodies lying everywhere. Someone asked anxiously about the possibility of healing, but the reply was a cold warning. Just meeting their eyes means your life is over. Despite the deadly atmosphere, the gray-haired swordsman kept a confident smile, pulling out an intricately carved shield. "Don't worry," he said, light radiating from the shield brightly in the darkness, a weapon prepared for this special situation, the Shield of Perseus. Looking at the shining metallic shield, Jin-hyuk only slightly frowned. In his heart, he mocked that the shield-bearer probably spent a lot to buy it, but he doubted whether he really knew how to use it properly. While the whole team was entering the maze, Jin-hyuk suddenly received a system notification. He had met the condition for the second reward, thanks to the title, First to Conquer the Tower. His eyes flashed with surprise mixed with caution. Not missing the chance, Jin-hyuk quickly tapped the notification, confirming the newly unlocked reward. His thoughts swirled with suspicion. Did this reward appear because I started my first career quest? The system announced. Jin-hyuk had acquired a new skill called Lunar Seal, a mysterious lunar mark that would only activate after completing the first quest. With it, barriers would deploy faster and stronger, greatly aiding upcoming defensive strategies. Alongside the main skill, the system also revealed information about another mysterious skill chain, Nameless Barriers, an ancient magic that can only be learned after collecting all the lost languages within the tower. Faced with this new prospect, Jin-hyuk's eyes lit up with surprise. Lost languages. As the group delved deeper into the Grey Temple maze, the torchlight illuminated ancient characters deeply carved into the rock walls. Jin-hyuk, who had climbed to the tower's summit, was amazed to recognize these mysterious symbols he had seen before but never deciphered. Now, the special reward for the first to conquer the tower had revealed a new clue, the lost languages. The corner of Jin-hyuk's mouth twitched into a meaningful smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A part of the tower's mystery he had long sought seemed to be gradually unfolding, and he, more than anyone else, felt the value of each piece just found. Under the blood-red moonlight, Jin-hyuk's excitement surged intensely. A purple spark flashed in his eyes as if the tower's energy was responding. He realized that even after standing on the peak of glory, there were still many things unexplored inside this colossal tower. At the same time, elsewhere in the maze, a mysterious figure with long hair and a calm face stood motionless amid a fierce purple aura rising. He was summoning power, preparing for something, a ritual or an impending battle. A shockwave spread out, causing one nearby player to shudder suddenly. He sensed something unusual was happening and instantly reacted with sharp, wary eyes. Without hesitation, a team member whispered into a comrade's ear. The secret message conveyed urgency and coordination within the team. Two pairs of eyes met, serious and ready to face the emerging threat. The entire team immediately switched to combat mode. The shout "Prepare to fight" rang out, and footsteps thundered forward in unison. The surrounding atmosphere tensed like a drawn bowstring. From deep within the maze, a piercing screech echoed, heralding the appearance of a giant creature, a blazing red serpent with fierce eyes. "It's a giant cobra!" someone shouted. Everyone quickly took their positions, maintaining tight formation to confront the charging monster. The atmosphere boiled as the captain ordered, "Crush its spirit!" Instantly, the front line surged forward with overwhelming momentum. The clashing of weapons rang out rapidly, creating chaos but united resolve. "Main damage force attack!" The command to strike was given. Behind the main formation, mages were ready. Waves of magic fired like firestorms, blazing energy spheres hurtling toward the serpent. Each understood their role clearly. No one was allowed to falter when life and death were decided in this brutal maze. Amid fierce explosions and blazing flames, the collective strike from the mages landed directly on the giant serpent's head. The energy wave burst caused the monster to roar, signaling the start of a deadly battle in the maze. Responding to the attack signal, the vanguard warrior shouted loudly, his shield glowing brightly in hand, leading the charge into the battlefield. Behind him, teammates followed closely, ready to coordinate in a breathtaking all-out assault. Unfazed by the serpent's terrifying size, the warrior leapt into the air, aiming straight for the monster's head. The enemy's breath was close to his ear, but his eyes shone with utmost determination. The shield glowed brightly, energy concentrated into a thunderous punch. In an instant, he spun midair, preparing to deliver a finishing blow that channeled all his power into the monster's weak spot. The shield strike slammed directly onto the serpent's skull, producing a resounding smash. The tremendous force of the attack shook the entire creature's body. Its head pressed down onto the shattered tile floor amid a cloud of dust. From afar, amidst the crowd, a figure in red watched the scene with astonished eyes. Though accustomed to fierce battles, he couldn't help but exclaim at the overwhelming display. "Truly amazing." Another member of the warrior team, standing beside a female comrade, couldn't hide his confusion. His eyes followed the fight ahead before slowly speaking. "They're so strong, we have nothing left to do." While the other warriors fought with all their might, the blonde-haired young man stood dazed. He clenched his fists, eyes cast downward, and silently sighed with self-reproach. "Damn, I'm really useless." Observing his teammates' dejected mood, Jinhyuk quietly commented. In his eyes, the self-proclaimed elite warriors were still too weak. If they faltered at this stage, they had much training ahead. Though trying to maintain a calm expression, Jinhyuk couldn't hide a slight disdain. He thought to himself that if it were Alice, she could take down this snake in less than a minute, and that was being generous. On the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, a heavy iron door with a complex rotating lock appeared, posing a challenge not only of strength but also intellect. An annoyed voice echoed from inside. Clearly, someone still hadn't figured out how to open the door properly, and the guide's patience was wearing thin. A purple-haired girl with an embarrassed smile tightly held a red staff, trying to memorize every detail. She was determined to learn as the guide said he would demonstrate again. With a serious yet pressured demeanor, she was instructed to bow and chant precisely, as if performing a ritual that required perfect execution. Amid black smoke and mysterious red light, an imposing figure appeared, a dark woman with blazing red eyes and an overwhelming aura. With a cold, commanding voice, she pointed forward, issuing the order, "Obey," like a spell that froze the surrounding air. Her power and dignity silenced others into submission. Back in reality, the young girl applauded admiringly after the guide's impressive demonstration. However, a gentle reminder came with a teasing smile. No matter how well she learned, the fundamental difference between them remained. One side possessed absolute strength. The other was an apprentice struggling to prove herself. After assessing the situation, the armored warrior with his hair tied high pondered deeply. He did not speak immediately, but his serious expression showed a decision was forming in his mind. The whole team was waiting for his command. At the fork in the maze, the exploration group found themselves in a dilemma. The dim light and dark corridor made the group pause. The brown-haired warrior furrowed his brow and looked up at the ceiling, voicing the question everyone was pondering. Which way should we go? Without a word, the commander nodded slightly, then turned around, his sharp eyes seeming to have decided the direction. The companion beside him remained silent, clearly worried about that firm confidence. The group's gaze focused on the left side, where light filtered through cracks in the rocks, creating a sense of safety. The path looked like a comfortable choice with no threats, an ideal direction based on survival instinct. In contrast to the brightness, the corridor on the right was plunged into thick darkness. The shadows swallowed the view, allowing anyone to imagine traps or ambushes lurking behind. Tension was evident on the face of the one with the ability to see the future. The current scene did not match anything he had seen before. The uncertainty made him hesitate, silently wondering what he should do. About to make a decision, the young man slowly said, "Go left," but his trembling voice reflected uncertainty. However, immediately the warrior ahead confirmed, "Left path, as I thought." A young teammate expressed admiration. With an excited gesture, he praised the boldness of this decision, believing only veteran gamers were subtle enough not to choose the seemingly more mysterious and dangerous path. With an innocent smile and trusting eyes, he spoke as if entrusting the team's fate to a stranger. Although he did not know the other's identity clearly, his intuition told him this person understood the maze's rules better than anyone else. Two warriors, one experienced and one young, nodded in silent agreement. The atmosphere between them was no longer doubt but mutual recognition, a budding rapport full of potential for the journey ahead. A decisive voice rang out in the dark space of the 5th floor of the challenge tower. Without hesitation, the commander ordered the team to turn left, affirming the decision at the fateful fort. The group began moving according to the given order. No one spoke. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in unison through the cold corridor, blending with the invisible pressure gradually weighing down. Takshi glanced at the person behind him. His feet kept moving forward, but inside he felt uneasy. The future-predicting ability he once trusted seemed useless against this maze. One member observing Takshi from afar sneered disdainfully. He could not believe the group's decision to choose what seemed like the safest path. A decision too ordinary. Yet in his eyes flashed a fierce red light, as if he knew the terrible secret hidden behind both paths. To him, whether left or right, all led to one outcome, a hell with no escape. Ahead, a sudden red light sliced across the corridor like a blade of light cutting through space. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise, eyes fixed on the beam crossing their path. Without any explanation needed, another member recognized the true nature of the danger ahead, a laser beam, and before anyone could react, that deadly light rushed straight toward them. Takshi frowned slightly when he heard his teammate call his name. While everyone began to worry, he gently dismissed the suspicion, thinking it was simply a basic trap in the maze. However, harsh reality immediately disproved that assumption. Not just one but countless laser beams were activated simultaneously, forming a deadly network crisscrossing the entire corridor, locking all escape routes. The scene before the team left them speechless. The dazzling red light swept through the space like a ghostly web. In a daze, one member exclaimed in panic, unable to understand what was happening. As soon as the magic infusion shield was activated, the group hurriedly concentrated their defense behind large shields. The magic created a protective dome, trying to block the incoming wave of energy beams. Shouts rang out amid the pressure. "It's coming! Block it!" The blazing beam rushed at a speed too fast to react to. One player took the full hit, his body leaning back in pain. The defense was pierced. A scream of agony mixed with the harsh sound of magical energy echoed. With a tense face, a commander shouted loudly in the chaos, "Damn it, it's breaking through!" In the critical situation, he did not hesitate to order, "Transfer more mana immediately," a faint hope to reinforce the shield before everything collapsed completely. The front line gradually fell into chaos as beams sliced through the space. The gray-haired warrior quickly shielded Takshi, shouting, "Takshi, behind me!" With a strong arm and a shield radiating a crimson glow, he charged forward, resisting the destructive force pouring down. A member of the group gritted his teeth in anger upon realizing all this chaos was the result of Kang Jinhyuk's choices. Rage exploded in his mind. "It's all because of that bastard Kang Jinhyuk, but don't think you'll leave here alive." As the piercing sound echoed from the laser beams cutting through space, Takshi's eyes widened, showing a bright red exclamation mark, a sign of an important change. His intuition sensed something unusual was happening, beyond all previous predictions. Amid the misty energy space, a strange light gathered around Takshi's hand. Ancient magical characters appeared and spun around his finger. The system announced the destiny notification. "You have begun the first-class transfer quest for the Barrier Master." Everything around slowed down as Takshi realized a flow of magic was converging toward another group. Amid the chaotic laser light, another mage began casting a spell, but this time it was no longer defensive, but an active intervention. Takshi watched in amazement as another mage pressed his hand onto a glowing magic seal on his chest. The casting posture was perfectly formed, as if he was beginning to activate some ultimate skill, something Takshi had never seen before. The magical light suddenly exploded around the young mage. A giant blue barrier appeared like a protective dome, blocking all surrounding energy beams. The system confirmed, "You have activated the insufficient physical barrier. The first condition of the quest has been completed." A scorching laser beam rushed straight toward Jinhyuk's group, but the newly summoned magical shield covered everyone with a glowing blue geometric structure, blocking the attack with absolute precision. The whole team stared in astonishment at the scene before them, glowing magical characters floating in space, forming a solid shield. A female mage stammered in disbelief at the wondrous sight before her, while the warrior beside her could not hide his amazement. Despite the raging red laser beams relentlessly attacking, the blue barrier remained steadfast. Each burst of light hitting the shield emitted a sharp zing sound, as if trying to pierce this absolute defense. Inside the shield, Jin-hyuk quietly observed the situation with calmness. Although he knew the current barrier was only the first step in the character class upgrade quest chain, for him, just completing the first condition, activating the shield, was enough to move forward. Jin-hyuk turned his back, leaving a command. "Stay inside this barrier." The brief but powerful words made the whole group freeze. The young warrior asked in shock, not understanding why he would leave the safe place in such a dangerous moment. With a half-smile full of meaning, Jin-hyuk revealed the reason. He needed to obtain a special item. The hidden quest required dodging laser attacks 300 times to receive the reward, and he had no intention of missing this rare opportunity. Those words stunned two team members. Both shouted in worry and confusion. The truth about the hidden quest made them unable to understand why Jin-hyuk was so reckless amid the deadly laser rain. Stepping out of the barrier shaking from impacts, Jin-hyuk calmly stood amidst the sea of deadly light, challenging anyone daring enough to try. With a composed face, he encouraged those around him. "If anyone wants to try, step forward. It's not as hard as you think." When the red light reflected in his sharp eyes, Jin-hyuk chuckled silently. Beneath his calm exterior was a well-planned strategy. He was not only dodging for the item, but also to showcase his power and shake the opponent's morale. A snap of fingers echoed. The small sound resonated in the tense space like the signal to start a deadly dance, where Jin-hyuk was ready to dance among the beams of death sweeping the path. A scorching laser beam swept across the space, tearing the air with a sharp sound. On the cracked tile floor, traces of magic passed like an invisible blade, leaving scorched marks and dust flying everywhere. Kang Jin-hyuk glided through the laser field with a skillful leap. His cold eyes followed the rhythm of the red light's movement, his body tilting along the trajectory as if memorizing every attack direction. Amid the dense, deadly light matrix, Kang Jin-hyuk bent through the narrowest gaps. He spun midair, his movements light and precise to an almost surreal degree. "Not too hard," he said, as if this were just a morning exercise. The young knight's eyes widened in amazement. He could hardly believe his eyes in this deadly maze. Kang Jin-hyuk not only dodged skillfully, but also smiled. Only one thought remained in his mind. "This is crazy." On the Samurai Guild's side, completely opposite to Jin-hyuk, members were panicking and shouting. They swung their shields, chaotic amid the interwoven lights. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk smoothly weaved through each beam like a dancer performing amid chaos. Under the pressure of relentless attacks, Kang Jin-hyuk laughed. His face glowed in the red light of the laser beams. While others struggled to survive, he enjoyed the challenge as if true joy only began at the most dangerous moment. In another area, Yongkwon turned to ask Kim Giddy with concern. Was letting Jin-hyuk dominate the situation such a big loss? Worries about benefits and power began to creep into the battlefield. Kim Giddy remained calm, his voice deep and experienced. He told Yongkwon that he was too young to understand that sometimes accepting losses is also a strategy. His gaze looked forward, as if seeing beyond temporary victory. Under the shadow of the ancient hall, Kim Giddy continued analyzing. If one cannot completely overpower the opponent, a smarter way is to avoid direct confrontation. Retreating at the right time, that is also a kind of strategic wisdom not everyone possesses. While the elders discussed tactics and power, Kang Jin-hyuk kept moving. His image flashed through the beams of blazing red light, decisive and sharp, evoking a sense of rhythm, as if he was dancing to music. In the moment he dashed through the blazing red lasers, Kang Jin-hyuk realized the deeper meaning in Kim Giddy's words. Amid the deadly web of beams, he understood that sometimes evasion is not cowardice, but a strategy to gain advantage. The final step echoed through the dark corridor as Kang Jin-hyuk stepped beyond the deadly light maze. A system notification appeared. He had just completed a hidden quest, opening the gate to a worthy reward. Amid the shimmering light emitted from the magical red stone, Jin-hyuk smiled with satisfaction. In a relaxed tone, he rewarded himself after the life-or-death challenge, with the burning flame in hand, a mysterious and powerful prize yet to be unlocked. A shout from behind made Jin-hyuk turn his head. The cold expression on his face clearly reflected surprise mixed with caution, as if he had just stepped off the battlefield but was not yet out of danger. A member of the Samurai Guild clutched his scorched arm, desperately screaming in intense pain. The laser piercing through the defense had left devastating consequences. His arm was almost completely burned away. The scene became chaotic. Members of the Samurai Guild fell scattered, some injured, some dead. Shouts calling for healers echoed in panic. Yoshida was dead, and the formation was broken. Amid the chaos, the samurai captain clenched his fists tightly, shouting orders to regroup. Sweat poured down, his eyes burning with anger. He tried to stay calm to count casualties, hopping to salvage some remaining dignity. Jin-hyuk stepped into the wreckage with a cold but cutting tone. He calmly announced that the barrier he erected could only hold 30 people, so the Samurai Guild was not allowed in. The fake "oh no" only made his words more bitter. Rage flared in the samurai captain's eyes. He gritted his teeth and roared with fury. Before him stood someone indifferent, watching his comrades be destroyed and calmly saying so. The anger turned into accusation. The captain pointed at Jin-hyuk, accusing him of knowing about the trap but still letting them fall into it. In response, Jin-hyuk did not deny it. In fact, he admitted with a defiant smile, "Yes, what's the problem?" Faced with rising fury, the samurai leader could not keep calm, confronting Jin-hyuk's indifference. His anger exploded into harsh reproaches, emphasizing the heavy price his comrades paid, the lives lost to the deadly trap. Jin-hyuk coldly stared at him, unshaken. His tone cut like a sharp blade as he mentioned boasting about a hardcore gamer who conquered floor 30, indirectly mocking the opponent's incompetence and delusion. Jin-hyuk's gaze shifted to the trembling member who had loudly demanded to join his group. He emphasized that it was because of his disruption that he was allowed to come along, yet now he was blaming others. A sharp psychological blow that left him speechless. No longer calm, Jin-hyuk glared and scolded. He enunciated each word, cornering his opponent into helplessness. "Did I invite you to follow me?" The pressure from his eyes and words suffocated the enemy with their own mistakes. While the opponent was in disarray, Jin-hyuk maintained a cold smile. When threatened that the samurai guild would seek revenge, Jin-hyuk only laughed contemptuously, bluntly declaring those words nothing more than cheap jokes. Not stopping there, Jin-hyuk clenched the skill stone he had just received and raised his hand to summon power. He mocked, "Is this the time to threaten?" as if fully in control of the game. Then a hidden condition was triggered. 50% of the team died from the trap. The second condition was also met. The burning flame now belonged to Jin-hyuk. Immediately after, the real nightmare appeared. The guardian of Grey Temple, a fiery beast, awakened, carrying a fierce killing intent signaling a life-or-death battle. Faced with the unexpected situation, the leader of the samurai guild gritted his teeth in fury, while the survivors were extremely confused. The entire team was pushed into a desperate situation no one anticipated, only able to utter the hopeless question, "What the hell is it this time?" Jin-hyuk, amidst the red smoke rising from the fire, still wore a devilish smile. He declared coldly, "If you want to mess with me, first survive." It was not only a challenge, but also a sentence for all who dared to confront him. From above, the blazing flames gathered into the shape of a giant serpent, its entire body covered with molten lava and glowing red stone scales. Like a living nightmare, it charged straight at the expedition group, forcing the entire team to instinctively retreat, trembling before the overwhelming presence of this creature. The giant snake hissed, emitting a piercing sound that burned the eardrums, revealing information from the system. This is the fire serpent, Medusa's loyal pet, level 55. With a body formed entirely of flames, all physical attacks are useless, making it a deadly challenge for any group not thoroughly prepared. As the fire serpent rose, the samurai guild team panicked intensely. The captain gritted his teeth, clutching his injured shoulder, struggling to stand and retreating while despairingly stating that they were still not ready for this battle. Behind him, his teammates had yet to recover their composure after the previous trap sweep. Amid the chaos, Jin-hyuk calmly approached the warrior holding the shield, his eyes sparkling with calculation. He spoke softly but with pressure, demanding the other hand over the item if he truly understood the seriousness of the current situation. The warrior was stunned, not fully grasping Jin-hyuk's intention, and blurted out, "Hand over what?" But Jin-hyuk gave him no time to think further. Immediately, he pointed directly at the holy shield the other was holding, an item clearly beyond the current owner's effective use. Jin-hyuk showed no mercy. He criticized the opponent's ignorance about the shield and decisively proposed handing it over to someone more worthy. In the hands of someone who does not know how to wield it, a sacred relic is just decoration, and he would not allow that to happen while death was looming to devour the whole group. The warrior angrily reacted fiercely, shouting to deny Jin-hyuk's words. He stubbornly refused to hand over the sacred relic to anyone else, no matter the danger. To him, it was a symbol of honor and power, and no reasonable argument could make him give it up. Just as the tension reached its peak, the fire serpent prepared to launch its first attack. Its entire body trembled, stone armor clashing with a resounding thud. From its throat, a massive fire blast began to form, threatening to wipe out everything ahead. In the urgency, Jin-hyuk coldly uttered, "So be it, you have made your choice." With no other option, Jin-hyuk decided to act. He extended his hand forward, cold air spreading with each movement, summoning the skill Ice Carving, giant ice spikes rising from the ground, surrounding him like an icy fortress, ready to face the destructive flames. Still wearing a dangerous smile, Jin-hyuk made his decisive move. He pointed a finger at his opponent, coldly declaring he would take the shield from his corpse if necessary. The warning was no joke, but a vow from someone standing on the brink of life and death, ready to act without hesitation. Blazing flames erupted erupted fiercely from the mouth of the fire snake as it activated the skill blazing spears. The fury transformed into a stream of fire that incinerated everything in its path, signaling an unavoidable disaster. Roars and blazing red light filled the corridor, while panic screams echoed. "El, look out!" The group members turned and ran desperately as the sea of fire surged forward like the wrath of an ancient god. Takshi gritted his teeth in endurance, his eyes sharp in despair. He realized the terrain was too disadvantageous, a straight corridor with no shelter. In that situation, escape was impossible. Amid the thick smoke, Takshi shouted to his teammates and immediately raised the magical shield. A red aura enveloped him, and Takshi firmly ordered the team behind him. "Do not leave my position." The shield shone brightly, forming a barrier within the raging firestorm. Takshi's body became a living wall, facing head-on the inferno sweeping forward, with sparks licking the edges of his cloak. Takshi screamed in anger and pain. "Takshi!" In that moment, his entire body was engulfed in waves of blazing red flames, yet his eyes remained resolute, bravely enduring the terrible assault. A choked scream echoed, "You must live!" Amid the fiery whirlwind, Takshi's final message to his companion, a heroic sacrifice to protect the group's hope for survival. After the fierce fire, the scene turned tragic. Charred bodies lay scattered on the walls and floor. Life was incinerated in an instant, leaving blood-stained ash streaks and cruel black smoke. The magical shield, once brightly shining on the battlefield, now fell to the cold ground with a heavy clang. It remained intact, a testament to the courage of the one who sacrificed for it. Takshi, his body scorched, stood alone like a living statue melted by hellfire. His body gradually collapsed, leaving the shield rolling beside him. The end of a sacrifice, but also the beginning of ignited hatred. When Jinhyuk's cold finger touched the still steaming fiery shield, an icy aura immediately penetrated the magical object. A distinct sizzle echoed in the silent space, and he calmly declared, "I told you you don't use it properly." Amid the ashes, Jinhyuk lifted the shield as if it had never been burned. With a mocking smile, he taunted the former owner. "What use is an artifact in the hands of an incompetent?" At the same time, item information appeared: Perseus Shield, an S-rank item that enhances effects based on the user's ability. Pride torn apart by fear, the brown-haired boy trembled and asked, "Who are you?" He couldn't understand how this young man could act as if he knew everything, beyond what any predictive skill could reveal. But Jinhyuk only smiled mysteriously, emphasizing his final psychological blow. "What? Can't figure it out with your wonderful future sight ability?" A statement enough to shatter all doubts in the opponent's mind. Collapsing amid the ashes, the man exclaimed, "Impossible! You can see my skills?" An unacceptable truth, that the confidence built on prophetic power was now completely shattered. In panic, he shouted, demanding answers. "Answer me! What do you have to do with the tower? I've never seen a future with you in it." His worldview, based on fixed timelines, was now erased by Jinhyuk. His face showed horror and doubt. A terrible shock struck his mind, that there was someone beyond all prediction abilities, breaking every logic he had once absolutely trusted. And as the fire-breathing snake coiled again, glowing like a burning sun, Jinhyuk stood firm. He whispered enigmatically, "It's a bit embarrassing to say," if ready to end all this chaos with just one move. The snake unleashed a second stream of blazing fire, a destructive flame spreading throughout the corridor. But this time, its opponent neither panicked nor dodged. No one fled, only a flash of light prepared for a cold counterattack. In the decisive moment, Jinhyuk activated the skill Glacial Sculpture. Frost exploded from his arm, ready to collide head-on with the fury of fire. The battle between two opposing elements officially began. The fiery attack from the giant snake surged forward like a flood of flames. But in an instant, Jinhyuk erected a massive sharp ice wall with his newly activated skill, stopping the blazing destruction just before it could engulf everything. Blue ice radiated around his palm, his gaze cold as steel. Jinhyuk faced the giant snake as if its presence was nothing but an annoying disturbance. "Can't you see we're talking?" Words without fear, only powerful disdain. Without waiting for a response, Jinhyuk leapt between the red fire and blue ice, unleashing a chilling slash accompanied by a loud shout. "Shut up!" A strike, both a declaration of dominance and a death sentence for the obstacle. With a single slash, the entire body of the fire dragon snake was immediately sealed within dense ice blocks, transformed into a beautiful icy masterpiece called Glacial Prison, imprisoning the fiery creature in complete immobility. A look of panic exploded on Kim Gitty's face. Jinhyuk's counterattack and control far exceeded his predictions, rendering everything once seen through prophetic ability completely meaningless. Jin-hyuk's voice echoed in the frozen space, cold as the skill he had just used. "You ask what relation I have to this tower." Along with that, the ice on the snake statue began to crack. Shards of ice shattered like crystal falling through the air, revealing Jin-hyuk in a relaxed yet absolutely authoritative pose. He smiled lightly and softly replied, "The truth is, I am a god who was expelled from this tower." Jin-hyuk's declaration stunned Kim Giddy. He stammered in disbelief, trembling as he repeated the word God, then whispered horrified thoughts about the rulers of the upper floors of the tower, who were supposed to be invincible beings. The eyes of the one possessing prophetic power now held only reverence. He realized that what Jin-hyuk displayed could not come from a mere human. He finally understood that the power beyond all bounds came from an identity beyond ordinary order. Fear turned into action. Kim Giddy immediately prostrated himself at Jin-hyuk's feet, screaming for mercy. The pride of one with the ability to see the future completely vanished before the authority of the self-proclaimed, exiled god. The fiery whirlwind roared down onto the battlefield, burning the surrounding space with intense heat. But instead of panicking, Jin-hyuk calmly stood facing that rage. With Perseus' shield in hand, he was ready to confront even a blazing hell. Still maintaining a cold calmness, Jin-hyuk raised his hand to unleash the icy power in his palm. Amid the fire dragon's rampage, his words were as sharp as the power in his hand. "Can't you see we're talking?" As if demons were unworthy to interrupt a divine conversation. With a decisive move, Jin-hyuk spun between the firestorm and launched a powerful counterattack. The blue ice cut through the fierce flames, carrying a single command: "Silence!" punishing anyone daring to cause chaos before him. In the blink of an eye, the fire snake that had incinerated an entire group of warriors was trapped in a gigantic glacial prison. Ice spread from all directions, locking every joint of the creature, creating a deadly work of art. Glacial prison, an eternal prison of ice. Horror was evident on the enemy's face. His eyes widened, his jaw clenched in despair. He had just witnessed his own fire magic being nullified with a single word and a flick of the hand. As the ice shards began to crack, Jin-hyuk spoke, the answer to the previous question. "You asked what relation I have to this tower." That question now marked the beginning of a truth beyond anyone's imagination in the room. With cold eyes, Jin-hyuk declared his identity, a god who had been expelled from the tower. The ice shattered around him as proof of an existence that could not be bound, a being from mythology, now returned with new ambitions. Those words left the opponent frozen. "A god," he whispered, barely able to believe his ears. The idea of the rulers of the tower's highest floors made his whole body tremble, not from cold but from divine fear. That truth tore apart his perception. In his mind, he pieced together the fragments of Jin-hyuk's superhuman power and finally accepted the horrifying reality. That is why his power surpasses all humans. Completely subdued, he bowed down to the ground without hesitation. "I did not recognize you," a plea uttered in panic. But Jin-hyuk did not seek forgiveness. He demanded obedience, a bond sealed by the flames of betrayal that would burn the soul of any who turned their back. After the overwhelming victory, the captain of the knights bowed before Kang Jin-hyuk, sincerely thanking him for saving them from disaster. He fully realized that without Jin-hyuk's timely intervention, the entire formation would have been wiped out. Though expressing gratitude, the knight could not hide his disappointment in himself. He blamed himself for not contributing significantly in the battle, feeling anger at his own helplessness compared to the absolute power Jin-hyuk had just displayed. Kang Jin-hyuk did not rush to accept the appreciation. With a thoughtful gaze, he reminded them that the danger was not over. The death of the beast was only the first step. The true threat, the master of that beast, would surely not let them be. The knight panicked as he realized the implication in Jin-hyuk's words. The sudden blaze of a torch in the corridor was a clear sign that a terrifying force was beginning to act. Someone was summoning darkness. A chilling hissing echoed through the maze as the blue-scaled tail of a giant creature silently slid by. No one had time to react. A new, stronger creature was entering the battlefield. Immediately, the knight ordered the team to prepare for battle. He shouted a warning that no one must look directly into the monster's eyes, as if it were a taboo that could lead to instant death. A curious member, not yet understanding the order, accidentally turned his head. His face showed confusion as he had not realized the danger lurking right behind him. In the blink of an eye, the cold, corpse-like hands of the mysterious creature clamped tightly over the victim's face. His expression was blank, and his wide-open eyes reflected helplessness. He had met the gaze of death. A horrifying scene appeared. The giant serpent eye of the creature hidden in darkness reflected the terrified face of the unlucky soldier. Small snakes coiled around its head like a sinister crown of death. The victim was completely paralyzed by the power of the gaze. In his final moment, what he saw was himself reflected in the blood-red eye, and his life seemed frozen before that absolute divine authority. The unfortunate warrior only managed to utter the name Medusa before his entire body turned to stone. His skin cracked and stiffened, leaving a frozen look of of horror in an eternal moment, the price paid for looking directly into the forbidden creature's eyes. Medusa did not stop there. With brutal power, she swept her giant tail like a storm. The attack not only knocked down the petrified warrior but also scattered his fragments everywhere, creating absolute chaos. From the survivor's perspective, Medusa stood towering like a goddess of vengeance. Her snake-headed tentacles writhed threateningly, while she spoke with contempt and fury at the humans invading her sacred temple. Medusa's piercing scream echoed throughout the great hall. Her blood-red eyes flashed madness as she shouted about the child that had been destroyed. At this moment, the system confirmed her identity. The final boss of the Grey Temple, Medusa, had officially appeared. A dense wave of dark purple magic burst from Medusa, causing the entire battlefield to sway. The remaining members braced themselves, retreating step by step while trembling under the terrifying pressure radiating from the female monster. Lee Yongkwon, despite the desperate situation, maintained his role as leader. He shouted loudly, calling the whole team to calm down. His voice was like a signal bell, awakening the fighting spirit amid the gloomy atmosphere. The skill Collective Command was activated by Yongkwon. Light spread around him like a general's aura, boosting the entire team. The morale and fear resistance of every member soared, a crucial preparation step for the deadly battle. A female mage immediately cast a spell, activating Lightning Bolt. Yellow electric magic flashed in her palm, ready to launch the first strike to open the fierce battle between humans and living mythology. The lightning bolt shot like a flash, but Medusa merely curled her lips. She easily dodged the spell with a contemptuous expression, simultaneously scolding the victim for incompetence. To her, all human efforts were nothing but meaningless child's play. Giving no chance for a reaction, Medusa swung her giant steel-scaled tail like a blade slicing through the air. Her fury transformed her into a raging form, ready to crush anyone who dared to underestimate the power of the snake goddess. Medusa's tail wrapped around Lee Yongkwon, hurling him into the air in anger. Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth and screamed, mocking the one who dared to despise her. Though once called a monster who only petrified, she now proved herself to be more, a being wielding destructive power. After the thunderous blow, Yongkwon collapsed to the ground, black blood spilling from his mouth. His whole body convulsed, showing the horrific damage caused by the recent attack. Despite being an elite warrior, he could not withstand the pure power of a high-level boss like Medusa. Meanwhile, the female mage teammate screamed in worry. She closed her eyes to avoid the petrifying gaze, but that also caused her to lose battlefield awareness. Before them, Medusa hovered amid black smoke, her eyes glowing bright red like a punishing deity. Medusa charged like a nightmare, swinging sharp claws that cut through the air. The combination of muscular strength and magical skill made each of her attacks a nightmare for anyone facing her. At that moment, a shield engraved with intricate patterns struck Medusa's face directly. The blow was strong enough to break her attack trajectory, her wide red eyes full of surprise. An unexpected counterattack cut short the monster's dominance. Not stopping there, the one who delivered the blow was Kang Jinhyo. He grabbed the shield and slammed Medusa forcefully onto the ground. The momentum of the strike caused Medusa to spin in the air, losing her dominant stance for the first time since appearing. Medusa's body slammed hard onto the floor, creating a shockwave that spread widely. Debris flew everywhere, and dust clouds billowed thickly. Jinhyo's unexpected counterattack made the entire battlefield hold its breath for a moment. He had just created a turning point in the desperate battle. As the dust had yet to settle, Jinhyo stepped out from the mist with his shield glowing red with energy. He ordered all teammates to fall back, his voice calm yet full of authority. "This monster is mine." Now the battlefield belonged to him. As the stone smoke still swirled around the desolate altar floor, Medusa hissed angrily and spun around to flee in chaos. Behind her, Lee Yongkwon was being supported by teammates in a critical condition, while other members hurriedly retreated under orders. Amid the dust and misty smoke, Jinhyuk silently advanced forward, his eyes shining with terrifying calmness in the eye of the storm. Medusa turned her head back, her voice harsh and challenging as she saw Jinhyuk still calmly looking straight into her eyes, something no mortal creature dared to do. Her words were both questioning and warning, yet contained an undeniable trace of unease. The system immediately responded. The special skill, Greedy Eye, was activated. A blazing red emblem appeared in midair, signaling that the petrification resistance status had been applied. With this effect, Jinhyuk was completely immune to Medusa's deadliest weapon, the petrifying gaze. Jinhyuk smirked, his eyes gleaming with sarcasm and dominance. He coldly uttered a provocation. "Maybe because you are too weak." This statement not only denied Medusa's power, but also asserted the arrogant confidence of someone beyond the ordinary. In response to the provocation, confrontation, Medusa bared her fangs in a cold smile, her blood-red eyes full of killing intent. She gritted her teeth and hissed like a beast defending its territory, acknowledging the disrespect but also showing that she began to see Jinhyuk as a true opponent. Immediately after, the skill Gorgon's Sphere was summoned. A burst of purple energy exploded around Medusa, increasing her magical power by 30%, but simultaneously reducing her speed by 15%. In the space twisted by magic, she roared, "Your death will be very painful." Not missing the opportunity, Medusa instantly used the skill Corrosive Liquid. The snakes on her head sprayed bubbling venom, emitting fierce killing intent as if preparing to melt her enemy. This was a devastating attack demonstrating her determination to crush Jinhyuk. Facing imminent danger, Jinhyuk quickly activated the skill Sword King's Step. A burst of speed made his body blur like an illusion, moving at a 70% increased speed. Amid the purple afterimages, he dodged the attack while mocking, "How do you expect to hit me moving this slow?" Unwilling to be outmatched, Medusa unleashed all her strength with the move Viper Strike. A slash carrying fierce magical energy tore through space, chasing closely after Jinhyuk. She used not only physical power but also unleashed the deadliest strike from the ancient serpent gods. But Jinhyuk was ready. The divine shield responded to its master, glowing brightly as if answering a summons. Energy from the ancient relic converged, preparing to block the fatal blow. This was no longer a battle between human and monster, but a confrontation between unmatched willpower and millennia-old fear. At the moment of deadly impact, Kang Jinhyuk activated a powerful defensive enhancement layer, raising both physical and magical defense by 300%. A dazzling net of light burst forth as the direct clash with Medusa's strike occurred, causing the monster to recoil in horror at the unimaginable resistance. Medusa screamed in rage inside, unable to believe her eyes. Despite unleashing Gorgon's Sphere with all her magical power, her attack was easily blocked by Jinhyuk's shield. This human, what exactly is he? Seizing the opportunity, Jinhyuk quickly switched to offense. Magical light gathered at his fingertips, emitting a blue-purple beam, signaling that a sealing skill was being cast. While Medusa was still preparing to exert her power, a strange symbol suddenly flashed on her forehead and abdomen. Hit by some mechanism, her body began to react strangely. In an instant, Jinhyuk moved away as if erecting a sealing labyrinth around his opponent. Smiling slightly, Jinhyuk touched his two fingers together, and the blue-green energy transformed into a stable energy structure. A system panel appeared. "You have activated the barrier, Sealed Coffin Barrier." A cubic barrier instantly rose around Medusa. Then, a system notification confirmed. The final condition to become a master of sealing was completed, successfully sealing a boss-level monster within the barrier. Inside the barrier, Medusa struggled violently. Magical energy burst from her body, striking the energy wall like a hammer, but the barrier held firm. She gritted her teeth and hissed in fury, enraged at being underestimated by a stupid glass wall. With brutal strength, Medusa roared loudly and concentrated all her power into a palm strike to break the barrier. The barrier cracked and shattered with a shatter sound, proving she was not easily trapped in a simple energy cage. Jinhyuk stood still, expression unchanged as pieces of the barrier fell around him. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, as if rating the recent effort as not bad. Not wanting to be passive again, Medusa shot forward like a demonic bullet. Her giant snake tail coiled, generating a terrifying thrust. Her rage transformed into power, ready to crush anything in her path. Amid the brilliant purple magical light, Jinhyuk exploded with power, charging like a living arrow. The energy from Medusa's attack swept across, but he dodged flexibly, leaving slam and wham sounds echoing across the battlefield. Not missing the chance, Jinhyuk used his momentum to accelerate and suddenly leapt. Meanwhile, Medusa began lifting her massive body into the air, preparing to counterattack from above, both ready for the next direct confrontation. In midair, Jinhyuk activated the skill Titan's Grip. His hands glowed bright red, covered with bolts of power, revealing a bold plan about to be executed. Upon landing, Jinhyuk did not hesitate to slam his hand hard onto the tiled ground. The force from Titan's Grip spread through cracks, causing the ground to fracture with a fierce crunch, a tactical preparation for the next strike. Following the ground slam, Jinhyuk reached out and grabbed a large cracked stone slab, lifting it with superhuman strength, creating a crack sound that echoed throughout the arena. Not stopping there, he used all his power from Titan's Grip to hurl the massive stone at high speed. 2 stone chunks flew through the air like tactical missiles, producing a loud whoosh as they sped toward their target. Medusa, just recovering from the previous clash, had to raise her hand to block. The stones struck her body directly, scattering dust and energy around. In her fury, she shouted angrily, "Fool!" Despite the relentless attack, Medusa maintained her inherent pride. Her half-snake body spun, creating a counterattack vortex that easily knocked away the stones. She declared confidently, "Attacks like this won't do anything." Jin-hyuk smirked faintly, unfazed by Medusa's mockery. He continued spinning, swinging another stone with his arm, coldly replying, "Then don't make me throw more stones." At that moment, a flicker of doubt appeared in Medusa's glowing red snake eyes. Though her appearance remained arrogant, her inner self began to waver. What is this? He keeps attacking, but not to cause damage. A terrifying realization gradually formed in the monster's mind. Kang Jin-hyuk charged forward, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Under the slanting light, his eyes showed no trace of killing intent, making every attack seem like just a part of a larger plan. He was playing a psychological game of chess with a monster everyone feared. Medusa hesitated. A rising sense of unease filled her as she realized Jin-hyuk had no intention to kill. In that moment, her blazing red pupils widened in shock. Something was off in the rhythm of the battle, a cadence she could not control. While Medusa was still wavering, a strange light began to spread beneath her feet. A massive magic array appeared, glowing brightly and covering the area like a long-prepared net. This was no random magic. It was a trap, precisely laid out line by line. Jin-hyuk slid lightly across the floor, the turning moment marking the final step in his calculated plan. He looked back, his gaze cold and his voice softly taunted. Finally realized, the price of carelessness was clear under Jin-hyuk's footsteps. The ashes of fallen comrades were used as materials to draw runes. Each step was an invisible stroke, each line completing a sealing magic that no one could break with the naked eye. Medusa panicked as she realized the terrifying truth. The runes on the ground were drawn from the ashes of those who had perished. A horrified expression appeared on her face as she understood she had been lured from start to finish like a pawn. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Jin-hyuk had activated the 3-star seal, sealed coffin, the sealed coffin barrier. A cube of light rose, locking Medusa in a confined space, sealing all movement and magic. A powerful suppressive force exploded, binding Medusa in black smoke and beams of light. Energy strands tightened around her like death shackles, crushing every attempt to resist. The once terrifying monster was now prey locked tightly in a cage. Jin-hyuk stepped forward slowly, a confident smile on his lips. He knew this seal was unlike any technique before. It was the culmination of preparation, strategy, and utilizing all resources in battle. "This time you can't break free," he whispered firmly. Medusa screamed in despair, her body thrashing violently but in vain. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk gently raised his hand, signaling silence as if soothing a rebellious child. "Don't waste your strength. Better stand still," he said softly, affirming victory was already in his hands. When the final task in the Class Master quest chain ended, a ding sounded along with a bright notification frame before Jin-hyuk. The system confirmed. He had completed all 3 necessary conditions to become a barrier master, marking a decisive turning point in his journey. Medusa struggled angrily within the light seal, growling in despair. Yet the system coldly explained, sealing a boss while it is still alive is extremely difficult. Most players choose weaker bosses on early floors to pass, but Jin-hyuk was different. The quest screen displayed an unusual message. He not only met the basic requirements, but also achieved a hidden condition, sealing a high-level boss while it was still alive. His finger gently pressed the yes button, confirming a choice leading to rewards beyond expectation. The next notification made the atmosphere freeze. Jin-hyuk not only completed the quest, but also unlocked a higher hidden class, Rune Interpreter. An ancient script icon appeared, swirling deeply around him as if affirming a new awakening. Seeing the skill description panel appear, Jin-hyuk swallowed hard. Rune Interpreter allowed him to grasp the true meaning of ancient scripts, turning them into seals twice as powerful as usual. It was not just power, it was a magical language he could rewrite at will. His heart pounded as he thought about the untapped potential. If such harsh conditions brought such great rewards, how many things remained undiscovered in this world? His mind surged with the will to explore and conquer even further. A strange energy swirled around his arm, tracing patterns of light as proof of his power transformation. Jin-hyuk stared intently at his new strength, an awakening with no turning back. With the lunar seal engraved on his hand, Jin-hyuk felt a clear change. Casting time was reduced by 25%, effectiveness increased by 30%. Now, what once required careful calculation could be unleashed as an instant reflex, more precise and ruthless than ever. Medusa, now completely trapped, spoke with unease. Her voice trembled, her blazing red eyes reflecting fear. "What do you intend to do with me? Kill me?" But the figure outside the barrier only tilted his head, seemingly indifferent to the question. A half-smile appeared on Jin-hyuk's face as he stepped closer. He teased coldly, "I don't know. Your skin looks like it would make a nice armor." The words made Medusa pale, her voice cracking in a mix of shock and fear. Usually, conquerors kill the boss to gain experience points and items. But this time, Jinhyuk did not deliver a finishing blow. He quietly stood outside the transparent cage, watching Medusa shrink in fear, showing no killing intent because his plan was not to kill. Jinhyuk analyzed the pros and cons. Although Medusa was a strong boss, killing her brought no real value. Once out of the temple, the petrification ability would vanish. Moreover, making armor from her skin would poison the wearer continuously, turning benefits into disasters. Instead of killing, Jinhyuk considered another approach, exploiting Medusa while she was alive. Standing before the coin market, he opened the shopping interface, selecting strange and rare materials, the beginning of a mysterious ritual taking shape. Each material was purchased for a total of 3,350 coins, including mantis lotus and blood from a three-horned goat. When the ritual was complete, a bowl containing black liquid and a sinister lotus flower were summoned, ready for a special purpose. Jinhyuk calmly held the bowl, stirring the strange mixture with a face full of interest. He showed no worry or surprise, as if everything was unfolding exactly as planned from the start. With the mixture in hand, Jinhyuk sat down, dipped his fingertip into the blood-like solution, and began drawing runes on the floor. The spiral strokes quickly connected into a summoning matrix, promising to open a link beyond the ordinary. When the mark was complete, the matrix immediately glowed bright red. Black lightning shot out in all directions, the air whistling. A notification confirmed Jinhyuk had used the seal to connect to a secret line, something only those who challenge limits dare to do. A mysterious figure appeared at the other end of the connection, wearing a white hat and simple glasses, with a refined appearance but eyes full of caution. This person, who hid his identity even from gods, was surprised to be contacted directly by Kang Jinhyuk. In response to probing questions, Jinhyuk feigned innocence. He grinned widely, tossed the bowl in his hand, and said he just mixed a few things randomly and accidentally opened the connection, a casual lie hiding the cunning intellect behind it. The man was not easily fooled. His eyes flashed blue light, his voice deepened. He asserted that even the gods did not know this connection path and demanded Jinhyuk answer truthfully. How did he find him? As if suddenly remembering something, Jinhyuk spoke up, pointing behind him. He casually announced that he was holding a monster, a calculated hint that startled the man on the other side of the screen before he could react. As the living Medusa was revealed inside the transparent seal, the collector was immediately shocked. A mythical creature still breathing, existing beyond legend, a living treasure no one could have expected. Jinhyuk smiled triumphantly as he witnessed the overwhelming reaction from the other party. He had anticipated that possessing a legendary creature like Medusa would stir the emotions of the man who loved Greek mythology, and indeed, desire was clearly visible in his eyes. While the man had not yet regained his composure, Jinhyuk calmly tightened his sword hilt. He declared he was preparing to finish what needed to be done here, implying a move that could change Medusa's fate, while inviting the other party to watch for fun, like a bloody spectacle. A cold smile and flashing eyes appeared on Jinhyuk's face. He drew his sword with killing intent erupting, activating the skill Grave of Swords, an extremely powerful attack skill used only in finishing moves, making the atmosphere suffocating. Terrified to the extreme, the collector immediately shouted for Jinhyuk to stop. He could not accept that such a precious creature as Medusa would be destroyed before his eyes. Greed and weakness made him willing to ignore all principles to prevent that from happening. Seeing the bait taken, Jinhyuk stopped and gave a half-smile. The recent event was not only a perfect performance, but also a test to determine bargaining value. The collector immediately changed his tone, seeing this as a golden opportunity to reach a rare agreement. With a polite but calculating demeanor, the collector happily proposed opening a spatial gate to lead Jinhyuk to his location. He no longer hid his interest and desire to meet directly to discuss the living asset. His eyes gleamed with hope, sensing a major turning point was about to occur. The meeting with Jinhyuk was not simply a transaction, it could be the start of an unforeseen chain of events. Calm and composed, Jinhyuk gently raised his hand, pale blue light emanating from his fingertip. Inside, he clearly understood. Everything was unfolding according to plan, and the hidden smile earlier was nothing more than a silent declaration of war for the next game of chess. A dazzling lightning bolt tore through the sky with a thunderous explosion. Swirling energy from the void signaled the appearance of a spatial gate, summoned by the mysterious figure, an act requiring not only power, but also affirming his status. Before Jinhyuk, twisted space formed a blazing golden gate, emitting a deep sound like a call of destiny. The brief but weighty invitation, "Enter," officially opened the opportunity for direct dialogue, yet also concealed deep schemes. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk stepped straight into the beam of light, leaving behind all ruins and dust. The wind swirled around the gate, as if escorting a brave soul into a world where all rules could be bent if one knew how to negotiate. Just one step across the spatial boundary, overwhelming light enveloped Jinhyuk. In that moment, he clearly felt the world shift, where ordinary laws no longer mattered, and everything would be rewritten from scratch. Jinhyuk's eyes widened as the new scene appeared before him. The stunned feeling was undeniable. This was not just another space, but a divine domain never recorded in the history of the Tower of Trials. Under the pink-tinged sunlight, majestic statues of Anubis gods guarded the entrance. A solemn voice called Jinhyuk's name, proving that his arrival had been foreseen, and this place was part of a greater plan. The mysterious man, walking slowly between two rows of towering columns, introduced this place as the White Oasis, the city of the Egyptian gods, located on the 42nd floor of the Tower of Trials. Every word he spoke carried not only information, but also bait for a deal beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Jinhyuk was surprised to have reached the 42nd floor earlier than expected, and this was also the first time he had seen the gods in person before reaching level 100. He expressed his surprise, as he had thought he would arrive at the Great Library, not a strange place like this, then made a sarcastic remark about the vacation. The elegant man responded with a smile, saying that he was not on vacation but working, and this was the residence of the Egyptian gods. He added that those gods were also very eager to meet Jinhyuk, as if everything had been arranged beforehand. Jinhyuk realized that the earlier words might imply that the man had discovered he had lied about being protected by the gods. The residents with divine beast forms in the city began to pay attention, silently observing the only human who had just appeared. Whispers arose as some started to gossip. They were surprised to see a human who had climbed to this floor in the Tower of Trials. The footsteps of the man in gray suddenly halted in the ancient square, in the unusually silent space, where only the sound of shattered pottery on the stone floor remained, signaling that a serious matter was about to be revealed. He turned around, raised his hand in a calm yet meaningful gesture, then asked Jinhyuk in a cold voice, "Mr. Kang, do you know where this is?" as if testing whether he truly understood the place he had just stepped into. In front of them was a huge black pit, as if something from the sky had smashed it, and he calmly pointed at it. "This used to be the Sphinx's place, but now only a desolate hole remains." His voice remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as a blade when revealing the cause of the destruction. "This happened after Anubis discovered someone dared to impersonate your name to commit fraud," and the dark figure of the god of death with blood-red teeth suddenly appeared, roaring like a warning bell. Jinhyuk showed no sign of worry, even sitting down to pick up a piece of stone debris, examining it while murmuring, "What a pity, this must have been a sculpture of very high artistic value." His tone was cold, but not without sarcasm. The man, an intermediary between gods and humans, continued probing, looking seriously at Jinhyuk and asking, "Aren't you afraid? The great power of the gods on the higher floors of this tower." Jinhyuk chuckled lightly, casually tossing the stone piece in his hand up, then squinted and replied as if unconcerned, "I don't know, should I be afraid?" Laughing, Jinhyuk brushed his hand as if dusting off his clothes, a provocative gesture, then spoke confidently with a hint of irony. "After all, this isn't even the 50th floor yet." Faced with that arrogant and fearless attitude, the middle-aged man's lips slightly curled, not in anger, but amusement, as if he had just heard a joke too funny to hold back laughter. Then he burst out laughing, a hearty laugh echoing in the tense air. Before him was a different kind of human, one who could challenge even the gods without blinking. From deep within the sacred architecture, a deep voice sounded with interest. A hidden entity was watching the recent scene, unable to hide satisfaction at how Kang Jinhyuk behaved, both reckless and fascinating. However, not everyone shared the same mood. A clenched hand radiated a blazing purple energy. It was a clear sign of rising anger, the wrath of a god at humanity's audacity. Anubis, the Egyptian god of death, could not tolerate the mortal daring to impersonate him. Roaring in anger, he accused Jinhyuk of abusing the sacred name. Meanwhile, Osiris, the god of resurrection, laughed joyfully, delighted by the ironic situation of his counterpart. From behind, Jinhyuk and his guide calmly observed. The official introduction was spoken, Anubis, the god of death. The atmosphere began to thicken as the deities started to appear directly. Unable to contain his fury, Anubis immediately launched a heavy attack aimed directly at Kang Jinhyuk, whom he considered a disrespectful sinner. The strike shattered the stone floor beneath, creating a resounding aftershock. Just as the situation became dangerous, a magical barrier was deployed in time. The guide clearly declared, "Kang Jinhyuk is currently a guest and protected under the tower's laws." Those words completely blocked Anubis's attack. Not stopping there, the silver-haired man glared at Anubis, his voice cold as a cutting blade. The tower's laws are absolute, and he challenged the god to see if he dared break the rules right before him. Above the throne, Osiris laughed incessantly, while Anubis could only grit his teeth bitterly. Jinhyuk's challenge threw the divine chamber into chaos, and for Osiris, today's reception had become a perfect comedy. Under sharp eyes, the guide secretly observed Jinhyuk. Despite the recent chaos, Jinhyuk stood unmoved without a hint of change in expression. He thought silently. That attitude was unlike someone new to the higher floors, as if Jinhyuk already understood the rules here. Unable to directly eliminate the offender due to legal constraints, Anubis stepped back. He summoned magic, declaring he would settle all grudges by following the law through a fair duel within the tower's framework. In his rage at being unable to directly finish Kang Jinhyuk, Anubis summoned his ultimate warrior, a champion, enveloped in blazing dark energy and deadly divine aura, signaling a life-or-death battle about to unfold under the strict rules of the tower. The champion, named Psychopomp, slowly emerged from a giant stone coffin, his eyes glowing eerily beneath an Egyptian headdress. The aura of death surrounded him, cracking the ground with each step, proclaiming the absolute power of a destruction machine chosen by the gods. The mysterious figure beside Jinhyuk quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Psychopomp was the strongest warrior Anubis was allowed to summon to face a player on the 6th floor, an opponent far beyond Jinhyuk's current limits. The gray-clad figure's cold reasoning confirmed. In his current state, Kang Jinhyuk had no chance of victory, but instead of intervening, he chose to observe, wanting to see how the one who often upends the tower's logic would handle this level-up challenge. Confident to the point of arrogance, Anubis set a cruel condition. If Jinhyuk could survive more than 5 seconds against his champion, he would be allowed to choose any item from the temple's treasure. At the same time, the system immediately displayed an official challenge notification from the god guarding the 42nd floor. Faced with this seemingly impossible proposal, Kang Jinhyuk did not waver. With a half-smile, he confirmed the condition: just hold out for 5 seconds. That was all he needed to turn danger into opportunity, true to his usual style. Wasting no time, Jinhyuk immediately accessed the marketplace system, a special virtual market for players. In front of Anubis's very eyes, he used a large amount of accumulated coins to make a surprising transaction. Transaction complete, Kang Jinhyuk purchased the legendary item, Royal Blood, for 2 million coins, leaving just over 1,000 coins in his pocket. A bold move showing he had long prepared to face such an unimaginable situation. Activating the special skill, Blessing of Stars, Kang Jinhyuk used Royal Blood as material and immediately began upgrading. In the radiant divine light, the item evolved into Sacred Royal Blood, the secret weapon he needed to endure the fateful 5 seconds. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk confidently pressed the yes button and officially accepted the Death God's challenge. A deadly battle between the player and the divine warrior began, where the tower's rules would be rewritten by human strategy and recklessness. As the battle started, Kang Jinhyuk immediately activated the special skill, King's Sword Step, charging at his opponent with explosive force that shook the surrounding space. The opening strike not only had terrifying speed, but also carried an authority beyond anyone's expectations. That strike was not merely a physical blow. It became critical due to the absolute clash between Jinhyuk and Anubis's champion. The system instantly responded, confirming the attack's lethal effect and adding massive damage up to 1,500% to the opponent. The scene shocked everyone. Osiris exclaimed in amazement, while Anubis was nearly speechless. A human who had only reached the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials could defeat the Death God's ultimate champion. Something seemingly impossible was now right before their eyes. While the gods were still recovering from the shock, Kang Jinhyuk smiled nonchalantly, his eyes cunning and full of meaning. He teased, "So now, which treasure should I choose?" fueling Anubis's anger even more. A sudden roar echoed, full of power and authority. "Anubis!" From afar, a new figure appeared, a deity with the form of a divine falcon and majestic aura, none other than Horus. In a calm but firm voice, Horus reiterated the commitment Anubis had personally made. As the sun god and representative of the tower's laws, Horus forced Anubis not to break the covenant in front of the witnessing gods. In uncontrollable rage, Anubis stomped fiercely on the floor, causing a violent shockwave. But no matter how intense his fury, the god of death could not defy the predetermined laws of the Tower of Trials. With no other choice, Anubis turned and left in simmering anger, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Horus watched him go, maintaining his role as enforcer of order, coldly observing without intervening. Keeping his promise, Horus turned back to face Kang Jinhyuk, softly apologizing for Anubis's outburst. He then offered to lead Jinhyuk to the treasure, a place containing the most precious items of the 42nd floor. The treasure door opened in brilliant light, revealing piles of jewels, divine weapons, and ancient relics sparkling. Before Kang Jinhyuk lay a rare opportunity to personally choose one of the divine treasures laid out before him. The temple's treasure was unveiled, light shimmering off ancient equipment, divine artifacts, and mountains of gold and silver. Each item bore the mark of divinity, revealing immense power, from sharp scythes and tridents to jewel-encrusted shields. Horus spread his arms solemnly, inviting Kang Jinhyuk to freely select any treasure from the hoard. His words rang out as a god's affirmation of honor. Choose what you desire. Standing before countless precious treasures, Horus maintained a solemn expression. He emphasized, a promise is a promise. Beside Jinhyuk, the mysterious old man in a suit silently observed, his eyes hiding a probing curiosity at the rare situation. Jinhyuk smiled mysteriously, his eyes gleaming with calculation. But instead of rushing to choose an item, he made another proposal, something unexpected by all the gods watching. When Horus tilted his head in confusion, Jinhyuk responded confidently. He declared that he was determined to reach the 42nd floor properly, as someone worthy of the destiny's choice. Before Jinhyuk finished speaking, he surprised Horus. Reaching out, the falcon-headed god showed clear interest. He wanted to make an offer, something beyond even the glittering treasure. Horus's voice grew warmer than ever. He promised to grant Jinhyuk a power greater than any treasure here, a position among the gods, becoming a floor lord, protector of a part of the tower. Horus raised the stakes further. Clenching his fist, he assured that if Jinhyuk accepted, he would not only gain power but also divine support, a ticket into the ranks of the divine beings. The silver-haired gentleman quickly recognized the seriousness of the offer. He knew well, choosing a side could only be done once during the entire tower climb, and now, a player only on the 6th floor was being favored by Horus to break the rule. A smug smile appeared on the old man's lips as he watched the developments. He whispered with delight, Kang Jinhyuk would gain the god's protection. And that was a very interesting move. When Horus made the tempting offer, Jinhyuk simply shook his head gently. The falcon god's eyes flashed with surprise mixed with doubt. The young man had refused a powerful opportunity without hesitation, as if it had never been something he needed. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk stepped into the dazzling light of the treasure. A confident smile spread across his lips as he spoke clearly. He did not need any god's help because his goal was to go further beyond this floor. The young man did not choose power from Horus, but pointed to the item he had predetermined. With a calm smile yet containing deep intent, Jinhyuk declared he would take his reward and leave immediately afterward. Horus watched Jinhyuk's figure, his eyes glowing red, not with anger but with rising interest. The falcon god bowed his head and smiled, a smile of acknowledgement. Before him was no ordinary human. After leaving the treasure, Horus strode back to the original area. The sound of footsteps pounding on the stone floor echoed, signaling the end of the dramatic encounter. Anubis, waiting in the upper corridor, immediately asked, "Is everything done?" With a calm expression, Horus nodded in confirmation. However, he did not forget to lightly scold Anubis for his hot temper causing quite a few troubles. Anubis, though seemingly displeased, quickly shifted to more important matters, the human's choice. Horus slowly revealed the shocking truth. Jinhyuk had chosen the ancient black egg. Immediately, Anubis appeared confused, almost unable to believe his ears. The black egg? Does he even know what that is? Under the blazing red sunset, Horus admitted that even he could not be sure whether that human fully understood the meaning of that item. However, there was one thing he could confirm, the tremendous potential danger hidden inside that object. A terrifying image appeared, the black egg lying amidst ruins and blazing red lightning. The glowing red eyes behind the stone seemed a sign of great disaster. Horus solemnly concluded, depending on how Jinhyuk uses it, the egg could bring catastrophe to all humanity. Elsewhere under the quiet night stars, a white-haired girl with pointed ears was looking at her phone. She froze when she read news related to the item Jinhyuk had just chosen, an ancient egg. A worried expression clearly showed on her face. Reacting to the pointed-eared girl's surprise, she voiced anxious reproach as she looked at the black egg shimmering with purple light on the table. She knew well the potential danger, for according to her knowledge, improper incubation could cause unpredictable consequences. Meanwhile, the male protagonist only responded with a surprised, really, as if not fully aware of the risk ahead. The girl continued to describe the worst-case scenario with a calm yet sarcastic tone. She lightly tapped the egg's shell, expressing concern that if this egg truly caused the entire city to be wiped out, the consequences would not only be a disaster, but also affect her shopping habits, blending fear with everyday routine. A strange moment occurred. The girl was suddenly sucked back into the ring the male protagonist possessed. Before she could react, her body vanished, leaving a brief sound expressing extreme surprise. Despite her indifferent appearance, her expression clearly revealed confusion. Sitting on the sofa, the male protagonist gently pulled his sleeve, completely calm before the fury emanating from the ring. Although the girl shouted that he should not arbitrarily put her back into the ring's space, he casually told her to stay in there for a while, showing his intense focus on what he was about to do, incubate the egg. The mysterious black egg began to glow strangely, emitting a purple-blue magical mist. The purple scales on its shell shimmered in waves of sparkling light, signaling a mysterious transformation being activated, ancient spiritual power starting to react. The male protagonist lifted the egg in his hands, his eyes shining brightly with fierce determination. For the first time in a long while, he felt genuine excitement. The blue flame surrounding him seemed to merge with the egg, evoking the sense that a sacred ritual was being performed by the hand of a worthy person. His face was shrouded in shadow, but his eyes glowed with an eerie deep blue light. He muttered to himself, "Must focus well." It was not just an action, but a ritual demanding absolute mental preparation, for he understood that careless mistakes could have terrible consequences. The egg trembled violently, its shimmering purple scales seeming about to crack, and the surrounding space shook with dense magical effects. A mysterious, ancient, and terrifying energy was preparing to break free from its shell, heralding an unprecedented event. In the freezing space atop a perilous tower floor, an eccentric yet enthusiastic explorer is engrossed in writing in his notebook. He, with eyes shining behind reflective glasses, reveals that the only knowledge about the ancients comes from a famous saying by the greatest hero in the tower, Pieces. Kang Jinhyuk, after mentally preparing and concentrating a large amount of mana, strains to channel energy into the ancient egg. Under the blazing light from his eyes and the brilliant blue energy waves, he repeats Pieces' quote, "Delicious mana is the key," as a way to affirm that the path he chose is correct. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk unleashes the first element, fire. His hand blazes, erupting with bright red flames that engulf the ancient egg. The intense heat seems to burn away all doubts and awaken the hidden potential inside the sleeping creature. Immediately, he switches elements, from fire to frost using the skill Ice Sculpture. The egg is now trapped between two opposing energy streams, as fire and ice simultaneously cover it, creating a rare magical reaction that stirs the entire atmosphere. Not stopping there, Kang Jinhyuk successively activates two more powerful skills, Blessing from the Stars and Pure Meditation. Under the influence of stellar energy and absolute spirit, the egg begins absorbing all the mana fluctuating in the air, like a hungry creature awakening from a long slumber. A voice rings out full of challenge. "That's delicious, isn't it?" Meanwhile, the egg emits increasingly strong tremors. Orange-red flames and yellow electricity wrap around it, while blue ice continues to hold firm. This energy mixture pushes the egg to its limit. At the climax moment, a brilliant light bursts from the egg. Jinhyuk, sitting right at the epicenter of the light, holds the egg tightly as the energy circle explodes. The blast is not merely a physical reaction, but the moment a life inside the egg is about to be born. With a sharp shatter sound, the ancient egg breaks apart, releasing a small black-furred creature with curved horns and cunning yellow eyes. It leaps out amid dazzling sparks, emitting a cry, "Kaya!" The vigorous birth of a legendary being carrying something no one dared to imagine. The ancient creature has finally hatched from the legendary egg. Jinhyuk watches it with fascination as the tiny being, with tiny wings and flickering flames on its back, begins sniffing around. It is trying to find the sweet mana it once sensed during incubation. Realizing this, Jinhyuk gently clenches his fist, his eyes shining with determination. He immediately gathers the remaining mana in the air, preparing to use his skill to create a suitable form for the newly born creature. Pure mana swirls around Jinhyuk's hand, gathering into a glowing sphere. He smiles confidently, ready to give the little creature its first gift, a reward carrying the mana soul it craves. The tiny creature opens its yellow eyes wide as the energy orb appears before it. Jinhyuk gently extends his hand, whispering as if soothing it, "This is your first gift." Confused by the sparkling treat, the little creature tilts its head and emits a puzzled tweet, then continues sniffing repeatedly. The familiar feeling from the orb draws it closer, instinct fueling its curiosity. Without hesitation, the little creature lightly bites Jinhyuk's hand, thinking it is the source of that sweet energy. This action makes Jinhyuk wince slightly, but he cannot hide his delight. The moment the mana gifted by Jinhyuk made contact, the system immediately recorded a rare event. Jinhyuk had stamped an unknown ancient creature. This was the first time someone successfully conquered an ancient, and this achievement was honored in the Hall of Fame, something no one had ever accomplished before. This resounding achievement instantly shook the entire tower. The powerful entities throughout the tower now focused their attention on Jinhyuk, who had just accomplished an unprecedented feat, taming a creature from ancient times. The system continued to suggest, if Jinhyuk named this creature, its loyalty would increase. He pondered silently while the little creature nestled beside him, wagging its tail as if awaiting its first recognition from its master. After a moment of observation, Jinhyuk laughed and named the creature Guguma, meaning sweet potato, based on its jet-black color and bright yellow eyes. In its master's arms, Guguma happily emitted continuous sounds, while Jinhyuk had only one worry, whether he had enough mana to feed this adorable but mana-hungry creature. As night fell, a ding sound broke the silence. Jin-hyuk stared at the new system notification appearing before him. In his arms, the newly hatched creature was still looking at the world with innocent eyes, unaware of what was about to come. The system notification clearly showed Rick Hennessy, one of the mid-level managers, had subscribed to Jin-hyuk's channel. This triggered an unexpected change. The commission fee dropped from 90% to 80%. In the quiet room, Jin-hyuk stood there, city lights behind him, reflecting on the familiar name that had just appeared. The next morning, while Jin-hyuk remained cautious, a subtle invitation came from the upper floors of the SWB building. A persuasive voice rose, beginning a new series of negotiations. Kang Byung-chun, director of SWB station, with a clever smile, made an attractive offer. He only requested Jin-hyuk to appear on a short interview broadcast in exchange for a superior committed audience rate. His confidence showed this was no ordinary invitation. While listening to the offer, Jin-hyuk sipped his iced blended drink calmly, a seemingly small gesture but exuding disdain, as if reminding the other party that he was not easily swayed by sweet words. Sitting comfortably in his chair, Jin-hyuk raised the contract high and squinted suspiciously, asking back, "Does the director usually invite guests personally?" He knew well he was at the center, and also knew how to leverage that. Facing Jin-hyuk's questioning, Director Byung-chun immediately responded with flattery. He asserted that only when it involved an important figure like Jin-hyuk would he personally step forward. At the same time, he did not forget to entice with media benefits and public affection. Jin-hyuk observed the TV ratings chart where the program Ascension of the Tower of Trials was rising strongly. Although he maintained an indifferent expression, it was clear he was considering it internally. This was the only program that survived many upheavals, a sign of deep influence. Continuing to drink his iced blended drink, Jin-hyuk evaluated the man before him. A suspicion arose in his mind. Was Kang Byung-chun pretending not to recognize him, or truly did not remember? Whatever the reason, it could be a strategic advantage. As Jin-hyuk's gaze locked onto the director, the latter suddenly felt something unusual. He awkwardly asked, "Is there something on my face?" But Jin-hyuk simply replied coldly, "No." The brief answer carried many hidden meanings. Kang Jin-hyuk leaned back comfortably in his chair, took a sip of his cold drink, then tilted his head toward the TV director. Calm but clearly intentional, he proactively made a request regarding his payment. He wanted to be paid in mana crystals, the precious energy source necessary to nurture the creature he had just tamed. Faced with this unexpected but reasonable request, Director Kang Byung-chun immediately smiled in agreement. He showed no surprise, as payment by crystals was currently favored by many players. His quick consent partly revealed the special value Jin-hyuk held. Not missing the opportunity, Jin-hyuk continued to bargain. He directly asked about the payment amount, clearly showing control over the negotiation. His question applied subtle pressure, forcing the other party to reveal their true limits in this deal. Although citing standard payment rates, Director Byung-chun quickly changed his attitude when confronted with a rising star. With skillful showmanship, he made a more attractive offer, granting Jin-hyuk unlimited access rights. The phrase unlimited access made Jin-hyuk's eyes flash with suspicion and interest. He did not immediately trust the slick invitation, but his sharp expression showed he was weighing the benefits hidden behind the media facade. Not keeping Jin-hyuk waiting long, Director Byung-chun revealed that a special figure was eager to appear alongside him on the broadcast. In return, the station would allow Jin-hyuk to freely take as many mana crystals as he wished, a tempting and equally suspicious promise. Jin-hyuk immediately seized the initiative. With a calculating smirk, he nodded in agreement to the condition, while not forgetting to ask directly, who was this person? He knew well that to maximize benefits, he needed to grasp all information. The scene shifted to the SWB building, a prestigious TV station, preparing for a special recording. The outside atmosphere was lively with long lines of fans gathering under the sun, awaiting the appearance of powerful figures from the Tower of Trials world. The car door opened. A decisive and strong step touched the ground, marking the arrival of the awaited person. The line was spoken, "Finally this day has come," revealing a long-held desire and expectation. Amid flashing lights and reporters, cameras, Hong, leader of the Black Cloud Guild, stepped out confidently. He was immediately surrounded by the media with a major question. Had his previously tense relationship with Kang Jin-hyuk truly improved? Hong Jinhwa smiled confidently as the media were still reeling from his appearance when another figure stepped out of the car, drawing attention. The already heated atmosphere grew even more lively. Everyone exclaimed in unison, "There's another person." The surprise peaked as two familiar faces from the Chinese tower climbing scene appeared. They were S-ranker 10KO and Zuhua, both top-tier members of Guild China, causing the crowd of reporters to continuously snap photos non-stop. Behind the cameras, two young reporters could not hide their excitement. They realized that just today's guest lineup was enough to explode viewership. In their eyes, this was a golden opportunity for the program to set records in coverage and impact. A sharp screech sounded as a new car suddenly braked hard, creating light smoke under its tires. All eyes immediately shifted, because whoever appeared next would surely be the final piece of the gathering of the strong puzzle. Kang Jinhyuk's charismatic arrival caused the scene to erupt. Flashing lights flickered continuously as he stepped out with confident posture and unshakable demeanor, instantly turning the event center into his own stage. Facing the camera and his former rival, Jinhyuk politely inquired about Hong Jinhwa. Hong's reply carried a sharp undertone. He was still striving to rebuild his image after the previous incident, a not-so-harmless reminder. Jinhyuk clearly sensed the opponent's scheme when Hong did not come alone but brought powerful allies. However, he remained unshaken and countered with a gentle yet sarcastic remark. In response to the subtle verbal duel, Jinhyuk merely smirked. He already had a plan in mind, and his confidence was evident in every expression. He had anticipated everything and would turn this stage into a place to reverse the situation. Zuhua's cold gaze swept over Kang Jinhyuk. With careful observation, he was assessing his true opponent. The previous rumors about Kang now took concrete form, and he felt considerable pressure. At the same time, 10KO's look revealed no concealment of vigilance. In his mind, Kang Jinhyuk was no longer just a somewhat famous player, but the ultimate target they must defeat at all costs in their upcoming plan. While the interview was underway amid the glamorous and crowded atmosphere, a clunk sound made the reporters turn around in surprise. It seemed another unexpected figure had just arrived at the scene. No one could believe their eyes when the person who stepped out was Teresa, the saintess from Amsterdam. Her calm demeanor and confident aura caused the cameras to flash continuously, capturing every historic moment. Right after Teresa came an even more shocking appearance. Yu Chenyong, the martial arts legend of Korea, whom the world believed had long disappeared. His solemn face and unwavering demeanor stunned the crowd into silence. The moment Yu Chenyong's name was mentioned, Hong immediately reacted with panic and anger. Clearly, the presence of these figures was beyond his control. Before he could recover, another top figure appeared, swordsman Chen Yuxiang. His cold eyes and sharp aura seemed to tear apart the false peace at the scene. Immediately, the press bombarded questions. They wondered why someone who had refused all invitations from major guilds would accept Kang Jinhyuk's summons. Curiosity spread everywhere. Without hesitation, Chen Yuxiang answered decisively, coldly denying any friendship. His intense gaze seemed to affirm his sole goal was to defeat Kang Jinhyuk. Yuxiang's sharp response made the atmosphere heavy. A young reporter nearby was visibly frightened, stammering while Yuxiang's expression remained fiercely murderous. Amid the wave of chaos and suspicion, whispers began to spread. The fact that Yu Chenyong, thought to be dead, along with Teresa and Yuxiang, stood with Kang Jinhyuk shocked both the media and the powers involved. In response to all this turmoil, Zuhua, the one who had declared himself an opponent, slightly smiled with a conspiratorial expression. In the shadows, he seemed to be enjoying a scene even he had not expected. While the crowd was still buzzing over the appearance of top figures, Zuhua suddenly turned his back and whispered to his teammate. They had completed their goal. There was no need to continue acting or maintain any conditions, implying a secret plan had succeeded. But his companion appeared confused, not understanding what that goal actually was. Hong Diokpyo, though outwardly maintaining confidence, involuntarily widened his eyes in shock upon realizing Jinhyuk was not alone. Before him, Jinhyuk walked leisurely beside martial arts legend Yu Chenyong, a subtle counterstrike to Hong's earlier display of connections. Hong Diokpyo's anger surged as he saw Jinhyuk's performance succeed beyond imagination. All the effort he put into organizing this recording now seemed to have its spotlight stolen. In despair, he hurriedly grabbed an employee's hand and requested an immediate interview. However, the man showed no interest in the request. Instead, he suddenly escaped, running away in a state of not wearing pants, leaving Hong stunned with the pants in his hand. A shock completely beyond his expectations. Hong Diokpyo stood motionless, his face hidden by the shadow of humiliation. Still holding the abandoned pants, his whole body trembled in indescribable confusion. The question arose in his mind. Is this matter so important that he left his pants behind? Inside the TV station, Kang Jinhyuk smiled with satisfaction. Everything went exactly as he planned, from making his opponents embarrassed to attracting public attention, all within the script he orchestrated. Chen Yuxiang glanced at Jinhyuk suspiciously and asked directly, "Are you happy to see Hong fall into despair?" But Jinhyuk replied nonchalantly, asking him not to interfere in personal matters, as if everything was normal. Hong Deokpyo appeared suddenly, his face flushed with anger, reminding Jin-hyuk that he was the cause of his house's destruction. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk silently recalled the lie about Yuseong being unknown that he once used to deceive the villains. Facing the accusation, Jin-hyuk just shrugged, feigning innocence as if unaware of what was happening. His innocent expression made the situation even more ironic in others' eyes. Unable to tolerate Jin-hyuk's pretense, Hong Deokpyo exploded, pointing and loudly declaring that just by watching 16 video clips, he easily recognized Jin-hyuk as unknown, the legendary nickname that terrified many. Shin Yuseong felt uneasy upon discovering that Kang Jin-hyuk seemed to have silently monitored and recorded all his actions. Jin-hyuk's cold words made Yuseong shudder, while his thoughts betrayed a terrifying sense of being watched. While both were under strict security checks, Yuseong was suddenly asked an unclear question by Jin-hyuk. Before he could react, he saw the familiar cunning gaze, making him uneasy about the upcoming conversation. Jin-hyuk did not hesitate to bring up the past, the incident when someone called the Shadow's agent attacked Yuseong's house. Jin-hyuk's sharp yet slightly humorous eyes made Yuseong recall that life-or-death confrontation. Memories surfaced in Yuseong's mind, the image of a fierce battle with a swordsman named Gawain, a powerful and brutal fighter with a standard combat style full of killing intent. Each slash carried pressure, forcing him to focus intensely. However, during the fight, Yuseong suddenly realized, compared to Jin-hyuk, Gawain was just a light warm-up. With confident eyes and a blazing sword, Yuseong admitted that the battle with Jin-hyuk truly pushed him to his limits. Ending the recollection, Yuseong exhaled softly and simply concluded, "That's all." The brief statement carried weight, making Jin-hyuk chuckle lightly, as if they had shared a secret only surviving warriors understood well. Meanwhile, in the recording preparation area, Yu Chin-yong could not hide his curiosity. He asked Teresa about her relationship with Jin-hyuk. His gaze was sharp, but Teresa appeared slightly embarrassed by the unexpected question. Teresa's heart raced as she thought of Jin-hyuk. She blushed and confessed that their relationship was based on deep trust, perhaps comrades, but maybe something more, a feeling yet unspoken. Yu Chin-yong nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with hidden meaning. It seemed he had seen through Teresa's feelings but remained discreet. Meanwhile, Teresa hesitated with an embarrassed smile, full of hope yet uncertain. The official recording began. The production team announced the presence of special guests on the program beyond the Tower of Trials. Everyone was in position, ready for the first public dialogue since their return from the tower. At the studio of the show, beyond the Tower of Trials, the female MC opened the interview with a friendly yet professional smile. Facing her was Kang Jin-hyuk, who was becoming the media's focus as he continuously broke floor records at an extraordinary speed. She asked the key question, going straight to what everyone was curious about. What is the secret behind that incredible success? Elsewhere in the control room where screens were live streaming the recording, an older man with silver hair smiled slyly. Looking at Jin-hyuk through the monitors, he repeated the question about the secret to success in a suggestive tone. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he suddenly lowered his voice as if discovering something interesting. "Oh, I have something that could be called a secret." Back to the main character, Jin-hyuk smiled and looked straight into the camera with confident eyes. Without beating around the bush, he boldly revealed his secret, a statement both frank and powerful. "It is, just damn well keep trying until you win." The answer ignited the atmosphere, clearly showing the indomitable spirit of someone who dared to walk alone among countless forces. When asked further about how to get through the third floor in the challenge tower, Jin-hyuk did not hesitate to raise one finger and answer with his characteristic sly smile. He briefly but confidently explained, "Just dodge everything." The answer was so simple that the female MC had to laugh awkwardly, thinking the explanation was too fresh and hard to believe. Immediately after, another question came from the interview group. "What about the fourth floor?" The answer was no different. "Just dodge everything there too." Upon hearing this, the people sitting together, including a seasoned swordsman and a female teammate, could not hide their embarrassment. One was sweating, the other covered her face in despair. This answer was truly shaking the credibility of the interview. On the broadcast recording screen, the group's disappointed expressions were clear, and a hand quietly held the remote control to pause the recording. The operator's monologue sounded in despair. "How are we supposed to broadcast this?" revealing an undeniable disappointment with Jin-hyuk's somewhat ironic answer. In a control room, a middle-aged man, apparently the producer, was angrily lecturing. He harshly criticized the wasted broadcast time, which seriously affected the TV station's image. The background still showed the paused recording, making him even more furious thinking about the costs and effort spent on the shoot. Amid the producer's rage, Jin-hyuk appeared extremely calm, sitting cross-legged on a large chair with a drink in hand. Unbothered by the anger directed at him, he simply raised his hand in greeting. "Hello!" This calm expression and words only made the atmosphere tenser, but in a sarcastic way very typical of Jin-hyuk. The angry man below pointed accusingly at Jinhyuk, questioning him for demanding money after ruining the broadcast. But Jinhyuk, from above, remained composed and pointed out a reasonable fact. He only did exactly what the contract required, answering the questions asked. This argument left the other party speechless, though they still shouted that they could not accept such absurd logic. Kang Jinhyuk's face darkened as he repeated the word absurd with contempt. That cold gaze was not only an expression of anger, but also a sign that his patience had reached its limit. Without giving his opponent time to react, Jinhyuk swung his hand to grab his collar and lifted him up. The old manager was startled and terrified, letting out a weak cry in extreme fear, realizing he had crossed a dangerous line. Jinhyuk stepped closer, his voice deep and sharp like a blade when mentioning the name Lee Jong-soo. It was not just a simple reminder, but a direct stab into his opponent's memories, things he thought had been buried. The photo hanging on the wall immediately confirmed the manager's fears. He panicked upon seeing the image of himself shaking hands intimately with Lee Jong-soo, unable to hide the shady relationship that had been carefully staged. Jinhyuk emphasized the connection between Lee Jong-soo and the manager, two heads of a ruthless entertainment corporation who once used slave contracts to bind numerous streamers. Their dirty story had now been exposed. He recounted the moment when streamers once gathered at the company to protest. The memory replayed in his opponent's mind. A group of young people, angry and exploited, including Jinhyuk at that time, silent but watching everything. With a calm yet cold gaze, Jinhyuk admitted that day taught him an unforgettable lesson. From being weak, he learned that only by standing up can a person stop being trampled on. The manager broke out in a cold sweat as Jinhyuk repeated the words he once uttered, about the contract being without any clause violations, yet full of exploitation. Those words now felt like a knife turned back, stabbing his own throat. The memory flooded back vividly, Lee Jong-soo smiling smugly beside the infamous contract, while the manager nodded in agreement. There's no problem with the contract. That image had now become undeniable evidence of their guilt. Jinhyuk's eyes glowed with a fiery purple light, a surge of magical anger. He leaned in close, his voice low but threatening. So, what I said is it's still absurd. Biometric identification completed, the high-security system scanned the manager's iris with a cold blue light. The dark room's door silently began to open, a place storing the most precious resource currently, magical crystals. As the thick iron door slid aside, the middle-aged man entered with a serious expression. He adjusted his glasses as if preparing for a solemn ritual, while hiding the underlying anxiety behind his calm demeanor. Before Kang Jinhyuk appeared a fortified room filled with chests of sparkling crystals like mythical treasures. The manager smiled confidently and introduced, "This is our station's magical crystal vault," while Jinhyuk's eyes subtly showed interest. With two female staff watching from behind, the manager cheerfully raised two fingers. "According to the contract, you are allowed to use this vault for 2 hours." The words seemed generous, but concealed careful calculation in every syllable. Jinhyuk immediately frowned upon hearing the time limit. An invisible killing intent radiated from his back, causing the manager to break into a cold sweat and hastily explain that the clause was clearly stated in the contract, even if only in tiny print at the end. Just as he stepped deeper into the room, Jinhyuk heard a final restrictive reminder. "You can use it freely on site, but the crystals have anti-theft enchantments, so they cannot be taken into the inventory." The warning was accompanied by a nervous gulp. With no other choice, Jinhyuk began directly absorbing mana from the crystals. But it was not easy. At an average rate, each low-grade crystal required 5 minutes to fully digest the energy inside. In the distance, the manager tightened his glasses and smiled triumphantly. In his mind, Jinhyuk was now just a fish on the hook. No matter how hard he tried, within the short 2 hours, the amount of mana he absorbed would be insignificant compared to expectations. With a fake friendly demeanor, the manager signaled to the two female staff behind him. "If you need anything, just tell them," he said, emphasizing that this area was highly restricted, further reinforcing the feeling that this was a rare, golden opportunity. Seeing Kang Jinhyuk standing in front of her in person, the brown-haired female staff couldn't hide her excitement. She raised her phone and whispered admiringly, "It's really Kang Jinhyuk," a clear moment of idol worship in this era of fanaticism. Kang Jinhyuk smiled meaningfully as he silently guessed that the director was plotting to trap him. He knew well that if he foolishly acted with violence, everything would immediately backfire, just as the opponent expected. That thought did not shake Jinhyuk, but only made his smile more dangerous. Showing no suspicion, Jinhyuk turned around and calmly declared he would make full use of the 2 hours allowed. That calm statement made the director breathe a sigh of relief and enthusiastically applaud, believing the binding plan had succeeded. The polite director bid farewell with a bright smile and raised 2 fingers as if seeing off a distinguished guest. But behind the friendly mask, he silently ordered the 2 female staff to closely monitor every action of Jinhyuk inside the magical crystal room. The heavy door behind closed with a cold, glang sound. In the vault filled with sparkling blue crystals, Jin-hyuk stood silently between two unfamiliar women, where all eyes were fixed on him. Jin-hyuk turned to smile at the two supervisors and started a conversation, but that gentle voice carried a challenge as he invited them to witness something interesting. His eyes flashed with confidence mixed with an unpredictable intention. The two female staff were momentarily confused by Jin-hyuk's proposal. The one holding the phone smiled brightly, while the other remained serious. Neither could foresee what the man was about to do. Elsewhere, the sign on the door reading, Director's Office, SWB television station, evoked an old memory. Jin-hyuk repeated the name Lee Jong-soo, the one who once conspired with the director in a despicable plot, a former power holder in the entertainment industry. Inside the office, the director was flipping through a photo of himself and Jong-soo, shaking hands warmly at a signing ceremony long ago. A voice full of regret sounded, but those words carried no pain, only insidious pretense. Just a second later, the photo was thrown straight into the trash with a dull thud. The shattered picture lay among the garbage, symbolizing a resolute severance from the past by the survivor. Standing in the cold office light, the director casually turned his back on the past, his eyes marked with calculation. He muttered that the dead should let the living continue, and blamed Jong-soo for blocking his path, even though he was no longer alive. After leaving the crystal vault, the TV station director walked away silently, calculating losses and planning the next move. Although resource damage was limited, a big question circled in his mind: how to discreetly and effectively eliminate Kang Jin-hyuk. A dark plan began to form as he told himself to postpone that matter. Now was the time to handle something more urgent. He proceeded with biometric iris scanning, preparing to enter the next special area in the building. Meeting Jin-hyuk again after 2 hours, the director smiled ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands expectantly and trying to appear friendly. He did not yet know what awaited him ahead, so he maintained control of the conversation. But as soon as he spoke, his expression gradually distorted. Confidence instantly vanished, replaced by a look of horror upon discovering something completely unexpected. The crystal box before him was almost empty, not because of theft, but because it had been completely consumed. Despite having anti-theft magic set up, the person before him had not used any simple tricks. Not just one, but a series of crystal storage compartments had their seals broken. The anti-theft system seemed useless. A series of done sounds echoed like war drums pounding in his head, signaling a total failure beyond anticipation. The two female staff following the director were now completely off guard, engrossed with a small black creature resting in their laps. Their enamored expressions and gentle touches revealed their delight. It's so soft and elastic. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped forward with a half-smile, as casually as if he had just returned from a walk. He joked about the remaining crystals, emphasizing that the little creature ate unbelievably well. The small black creature suddenly jumped up, raised its claws to the sky, and made a strange sound. Tweet, combined with a growl like a tiny monster. It was not only cute, but also secretly carried a strange power. The two girls could not resist the peak cuteness of that creature, shouting excitedly in unison. While they were captivated by its adorableness, the director behind them could only sit down, his face drained of blood. He was gradually losing his mind. Kang Jin-hyuk stood proudly in the stuffy room, exuding an overwhelming aura. With glowing red eyes and a smirk, he did not hide his intention to never forgive the dirty tricks before. Facing the one who once tried to harm him, Jin-hyuk coldly declared he would use him as a living tool for the rest of his life, a thorough and ruthless punishment. A system dialogue appeared, revealing information about the adorable yet formidable creature named Guguma. Although only 1 year old, its level had reached 98 with outstanding stats like 192 mana and special skills such as acid saliva and dinner time. Its cute appearance was merely a disguise for an ancient creature with terrifying combat potential. The information continued to display, clarifying Guguma's important trait. Each time it fights, it consumes the owner's mana. However, the special point is that both the owner and the pet can independently accumulate experience in the same battle, making Guguma a strategic asset if used skillfully. Jin-hyuk watched Guguma mischievously poking empty chests, silently assessing its potential. Though powerful, Guguma required a huge amount of mana to operate. With his current mana stat only 80, Jin-hyuk had to admit he was not yet capable of harnessing the pet's tremendous power in real combat. Quickly calculating, Jin-hyuk estimated he couldn't even last 5 minutes using Guguma in a fight. His gaze darkened, and a clear decision formed in his mind. He needed to level up faster than initially planned if he wanted to turn Guguma into a main weapon rather than just a cute pet. At that moment, an unexpected call appeared on the screen. Jin-hyuk turned around, staring at the glowing interface, and directly questioned the connecting contact. His cold tone showed he always controlled every connection, allowing no one to escape his calculations. The scene shifted outside the SW hotel building. Nightfall cast shadows, city lights glittered reflecting on the high-rise glass, implying another force was watching Jin-hyuk's every move, and the underground front was beginning to stir. In a training room, a man with red hair was straining through push-ups amid sweat and heavy breathing. Tension was evident on his face and muscular body. This was not just physical training, but preparation for a major upcoming event. A female agent stood beside him, her sharp eyes fixed on a floating screen displaying newly gathered information. She reported that the target had been confirmed and that he, Kang Jin-hyuk, had timely formed alliances with many key figures within the tower system. Suspicion had now turned into fact, complicating the situation further. Through remote communication, other voices confirmed that Jin-hyuk was consolidating power faster than expected. Although previously conflicted with Jin Yuseong, now whenever Jin-hyuk called, Yuseong appeared. This showed Jin-hyuk's influence and prestige had surpassed personal boundaries, expanding into an organized force. In the tense atmosphere of a secret meeting, a ruthless decision was made. All who did not submit would be placed on the red list. The cold touch on Kang Jin-hyuk's image marked him as an official hunted target of the Chinese guild. The red list appeared with familiar faces, those who had chosen to side with Kang Jin-hyuk or oppose the Chinese guild's absolute power. From now on, they would be considered mortal enemies, and the hunt would be merciless. Elsewhere, Kim Giddy quietly observed Kang Jin-hyuk's reaction after being summoned to the elf forest. The seemingly casual inquiry was actually the beginning of a carefully planned training scheme. Kang Jin-hyuk smiled confidently, holding up a rare item, the mirror that blurs boundaries, an ancient growth artifact allowing teleportation to any floor below the 10th in the challenge tower. The sparkling light signaled a strategic advancement. Under the moonlight and deep within the 6th floor forest, Kim Giddy spoke with suspicion. He questioned Jin-hyuk about the purpose of the summoning, while Jin-hyuk only smiled enigmatically, hinting at the special training methods he had prepared. Kim Giddy began to doubt Jin-hyuk's true intentions. Being called to a higher floor made him wary, as he knew Kang Jin-hyuk never acted without hidden motives. His gaze was sharp, as if preparing for the unexpected. Jin-hyuk forced a smile, trying to soothe the suspicion with feigned friendly words. But behind that concern lay wisdom and a test. He wanted to push Kim Giddy to his limits to accelerate his progress. Before Kim Giddy could continue questioning, the mirror suddenly shone brightly. Jin-hyuk casually asked, "Which floor now?" while activating the item. The burst of light marked a point of no return. The light from the mirror enveloped them both, and a blazing teleportation gate opened. Jin-hyuk remained calm as if on a stroll, while Kim Giddy frowned seriously, sensing instability in his companion's intentions. Both were drawn into the beam of light, their figures gradually fading. A countdown timer appeared. The mirror's active time was only 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The special training began, with destination and challenges still unknown. As the light from the spatial gate dimmed, Jin-hyuk and his companions set foot on the 10th floor, the resting place of warriors. Before them stood a grand monument depicting legendary warriors, surrounded by a deep purple sky, signaling the brutal trials ahead. The atmosphere grew heavy as they realized the presence of over 20 ancient guarding warriors. Their glowing red eyes and battered armor showed these were not mere remnants of the past, but living shields protecting the final boss of the 10th floor, a deadly challenge not to be underestimated. Kim Giddy's serious face revealed his contemplation. He turned to Jin-hyuk and asked without hesitation, "Do you think you can handle it?" Despite the weight of the question, Jin-hyuk only smiled softly. He knew his limits, but trusted the plan he had devised. Without a word, Kim Giddy raised his hand and pointed straight ahead. The gesture was not only confirmation, but a declaration of war against the entire 10th floor guard force. A resolve passed through his fingertips. He would not retreat even if fighting alone. His gaze settled on the massive, motionless creature in the distance. "As long as that monster at the end doesn't wake up, I'll be fine," he thought. The stone giant named Immortal Rock Giant was asleep, but its body's pressure caused the surrounding space to crack in waves. Hearing his teammate's judgment, Jin-hyuk grinned slyly. Good. Both understood this was an ideal opportunity. If Giddy could hold back the guards, the rest would be Jin-hyuk's. No lengthy promises were needed. One sentence sufficed. "Let's begin." Jin-hyuk raised his hand, proposing a deal that was both tactical and personally charged. If you can hold off the warriors and withstand the boss for just 1 minute, then I will have a serious one-on-one fight with you once. The challenge was not only about the battle, but also an invitation for an honorable duel. Kim Giddy's eyes blazed with sharpness. Without a word, he drew his sword and prepared himself. A single touch on the weapon's hilt was enough to understand. He accepted the terms. The tension escalated. The moment of combat was imminent. Kim Giddy charged into the midst of over 20 ancient warriors. The battle opened with a resounding shout. "This is the resting place of warriors." The space trembled as swords swung relentlessly. He fought not only for the mission, but also for the pride of a swordsman. A guarding warrior shouted solemnly, "Only the worthy." But before he could finish the declaration, a fierce blow struck, cutting off their ritual. The war waited for no words. It had truly begun. Kim Giddy roared, swinging his sword down with fierce power. The blazing blade tore through the air, carrying suffocating rage. It was not just an attack, but a declaration. Anyone who stood in his way must be swept away. The W Hair Shop building appeared against the bright blue sky, beginning a gentle story set in a modern backdrop, where hair-related items become magical tools. Inside the shop, the seemingly quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken when a man wearing a hat looked up in extreme surprise, accidentally dropping the item he was holding. Before his astonished eyes was Teresa, the famous teammate, appearing in casual clothes, causing the group of waiting customers to turn their heads. Chunwoo could not hide his embarrassment upon recognizing Teresa, a character who had fought alongside him in the brutal challenge at the ruins, now unexpectedly appearing at this hair salon. Teresa also recognized Chunwoo and smiled brightly, calling him by name with friendliness, as if an old friend suddenly met again in a crowded place. The Restore Hair skill effect was immediately activated. Under the glowing aura, a distinctive game icon appeared, signaling the effect was in progress. Right after, Teresa's long, shiny blonde hair flowed brilliantly like a stream of light, causing everyone around to exclaim in admiration. A man whose hair had just been restored could not hide his emotion. He hugged his head and cried loudly from the simple but precious joy of having his beloved hair back. However, not everyone was so lucky. A cold announcement appeared. The curse had been activated, and all the hair on the body of the man next to him suddenly fell out completely, leaving him horrified. Chunwoo, who had just experienced a hairless nightmare, bowed his head in despair. Teresa sat beside him, gently placing her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Hair is not everything. Chunwoo looked back at the past in the first-floor ruins, where he had caused many injuries due to his greed for achievement points. His eyes were heavy with regret as he realized it was all because of his selfishness. With a bitter smile, Chunwoo accepted the consequences, being bald, which to him was the mildest punishment for the mistakes he had made. Teresa looked at Chunwoo silently, sympathy clear in her eyes, but even wanting to comfort him, she could not deny his mistakes. Without hiding anything, Teresa frankly admitted he was wrong to let others get hurt because of selfishness. However, she did not blame him but spoke with the sincerity of someone experienced. Despite the criticism, Teresa still smiled gently, acknowledging that a burning desire so strong one would risk their life was also very admirable. Chunwoo's eyes sparkled at Teresa's words. He was almost intoxicated by the praise from his idol, and at that moment, his true identity was revealed, president of the fan club of Saint Teresa. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Kim Giddy's sword blazed with momentum, the skill, Song of the Sword, activated along with a determined shout. Giddy's slash cut down the body of a giant warrior. A bright red light streaked through the air, proving the superior power of the skill he just used. Giddy landed on the ground, stones shattered beneath his feet. His determined gaze showed he still had one last mission unfinished, the most important one. In front of Giddy, the giant boss of Floor 10 remained unshaken. Now, the only thing left was to endure a life-or-death minute before this immortal monster. Facing the fierce giant warrior, the only man still standing amid the rubble did not think of death, but of one goal. If he could hold on for 1 minute, just 1 minute, he would have enough right to face Kang Jin-hyuk honorably. Seeing the challenger standing and smiling in the distance, he tightened his sword hilt, his mind repeating one thing. Just endure for exactly 1 minute, and he would have the chance to fight fairly, no longer bowing his head. With all his pent-up emotions, he silently shouted in his heart, The battle with Kang Jinhyuk was everything he longed for, a duel he believed he must win at any cost, even his life. With burning eyes and a screaming will, he charged like a whirlwind, sword energy swirling around his body, each step heavy as stone, but carrying the weight of faith and sacrifice. Before him, the giant warrior's figure appeared like the final destiny, and also the only gateway for him to reach the chance to face Kang Jinhyuk directly. His eyes flashed decisively. He was ready to risk everything. From inside the cracked helmet of the monster, glowing red eyes shone. It had activated its killing state, a clear signal that anyone standing before it now was an enemy to be destroyed. A shiver ran down his spine as the red light swept across his vision. In an instant, his survival instinct screamed, but he was not allowed to retreat, not even for a breath. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, his body bandaged with wounds. The space was eerily quiet. Bewildered, his first words were, "Where am I?" Morning light flooded the room as he turned his head to look out the window. On the building opposite, a sign clearly read, SW Hospital. He had survived, but did not know how he had been brought here. A familiar voice came from beside him, making him turn around. A girl was calmly peeling an apple, replying indifferently that this was a hospital. However, when he blurted out calling her a subordinate of the bastard Jinhyuk, she only laughed bitterly. "If I were just a subordinate, that would be good. I'm a slave." As soon as the battle ended, the girl immediately took the severely injured teammate to the hospital under the boss's orders. Under the dim light in the forest, she recalled finding him barely breathing, covered in blood and unconscious. She didn't think much, just followed orders, as it was clear the person before her was barely holding on to life. When she noticed him waking up, the girl anxiously and clumsily searched her pockets. She had been given another task, to hand over an important item directly to the wounded man when he regained consciousness. Not fully understanding the item's significance, but the seriousness in the boss's voice made her take it seriously. The girl gently handed the carefully wrapped item to the man lying in the hospital bed. No explanation, no comment, just a brief sentence. "Here." In that silent moment, a gravity enveloped that small object, something that could evoke a fierce memory. Staring at the sparkling object in his hand, the man was surprised to realize it was the crystallized fragment of a life-or-death moment. His eyes flashed with shock as he clearly recalled the event that led to his current state. This is... The vivid memory immediately surged back. He was facing the Floor 10 boss, a monster with an overwhelming power called invincibility. Under this absolute skill effect, all attacks, whether magical or physical, became useless. With a cold declaration from the system, the enemy became invulnerable. In a final effort, he rushed forward with a sword bearing special attributes, hopping to pierce through the absolute defense. But it was all in vain. As a result, he was forcefully thrown back, lying motionless among the rubble, and his only weapon shattered under suffocating pressure. Lying on the ground, blood mixing with dust, he gritted his teeth thinking of the name Kang Jinhyuk, the person he always longed to surpass. But all his efforts only managed to last exactly 21 seconds. That truth cut deep into his pride like a blade. While still lying helpless, the image of Jinhyuk appeared challengingly before him. With a cold smile and glowing eyes, Jinhyuk asserted the distance between them with a decisive statement. "You are far from reaching me." The gap now was not only in strength, but also in stature. As the immortal rock giant continued to strike, Kang Jinhyuk showed no fear but absolute calm. The skill, Sword Emperor's Steps, was activated, a perfect movement designed to dominate the battlefield. Every motion became irrationally fast and precise. While the heavy opponent unleashed a series of brutal attacks, Jinhyuk lightly dodged like a dancer in a storm. Not a single strike touched him. His evasion skill reached a literal invulnerability, leaving witnesses amazed at such perfection. The giant boss slammed his massive fist into the ground with explosive fury, as if wanting to crush anything in its path. The attacking force radiated destructive killing intent, signaling an unstoppable finishing blow by conventional force. At the moment gravity radiated from the attack, the skill Sanctuary was suddenly activated. A shining force field appeared around the rock boss, causing the entire area to transform. Gravity surged fivefold, distorting the surrounding space. Under the terrifying pressure of the amplified gravitational field, the character was pinned to the ground. Sweat poured and trembling hands resisted. He hissed in pain, uttering hoarse cries as his body began to exceed its endurance limits. Amid swirling thoughts, the character gritted his teeth, eyes wide, staring forward. Despite the crushing pain, he maintained his will, challenging his opponent with the very pressure he endured. "Now you can't dodge anymore, Kang Jinhyuk." Just when it seemed Kang Jinhyuk had reached a dead end, a sudden light flashed from his palm. His calm face showed no panic. Instead, he muttered softly, "I've been waiting for this moment." A level 1 magic barrier was deployed, Spell Enhancement Barrier. A dense blue energy began diffusing around Jinhyuk's body, warping the surrounding space as the spell field grew stronger by the second. With cold, deathly light in his eyes, Jinhyuk raised his head and declared with a smirk, "Now, turn to stone for real." Immediately after, the barrier activation point was set, right where his opponent stood. The activated skill stunned the rock boss. He cried out in surprise as the magical light engulfed his massive form. Elemental forces bound his body, momentarily hindering all movement. The power from the barrier exploded, crushing the space around the monster. The area was covered by dense energy light, making the counterattack unavoidable, like a blow from fate. However, despite all the continuous attacks, numerous system notifications appeared. No damage received due to invincibility effect. The boss was unharmed, standing firm amid the magical storm like an insurmountable wall. When the immortal rock giant's massive hammer struck down, the ground shook violently, and red light flashed from its single eye like a fury unleashing everything. At that moment, the area skill, Sanctuary, was activated. An aura covered the battlefield, gravity pushed up fivefold, making every movement heavy as lead. The increasing pressure forced fighters to collapse. In agonizing pain, one struggled to rise with groans, realizing the terrible weight crushing his body. Chen Yusung gritted his teeth, enduring, his eyes flashing with new hope, believing that with this gravity, Kang Jinhyuk would be unable to dodge the attack. In that moment, he thought he had cornered the strong opponent. However, just when everyone thought Jinhyuk had no escape, he calmly extended his hand, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. A mysterious energy began to gather in his palm. Level 1, Spell Enhancement Barrier, was activated. Magical power surged around Kang Jinhyuk, causing the space to tremble from the spell enhancement effect spreading every second. With cold eyes and overwhelming aura, Jinhyuk declared it was time to turn the enemy into a true stone block. The focal point of the barrier was set, right in the middle of the battlefield where the boss stood. Immediately, a dazzling blue light engulfed the boss. It screamed in terror as it was locked tight within the barrier's net, unable to move against the powerful spatial magic Jinhyuk had deployed. The pressure from the barrier and magic shattered the giant's body, but the system continuously displayed notifications. Damage hasn't been taken due to invincibility. The ultimate protection layer remained unbroken. Despite invincibility still active, Jinhyuk completely sealed it, proving his skill was not only in damage, but also in strategy far beyond his opponent. In Yusung's fading memory, that image was the last thing that remained. As darkness covered the forest, a stranger silently watched Kang Jinhyuk and his team from a high branch. However, Jinhyuk was not caught off guard. He had noticed that presence beforehand and calmly confirmed as if everything was within his prediction. The silver-haired female demon, Jinhyuk's current ally, was surprised by his calm attitude. With her cautious nature and tendency to act proactively, Jinhyuk ignoring the stalker seemed contrary to his usual style, causing her suspicion. Jinhyuk explained nonchalantly. The place he was heading to was an isolated area, closed off from the outside world. Therefore, the stalker knowing their current location brought no benefit. With a long-term strategy in mind, he decided to let the opponent continue watching without interference. As predicted, the stranger was using a mysterious reconnaissance device to transmit signals. He reported Kang Jinhyuk's movements, confirming the target was advancing to Floor 6, the forest of the Fairy Clan, promising to be the battlefield for the next turning point. At the same time, the scene shifted to Beijing, the capital of China, as sunset dyed the skyscrapers red. A silent storm was brewing among major powers, where the anger of the defeated was ready to erupt. At the headquarters of one of China's strongest guilds, Ricky Chang, a formidable S-rank, knelt in fury and shame. Not only had he lost the Floor 5 achievement to another, but now Floor 10 had also fallen to Kang Jinhyuk, leaving him unable to raise his head. Ricky could not hide his anger when questioned by the person before him, possibly a superior or backer. He could only bow his head, unable to justify himself, as his entire team had been thoroughly defeated by Kang Jinhyuk's speed and strategy. The moment Jinwoo sensed someone tailing him from behind, he showed no surprise. He calmly confirmed in a cold voice, as if he had anticipated this for a long time. His sharp eyes scanned the shadow on the tree, demonstrating absolute control. Standing beside Jinwoo, a female companion, seemingly a demon race, was surprised by his unusual attitude. She did not understand why Jinwoo allowed the follower to remain, as it was completely unlike his usual cold and tough style. Jinwoo calmly explained the reason for not intervening. The upcoming area was too discreet, and fighting now would bring no benefit. With his usual calculation, he decided to let the opponent tail him, turning the situation into a strategic move serving a greater purpose. Meanwhile, the mysterious follower immediately sent a message. He confirmed the target, Kang Jinhyuk, was entering the fairy tribe forest on the 6th floor. Communication was done through a scouting flying device, indicating his actions belonged to a well-organized group. The scene shifted to Beijing, where the sunset covered the skyscrapers. This was the headquarters of one of the strongest forces related to the tower, the premise for a conspiracy being planned from China. In the meeting room of the Chinese base, a high-ranking figure, Ricky Chang, was kneeling in confusion and humiliation. He was harshly reprimanded for losing control of both the 5th and 10th floors to Kang Jinhyuk, showing a complete defeat against an unofficial rival. Unable to hide his disappointment, Ricky was questioned about the entire combat process. The person facing him, still unseen, created tremendous pressure that made the whole room hold its breath. The heavy atmosphere signaled an impending punishment. Furious, the leader did not hesitate to deliver punishment. A blazing sword cut off Ricky's ear in an instant, a brutal reminder that failure would not be tolerated. Blood stained the floor, and the ear rolled away as proof of the superior's cruelty. That man was none other than Namgung Chin, an S-rank guild master from China. With a cold smile, the sword still unsheathed, he warned that next time it would not stop at the ear, and that every time Ricky looked in the mirror, he must remember this grave mistake deeply. Namgung Chin did not stop at warnings. He ordered Zhu Hua and Ten Shao to be dispatched to the 6th floor, where Jinwoo was active. He needed no reason, only results, to burn down the entire forest along with Jinwoo and all remaining witnesses. A comprehensive assassination plan began. In the silent night of the 6th floor, a female elf with red hair and characteristic pointed ears suddenly appeared from above, diving down like a ghost wielding a silver blade. Her target was the stranger following Jinwoo's group in the forest. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, the fairy forest area, is known as the most peaceful and beautiful place, making it an ideal destination for those weary after days of survival battles. Because the 7th floor would automatically open after 90 days, most players chose to rest here. In the relaxed atmosphere, Jinwoo's group was also enjoying their break with grilled meat, campfires, and lively laughter. Jinwoo, holding a bag of food, eyes shining brightly, was suddenly drawn to a strange, small creature, a cute horned rabbit staring at him from afar, seemingly without any fear. Although Jinwoo intended to offer a carrot to befriend the strange rabbit, a shout from behind warned him that this area was the fairy's territory, where every intruder faced danger. Someone in the group shouted loudly, reminding Jinwoo that fairies were extremely xenophobic. If he went further in, he could be turned into a living porcupine by an accidental rain of arrows. Under the shimmering forest canopy, the horned rabbit remained silent, unaware that right in front of it lay the body of a follower who had just been instantly defeated by the elf's swift strike. Just seconds after the lightning-fast attack, the assassin's body lay motionless on the cold ground, his legs twitching as the last sign before slipping into unconsciousness. With a cold but highly alert demeanor, the female elf bent down to observe the prey she had just taken down. She placed her hand on the bow handle behind her back, ready for the next dangerous situation. Without a sound, she quietly retreated to her original spot on the tree branch. Her blue eyes never left the forest below, where the peace was merely a facade hiding deep conflicts between the elf tribe and intruders. From her high perch on the branch, the female elf watched Kang Jinhyuk's figure leisurely walking through the forest. A suspicious question arose in her mind. Who was this person that forced them to follow? Her gaze turned somber as she followed Jinhyuk's aimless steps. He carried no aura or clear purpose. Could he be lost? Observing from above, the elf assessed the situation with experience. She silently thought, without sufficient strength, no one could safely cross this area. That person would definitely be trapped forever. However, contrary to her prediction, Jinhyuk suddenly turned left with a calm smile. No hesitation, no pause, as if he had known the path for a long time. She widened her eyes, stunned as she recognized the direction he had chosen. It was the entrance to a dangerous secret area, something no outsider could easily detect. Her surprise grew when she realized Jinhyuk's behavior could not be random. Only creatures who had lived long in the forest could navigate by scent like that. So why could a human do it? She breathed a brief sigh of relief when she saw Jinhyuk approaching the illusionary barrier, a powerful magical trap that would cause him to get lost and exhausted in an invisible maze. In her mind, images of those deceived by the barrier replayed, endlessly running in circles, losing direction, then collapsing from exhaustion. That was the inevitable fate for anyone daring to invade deep into the territory. Confident in the barrier's protection, she smiled calmly. As long as she timed it right when he collapsed, she would drag his body out. But then, a vague feeling arose within her that things should not be so easy. Just as her intuition warned, Jinhyuk not only was not hindered by the barrier, but also pointed out a design flaw in the magical structure. He lightly touched the runes and casually remarked, "This type must be a passive mark. If it were active, the barrier would be half as weak." In the flickering light of the illusionary barrier, Jinhyuk looked at the engraved talisman on the tree with a disdainful gaze. He did not hesitate to criticize, suggesting that whoever created this barrier must have been dozing off during magic class, a frank and somewhat arrogant comment. On the high branch, the female elf silently watching suddenly blushed with anger. She was the one who had created that barrier. The mix of fury and surprise made her hand tremble with rage at seeing a human dare to criticize her ability. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk, seemingly having detected her silent presence, remained calm. He smiled, silently judging his opponent as just a rookie, then quickly changed direction, as if leading the whole situation according to his will. Unconcerned by the covert surveillance, Jinhyuk muttered about being hungry and happily summoned a special skill. Otherworldly Kitchen was immediately activated, causing pots and ingredients to glow and appear in the air, a cooking magic completely different from usual combat spells. With skillful movements, he began chopping vegetables at an astonishing speed. The blade sliced through each stalk with a crisp sound, showing he was not only good at fighting but also a skilled chef. Flames flared beneath the iron pan suspended in midair. Jinhyuk skillfully stirred the ingredients while smiling confidently. The heat and bright golden light made it seem as if the dish itself was the focal point attracting all attention in the magical forest. Watching from afar, the female elf was no longer angry but instead surprisingly curious. She wondered to herself, "He knows how to cook," her skepticism gradually turning into interest as her sense of smell was captivated by the unfamiliar aroma. However, the flickering light of the fire quickly made her alert again. She narrowed her eyes, focusing intently on what the human was doing, sensing that his actions might pose a danger to the forest. At that moment, with angry and determined eyes, she jumped down from the branch, decisively raising her bow. Her voice full of anger rang out, "How dare you do that?" In the wild elf forest, the female elf's fury erupted when she saw him using animal meat to cook. With her arrow drawn and a fierce gaze, she harshly questioned, "You intend to cook with animal meat? Are you trying to insult this forest?" A cultural clash about to explode, not only because of customs but also deep beliefs. Kang Jinhyuk hesitated, not at all standing deep in the forest, holding a pan and spoon, frying patties emitting fragrant smoke. His half-smile showed absolute confidence, as if every action was part of a calculated plan. Facing the suspicious gaze and raised bow of the female elf, Jinhyuk responded coldly. He affirmed that what was in the pan was not animal meat, but vegetarian meat made from soybeans. The simple yet provocative explanation heightened the tension. Seeing his opponent still hesitant, Jinhyuk calmly brought the plate closer and invited her to verify directly. His natural and decisive action made the female elf waver, though her eyes remained fixed on the suspicious plate of food. The elf cautiously stared at the plate, her arrow still aimed at Jinhyuk. She was half believing, half doubting, thinking that even if it wasn't real meat, the aroma and appearance were suspiciously similar. A close-up of the female elf's astonished eyes as she was about to retort. All prejudices gradually collapsed as her sense of smell began to detect the familiar scent of soybeans, not the characteristic fishy smell of meat. She stepped back, bowed her head close to the plate, and sniffed carefully. Her face could not hide her amazement. It truly was the smell of soybeans. Questions arose in her mind, while Jinhyuk kept a calm smile as if he had anticipated this reaction. In that moment, a note appeared. The elf tribe in the Tower of Trials is an obsessed race when it comes to cooking and cuisine. The female elf's eyes were no longer threatening but filled with curiosity and craving. A block of fresh red meat appeared as a taboo symbol. The next note confirmed the elf tribe's supreme law. They absolutely forbid the use of animal meat, considering it an insult to the forest and their beliefs. Jinhyuk smirked cunningly. His thoughts appeared clearly. But if I give them food that looks like meat? His plan was to target the elves' curiosity and love for cuisine, using a legal bait to break down prejudice barriers. The female elf swallowed, her eyes sparkling with longing. She could not resist the attraction before her eyes. Though once furious and alert, now she was drawn to the dish so strongly that instinct overpowered reason, leaving only burning curiosity. Before the aroma wafting from the hot plate of food, the female elf, who had long been attracted, finally could not resist. With sparkling eyes and mouth wide open, she brought a piece of soy patty to her mouth with a fork, letting the flavor speak for itself. Although preparing to eat, she still showed clear caution and hesitation. Her sharp eyes directed at the young man, the elf asked suspiciously, "Are you sure this doesn't contain meat?" Part of her trust had been shaken, but her instincts still could not let go of the guard. In response to the doubt, the young man's eyes suddenly became serious, sharp as a blade. He gritted his teeth, his aura completely changed. "Don't insult my culinary spirit." With the pride of a chef, he firmly declared that he would never lie about food. That statement reassured her temporarily, but she still did not fully relax. She bit into the first piece in a half-believing, half-doubting state. Her facial expression remained stiff, as if waiting for a trick. Just moments after chewing, her taste buds exploded. She closed her eyes, letting the sensation rise with each strand of flavor soaking into her tongue. Though outwardly trying to appear indifferent, the taste made her unable to resist. Shock was evident. Her eyes widened, her palm lightly touching her cheek to confirm if this was an illusion. Above her head, the words "perfect flavor" seemed to speak for her. How could a meatless dish be so delicious? Swept away by the magical flavor, she forgot all initial prejudices. Her hand holding the fork continuously brought bites to her mouth, devouring each piece of soy patty. From afar, the young man watched her with a satisfied smile. The clean plate lying on the grass was the clearest proof. Not a single crumb remained. Her voice, full of surprise and admiration, rang out like an admission. "I didn't expect you to be an important guest who could bring a new dish." Amid the now softened atmosphere, she stepped in front of the young man and politely bowed. Introducing herself as Sylvia, a forest ranger of the elf forest, she straightforwardly apologized for the previous misunderstandings. With sincere eyes and an apologetic expression, Sylvia looked up at the young man. Her mouth still had food crumbs, but she didn't mind. The only thing she cared about now was forgiveness. "What do I need to do for you to forgive me?" she asked earnestly. After winning Sylvia's admiration with his cooking skills, Jinhyuk smiled confidently and made his next request, a seemingly harmless question but full of political implication. "So, may I visit the elf village?" Contrasting with Jinhyuk's serious atmosphere, a small, cute creature, the horned rabbit, was still leisurely grazing, suddenly reacting to the question with surprise, repeating, "Our village." The scene quickly shifted to the meeting room of the Forest of Elves village, where important decisions would be made. The village appeared both peaceful and solemn, nestled within majestic nature. Before the elf council, Kang Jinhyuk stood solemnly, introducing himself. No longer wearing the relaxed smile from before, his eyes were sharp and cold, showing readiness for unforeseen situations. The council leader, Elder Fenheim, greeted warmly. "Welcome." He introduced himself formally but with goodwill, a good omen for the negotiation. However, contrary to the greeting, the scene behind was extremely tense. Elf archers surrounded Jinhyuk and Sylvia, bows drawn and ready. Jinhyuk tilted his head, half-mocking, asked, "Is this your way of welcoming?" Another elf appeared, eyes covered, cold demeanor, speaking sarcastically. "An outsider like you prepare to be welcomed properly." He was Teslan, a high-level ranger with level 6 marksmanship skills and superior enhancement spirit. The system interface popped up, revealing a special condition. If Jinhyuk wanted to copy Teslan's skill, he had to shoot an arrow more accurately than him. Jinhyuk looked at his opponent with fiery red eyes, silently thinking, "This guy is just like in the game." He clearly understood that Teslan's hostility was not random, but stemmed from their past in the game, where Jinhyuk had caused quite a bit of trouble. Before the whistling arrow rushed toward him, Jinhyuk calmly raised his hand. "I was invited by Sylvia," a subtle reminder that served both as proof and a declaration asserting his status amid the ready-to-fight encirclement. A sharp arrow shot through the air with terrifying speed and force, carrying deadly intent aimed straight at Kang Jinhyuk. Its spiraling flight path reflected the absolute skill of a master archer, not just a warning, but a test of life-or-death reflexes. As fast as lightning, Jinhyuk drew a dagger covered in black lightning, precisely blocking the arrow in a defensive stance that amazed all. His eyes glowed with vigilant purple, but his voice retained its familiar sarcasm. He subtly reminded his opponent that treating a guest this way was highly rude. A magical aura enveloped Jinhyuk's body like an awakened war god, his overwhelming presence causing the surrounding archers to simultaneously tighten their bowstrings. His eyes sparkled with mockery as he said he might bring a gift next time, as if teaching them a lesson on hospitality in his own way. Teslan did not hide his displeasure, but could not deny Jinhyuk's excellent reaction just now. He tightened his bow, his red eyes measuring the limits of this man. In a threatening growl, Teslan coldly promised that if there was a next time, the arrow would not stop midair but pierce straight into the opponent's forehead. Kang Jinhyuk smiled with eyes full of expectation and asked directly, could he visit the elf tribe's village? Although simple, this question contained a significant step forward in the relationship between him and the ancient forest inhabitants. The answer to that question was not from a person, but from a cute creature, a unicorn rabbit chewing grass, who looked up in surprise. Our village! That surprise clearly revealed that invitations from the elf world were not common. The scene shifted to a sacred place, the elf village meeting room, located among ancient trees. The wooden houses intertwined with light filtering through leaves created a space both mystical and solemn, where an important negotiation would take place. Kang Jinhyuk stood solemnly in the great hall, introducing himself before the elf tribe council. Under the shadowed light, his serious expression showed he understood the importance of every word. On the throne in the hall, Chief Fenheim smiled broadly and gave a welcoming speech. His voice was powerful and his appearance dignified, proclaiming himself the elder of the elf forest, the supreme ruler of this sacred land. Although the greeting seemed friendly, the atmosphere suddenly changed as numerous arrows were drawn. Jinhyuk glanced around in surprise while elf archers surrounded him with wary eyes. He raised an eyebrow and half-sarcastically asked, "Is this what you call a welcome?" Teslan, a master elf with long white hair and cold eyes, stepped forward threateningly. He drew his bow, emphasizing that humans had no right to set foot on this sacred land, and threatened to welcome Jinhyuk in his own way. Jinhyuk's system displayed information about Teslan, a senior ranger with exceptional marksmanship skills. If Jinhyuk wanted to copy his skill, the condition was clear. He had to shoot an arrow more accurately than Teslan himself. In his blazing red eyes, Jinhyuk recalled memories from an old game. Teslan, as always, was hostile to humans. He silently admitted part of the fault was his own, for having caused chaos in that game world before. Unfazed, Jinhyuk casually blocked the arrow with his hand and calmly explained. He was personally invited here by Sylvia, an elf. As soon as he finished speaking, the tense atmosphere unexpectedly shifted once again. The most important festival of the year for the elf tribe was when they harvested rare figs from the sacred forest and held a thanksgiving ceremony to nature. It was a sacred moment, with melodies ringing under the silver moonlight, signaling the start of the greatest festival, the Moonlight Festival. At the festival's peak moment, Kang Jinhyuk calmly summoned the skill dimension-crossing restaurant, creating a dazzling scene of flames. Thousands of ingredients swirled around him like a whirlwind of delicacies about to be crafted into an unprecedented feast. The aroma spread, making the entire elf tribe unable to take their eyes off the air where ingredients danced amid flickering light. Witnessing this magic, from elders to children, all were stunned and silent in anticipation. Jinhyuk's chef's cloak fluttered as he began perfecting the dishes. The surrounding air grew silent, all eyes focused on the dining table being prepared, solemn, as if awaiting a sacred ritual. Hot plates gently slid onto the banquet table, each dish arranged neatly and orderly. On them were golden fried patties combined with vegetables and wild mushrooms, all emitting a fragrant aroma that tantalized the taste buds. Jinhyuk smiled confidently, gesturing to introduce the long table filled with special vegan dishes. He reassured the hall that these patties were not made from meat, but simply prepared from beans and wild vegetables, a testament to the pinnacle of human culinary art. Without hesitation, the elves took turns trying the first dish. The sight of pointed ears chewing with eyes closed in enjoyment spread a silent atmosphere. Everyone was captivated by the unfamiliar yet enchanting flavor. A female elf softly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, reflecting the light of the feast. She placed her hand on her cheek as if to confirm the strange aftertaste spreading on her tongue was real. This dish was not only delicious, but also brought a magical sensation. Teslan, the most stubborn in the tribe, stared intently at the plate of food. His gaze wavered between curiosity and caution. The aroma of the vegan patty seemed to directly assault his cold will. Then, without saying a word, Teslan raised his hand, but a tribesman was quicker to bring the plate of food before him. In that moment, Teslan's eyes flashed with an exclamation mark, a beginning for the upcoming change of belief. Kang Jinhyuk coldly turned his back, angrily criticizing Teslan for his bow attack. His anger was clear in his tone as he bluntly declared, the one who shot an arrow at his face did not deserve to eat. Teslan's face showed despair, completely opposite to the power he usually displayed. While the surrounding elves joyfully enjoyed the new food, Teslan silently walked among them with a shadow of gloom covering him. The crisp chewing sounds echoed mockingly, intensifying the feeling of isolation and hurt in the heart of the tribe's former chief defender. Though initially refused, Teslan finally had the chance to taste the dish. As he solemnly wiped his mouth, his eyes revealed surprise. The rich, delicate flavor far exceeded all expectation. A simple praise escaped his lips. Wonderful. Fenheim, the gray-haired elder of the elf tribe, could not hide his excitement. He threw his handkerchief into the air, laughing loudly like a child as he declared he never thought a stranger human could bring such great joy. A fresh beginning for the festival was gradually unfolding. On the high platform, Fenheim raised his hand and loudly gave thanks to Mother Forest, the guardian deity of the elf tribe. Amidst resounding cheers, everyone joined in welcoming the start of the Moonlight Festival, kicking off the sacred night celebration. By the blazing fire, elf musicians played lute and flute, creating a magical atmosphere. Ancient melodies blended with moonlight, painting a fairy tale scene deep within the forest. Sylvia and other tribespeople solemnly received a portion of sacred fruit, a symbol of blessings from Mother Forest. They bowed respectfully, both praying and sending thanks for a peaceful and prosperous year. Far away in the deep forest, music and lights from the festival made the night sky come alive. An outsider, identity unknown, was watching from afar, sensing the rising excitement in the peaceful elf land. 3 human youths camped near the forest edge, listening to echoes of the festival. One in the group expressed curiosity and regret, wanting to see but deterred by the elves' wariness and fierce temper, they dared not approach. One of the 3, perhaps having clashed with elves before, spoke wearily. He warned his friends that approaching was dangerous, because if careless, elf arrows would spare no one who violated that sacred boundary. In the blazing twilight, a blond young man smiled meaningfully. He whispered that although this area was not elf territory, it still had its own appeal. His demeanor clearly revealed a forming scheme. The atmosphere suddenly changed as dark figures with glowing red eyes silently emerged from the deep forest. A group of cold-blooded assassins surrounded the campfire, and the first victim fell in a pool of blood. The threat spread with every flicker of the flames. The young man who was arrogant moments ago now trembled, holding a knife before an unknown enemy. His face turned pale with fear as he realized he was facing an impending massacre. Blood splattered on the dry ground. A fatal blow had just landed, and the footsteps of the assassins continued steadily forward, leaving no hesitation. Among the assassins, a commander appeared with a cold aura and gave a decisive order. "Leave no witnesses." The words echoed in the darkness like a death sentence for everyone present. Elsewhere in the gentle light of the forest, an arrow just hit the bullseye. This was part of the festival game, seemingly harmless but symbolizing the marksmanship skills of the elf tribe. A female elf and a boy smiled brightly as their success was recognized. Pure emotions and pride radiated from the bond between generations in a peaceful moment during the night festival. From the honored seats, an elf elder confirmed the rumors. Excellent archery skills were a gift from the heavens to their tribe. Opposite him, an outsider quietly observed, unable to hide his admiration. The elder's smile remained intact as he gently asked the human guest's impression of the festival. The question carried both goodwill and a subtle challenge about integration and understanding. A mature elf, holding a basket of glowing figs, calmly revealed the reason behind their secrecy. The more people knew the value of these sacred figs, the greater the risk of invasion, so the boundary between them and the outside world had to be established. As music and campfire light spread through the air, the elves immersed themselves in the melodies and laughter. A lute player smiled broadly, creating a warm, festive atmosphere that showed the elves' love for art and cuisine, something they valued more than any other race. The elf elder, with sincere eyes and a calm smile, affirmed his tribe's stance. Peace was the highest ideal. He did not hesitate to express his desire for a peaceful life, as a declaration that this festival was not just a party, but a promise of harmonious coexistence. In response to that sincerity, Kang Jinhyuk replied with a subtle compliment, calling the elf tribe's lifestyle inspirational. Though his words were gentle, Jinhyuk's eyes betrayed caution, as if he was still probing the true nature behind their peaceful facade. A heavy step broke the peaceful moment. From behind Jinhyuk, a figure approached with a hostile aura. A bitter accusation rang out, expressing deep hostility as the white-haired elf refused to accept humans judging his kind. Jinhyuk turned his head, flashing a teasing smile. With sharp eyes, he mocked his opponent for still sulking over being forbidden to eat earlier. Facing him, the white-haired elf crossed his arms, his face full of displeasure, silent but with eyes full of frustration. Unable to hold back, the white-haired elf exploded. With an angry expression, he emphasized that no matter how well Jinhyuk cooked, humans were still inferior in his eyes. Jinhyuk's presence, he said, was an insult to the sacred forest. Tension peaked as the two confronted each other directly. Jinhyuk refused to back down, responding with sarcastic words mocking his opponent's appearance. While sparks flew between their eyes, the elf chief stood between them trying to ease the situation with a forced smile. To prevent the conflict from turning violent, another elf stepped forward, placing a hand on his quiver. With a conciliatory yet firm tone, he proposed a solution, a fair challenge to preserve the festival's dignity. Jinhyuk immediately responded to the proposal with a sly smile. He raised a glowing arrow and suggested a public archery contest. The way he said, "The loser must leave," was nothing less than an official declaration of war, full of provocation and confidence. In response to the challenge, the white-haired elf laughed mockingly. With a face half disdainful, half excited, he couldn't believe a human dared to propose an archery contest with him, a skill elves regarded as an innate gift. The light in his eyes flared up, ready to enter the duel. At Jinhyuk's unexpected challenge, Teslan became furious. He shouted loudly, pointing forward with blazing eyes, declaring acceptance of the battle and demanding the target be prepared. The festival atmosphere instantly shifted from joyful to tense, as if stepping onto a battlefield. The immediate reaction spread among the witnesses. Young elves were so stunned they dropped their food. No one expected such a dramatic competition to erupt during the festival. Instead of fear, the crowd of elves immediately cheered excitedly. An archery match, their proudest art, was an opportunity not to be missed. They shouted and ran eagerly to find spots to watch the upcoming duel. The event became livelier than ever. The chant, "Teslan, Teslan," gave the white-haired elf renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk calmly held his bow, quietly preparing amid expectant gazes and cheers overwhelmingly favoring his opponent. Jinhyuk pretended to be sad seeing no one on his side, but his eyes were full of mischief. Teslan snorted coldly in response, asserting that no elf would foolishly cheer for an outsider. Racial discrimination remained clear even amid the festival. Unbothered, Jinhyuk decided to summon his own cheer squad. He reached into a subspace, a familiar skill, causing the surrounding scene to instantly glow brightly with summoning magic. Immediately after, from the misty space, a small black creature appeared amid pale golden light. Its big sparkling eyes and a cute tweet sound announced Guguma, Jinhyuk's familiar spirit beast, officially introduced before the entire elf tribe. Jinhyuk embraced Guguma like reuniting with a close friend. Meanwhile, Teslan could only frown in confusion, silently observing the strange summoned creature. To him, this appearance was nothing but a foolish joke. Teslan lightly mocked Jinhyuk for pampering the spirit beast, but still politely yielded the first shot. He pointed to the target fixed on a tree, saying if Jinhyuk had finished the cute performance, he could begin. Without another word, Jinhyuk drew his bow. A neat movement, his sharp eyes focused on the target. The arrow was shot silently but powerfully, as if the outcome was already decided. Jinhyuk's arrow pierced through the air with precise speed, creating a shocking sound as it struck near the center of the bulls. The force and accuracy silenced the audience momentarily, all eyes following the arrow embedded deep in the wooden board. Teslan squinted to assess the result, a half-hearted praise curling his lips. He acknowledged the shot was quite good, but didn't forget to add a disdainful attitude, deliberately belittling his opponent just because he was human. His arrogance clear, Teslan immediately drew his bow, asserting that Jinhyuk was still not skilled enough to compete with him. With absolute confidence, he shot an arrow as a challenge, believing his result would be far superior. Just as Teslan made his move, Guguma, the small creature Jinhyuk had summoned earlier, suddenly dashed forward at high speed, an action that caught the audience off guard about what was about to happen. From above the moonlit forest sky, Guguma soared upward, eyes shining brightly, aiming straight at Teslan, who was drawing his bow with a confused expression, not yet realizing the situation was changing. At the peak moment, Guguma activated a special skill called Fear. The entire space seemed to tremble with a fierce roar emitted from the small body, enveloped by a terrifying purple aura carrying deadly intent. Before Teslan could release his grip, he fell into a stunned state. The system immediately triggered the fear effect, causing his whole body to stiffen for 3 seconds, completely losing control while still drawing his bow. A scream of terror echoed throughout the audience. The spectators who had enthusiastically cheered for Teslan all fell over, thrown from their seats by the sudden shock of the terrifying power from what seemed to be a harmless human creature. At the center of the stage, Jinhyuk smiled slyly with pride. He didn't need to win by physical strength, but through calculation and wise skill, making his opponent lose all face before the crowd. The stage, originally meant for a fair duel, had now become a chaotic battlefield. Teslan lay sprawled on the wooden floor, surrounded by a crowd collapsed in horror, while Jinhyuk stood firm, without a scratch. Teslan still trembled on the wooden floor, his whole body stiff, eyes filled with horror not yet fading after the mental control effect. The recent trauma from that strange creature caused him to lose control, and in shock, he barely whispered hoarsely, "What the hell just happened?" His arrow finally left the bow and stuck into the ground, completely missing the bullseye that was the original target. The dry "THWOCK" sound echoed as proof of bitter failure. Blatantly humiliated, Teslan shouted angrily, "What did you do?" Facing the accusation, Jinhyuk showed no concern. He smirked cunningly, flicking a glowing pill with his finger. Kek, you guys are so naive. The words were not only teasing, but also a warning for the real game he was about to start. In the dim darkness, Jinhyuk, with a devilish smile, slowly dropped the pills onto the ground like an activation ritual. Behind him, the cute creature also smiled slyly. To win, I'm willing to do anything. Then the system announced, you have met the conditions. Teslan, from his position, glared at Jinhyuk as if witnessing a nightmare. Whether it was fear or rage was unclear, but only one thought crossed his mind. This guy is really crazy. Yam, a tiny creature resembling a little dragon, sat slumped on the floor looking dejected and exhausted. Its weary breath emitted white puffs, as if it had just used a skill beyond its limits. Without any explanation, just the sad eyes and the soft groan "Mogi" were enough for the reader to feel Yam's remorse. Jinhyuk knelt down, pointing at Yam with a reproachful but not angry expression. His words carried the sternness of a leader reminding a comrade that the battle was still ongoing, and Yam needed to stay alert. Faced with that gaze, Yam could only lower its head and repeat the small cry, "Mogi," showing its regret. Lifting Yam with both hands, Jinhyuk sternly scolded him as a warning. Although his face remained serious, it was clear he was not truly angry inside. Yam hugged the turquoise gem in its chest, eyes glistening with tears, causing Jinhyuk to silently think, I can't keep forgiving just because it's too cute. Teslan, still trembling from the recent shock, shouted angrily. He couldn't believe Jinhyuk used that small creature as a tool to impose the fear skill during a fair fight. With a furious look, he condemned Jinhyuk as a coward without honor, completely breaking the spirit of an archer knight. With a cold face and indifferent attitude, Jinhyuk answered briefly, No, I don't. The reply was not a weak confession, but a blunt declaration of survival principles. In a ruthless, competitive world, the winner is the one who writes the rules. Despite the criticism, Jinhyuk unexpectedly received a deserved reward, the perfect marksmanship skill. In a swirling blue light, he smiled confidently and provocatively. Every word in his reply, because I am a dirty human, was like a slap back at the arrogant standards of the elf race standing opposite him. Teslan could not accept the recent victory. With the pride of an archer, he refused to acknowledge the result. But Jinhyuk remained calm and composed, responding while proposing a rematch as if the previous fight was just a warm-up. He did not waver and was even ready to continue into a fair game. Standing side by side under the pale purple moonlight, both opponents were ready to restart the match. Teslan gritted his teeth, his eyes warning that he would show no mercy if there were any more tricks. Jinhyuk replied tersely with fine, showing cold confidence. At their feet, Yam lay collapsed on the ground, seemingly not yet fully recovered. Taking a light breath to calm himself, Teslan carefully drew an arrow from his quiver. The phrase, how meaningless, was uttered as a way to dismiss all previous arguments. Now, he would let his skill and the pride of an elf archer speak instead of words. A brilliant blue light swirled around Teslan's bow and arrow as the perfect marksmanship skill activated. His eyes shone with absolute focus, his whole body tense like a drawn bow ready to shoot. This was no longer a simple contest, but a confrontation between two wills, where honor and pride were raised as battle flags. At the moment the arrow struck deep into the bull's, the entire audience held their breath. Teslan's perfectly accurate shot was like a nail driving home his title as the strongest ranger of the elf race. The faint, shimmering lights in the forest only highlighted that undeniable shot. The cheers from the elves echoed continuously. Bullseye! A proud shout rose from the elf people, accompanied by reverent looks toward Teslan. With cold eyes and a proud stance, he stood firm like a stone statue, embodying the pinnacle of elf archery. Meanwhile, from the human side, the group watching from afar worried about Kang Jinhyuk. A red-haired girl shouted in panic, hoping Jinhyuk would give up and beg for mercy before things got out of control. They could not imagine a human daring to challenge the supreme pride of their race. That girl, clearly concerned for Jinhyuk's life, continued to warn. Teslan was their greatest warrior, unmatched by anyone. For a human, defeating Teslan was tantamount to suicide. Despair was evident on her face as she saw Jinhyuk remain silent. but Jin Hyuk only smiled faintly. "The best elf warrior," he repeated her words with a challenging look, his eyes gleaming with cold interest. Not fear, but excitement, as if fighting the best was exactly what he had been waiting for. Not making everyone wait long, the ice mold skill was immediately activated. A giant pillar of ice rose from the ground, lifting the target board high into the air. The sudden scene made everyone's eyes widen. No one expected Jin Hyuk to play a difficulty increase move in such a strange way. The target board shot up with cracking sounds and shattered ice flying everywhere. The sudden thrust made the target unstable in midair. The audience erupted in shock and admiration. The board is flying into the sky. The surprise quickly turned to anger. Teslan, his face flushed with rage, shouted at Jin Hyuk, who remained disturbingly calm. "What are you doing?" But in response, Jin Hyuk just tilted his head and smiled lightly. "I don't understand what you're saying." Jin Hyuk held his bow, his hands glowing with fiery red energy. With a confident smile, he declared he was only adjusting the difficulty to suit his skill. The system recorded. He was combining two skills, blood demon energy and perfect marksmanship, a move far beyond usual logic. The result of that crazy combination was a completely new skill, Red Missile, an EA-level skill with destructive power and near-perfect accuracy. With just 2.5 seconds of focus, Jin Hyuk could turn every shot into a blazing nightmare for any enemy. Teslan was astonished to realize something had changed in an instant. With tense and sharp eyes, he tried to analyze the situation, sensing that Jin Hyuk had done something unusual right after the first shot. Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk immediately activated the Red Missile skill, a blazing red energy like a rocket shot from his bow, swirling fiercely in the air, leaving a blazing red trail, proof of the combined power of demon fire and absolute precision. The target board, still spinning wildly in midair after the previous freezing, became the next target. Despite the chaotic trajectory, Jin Hyuk's arrow locked onto the critical weak point with astonishing calmness. The arrow wrapped in red fire pierced through the air, hitting exactly the tip of Teslan's arrow lodged in the target board. The power of Red Missile was not only strong but precise to the millimeter, a devastating counterattack. The explosive force of the arrow caused the target board to burst into brilliant light. Wood fragments flew in all directions like a detonated bomb, marking the moment Jin Hyuk not only defeated Teslan, but also broke the physical limits of the target. Teslan stood stunned, his face blank and eyes horrified. He couldn't believe his arrow, once considered a masterpiece, was destroyed in an instant by a human he had once underestimated. The crowd of elves could not hide their shock either. They all stood up at once, eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe the scene before them. A human had done what no one in their race had ever done. One of the elves exclaimed in panic. He said the target board was made from the wood of a sacred fig tree, a durable wood not easily destroyed. Yet Jin Hyuk not only destroyed Teslan's arrow, but also shattered the entire target board in a single strike. A mocking voice rang out after the victory. "How does it feel to lose to a dirty human?" Jin Hyuk smiled smugly while Teslan stood silently, unable to utter a word. The silence of the defeated was the clearest proof of humiliation. With the last shred of pride remaining, Teslan bowed his head and silently declared that he could not abandon his pride. Though defeated, he was still a warrior of honor, or at least trying to cling to his last bit of dignity. As a warrior, Teslan accepted the undeniable defeat. Before the entire village, he declared he would leave this place and never return, keeping the honorable promise of a ranger in the sacred Mother Forest. Teslan's words made the atmosphere heavy. Those who once respected and admired him could only bow their heads in silence. "No, I am no longer a ranger," phrase uttered by a comrade carrying deep regret. But at that moment, a voice called out. Teslan stopped, hearing a familiar voice from behind, Kang Jin Hyuk, who had just defeated him, holding him back with a gentle call. "Genius, wait." Turning around, Teslan could not hide his deep hurt. He lowered his voice bitterly. "I have lost. Shouldn't I leave? Or do you intend to continue humiliating me?" Contrary to expectations, Jin Hyuk just scratched his head as if searching for the most reasonable words to say. He acknowledged Teslan's pride, but tactfully pointed out that if he left now, it would spoil the festive atmosphere. Jin Hyuk's voice remained calm but resolute. He made a proposal. Instead of leaving the village, change the previously promised condition. He seemed to have a solution that allowed everyone to save face. Teslan was stunned, his eyes suspicious. He could not understand why the victor would turn back and open an escape route for him. Behind that silence was a turmoil of emotions rising within him. But wounded pride was not easily soothed. Teslan gritted his teeth, angrily declaring, "I'd rather leave," a statement like a final outburst from a breaking ego. That fierce reaction sent chills through those around. The tribespeople witnessing the scene could only force smiles, sweat beading on their brows, unsure whether to support anyone or bury their shame for Teslan. Standing between honor and disgrace, Kang Jin Hyuk smiled sarcastically yet proudly. "Where I live, that expression is reserved for the strong." A perfect finishing blow, not with fists but with words. Teslan reappeared in a ridiculous punishment outfit, a gaudy fairy costume with glittering wings, fishnet stockings, and a heart-shaped magic wand. His face flushed with embarrassment, but he stood straight, flexing muscles, reluctantly accepting the punishment named Monster Appearance. A red-haired elf tried to defend Teslan, shouting loudly to stop the laughter spreading from the crowd. But behind him, Teslan in that bizarre form flapped his wings angrily, making the scene even more ironic and hard to suppress laughter. The red elf's resistance didn't last long. His face scrunched up, tears and snot flying as he tried to hold back laughter but couldn't, finally bursting into laughter so hard he nearly collapsed, shattering the original seriousness. Pushed to the limit, Teslan delivered a kick straight to the red-faced elf. The surrounding elves sneered, while Sylvia smiled slyly, commenting that this forest guardian had quite an unexpectedly unconventional hobby. Another resounding kick sent the group of elves flying. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk calmly stood at a distance observing, silently thinking that from the perspective of an elder, seeing a close soldier in such a state must be quite unpleasant. However, contrary to Jinhyuk's guess, the silver-haired elder smiled calmly. He refused to intervene, believing that this failure and humiliation would be a valuable lesson Teslan needed, like a wall blocking a path he had never encountered before. The elder frankly pointed out that Teslan's obsession with power and his role as guardian had isolated him. Therefore, he considered this meeting, though somewhat humiliating, a necessary opportunity for liberation. Still angry, Teslan continued to deliver punishing kicks toward those who dared to mock him. The elder gently continued, saying that Jinhyuk's presence had brought a precious chance for change to everyone. Jinhyuk looked at the elder with admiration. In his heart, he silently acknowledged that this was a true adult, someone with broad vision and deep understanding of his subordinates' psychology. With the elder's good-natured consent, Jinhyuk smiled mischievously. Now that he had the green light, he could fully escalate the punishment to another level. Both laughed meaningfully, as if about to further discipline Teslan's stubborn ego. Amid the peaceful festival atmosphere, a gasp and the panicked face of an elf signaled an approaching storm. Sweat, broken breath, and tense expression showed he had just endured a fierce battle. The surrounding elves were stunned when they saw a bloodied figure appear from afar. The entire festival ground shook as they recognized Lucian, one of the border guards, rushing in desperation and exhaustion, prompting the crowd to immediately call for the elder. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, his face full of surprise witnessing an unexpected scene. One of their warriors in a state of collapse, bloodied amidst the sacred festival. Lucian knelt on the ground, clutching a wound that bled uncontrollably. His face was pale from pain and despair, while the elder confirmed his identity and anxiously asked what had happened. With fiery eyes and trembling voice, Lucian shouted a warning that froze the village for a moment. The enemy was approaching, not just one but an assault force with clear intent to massacre. The image of the enemy became clear, a warrior wearing a black cloak, mask, wielding a large weapon radiating deadly intent. His presence was proof of the nightmare descending upon them. One of the survivors recounted in horror. Masked strangers suddenly appeared from the shadows. His terrified account made everyone clearly feel the severity of the attack. Not only infiltrating, the masked assailants immediately swung their swords and began merciless slaughter. Blood was spilled, and all resistance was futile against overwhelming power. The village's border guards, elite warriors of the elf tribe, fought valiantly, but despite their quick response, they could not withstand such a brutal and sudden assault. In the dark rain, an enemy stood out with a large sword and commanding presence, towering amid corpses and smoke. This figure was not just a warrior, he was the embodiment of a nightmare, beyond anyone's ability to resist at the border. The cold, sharp eyes and sinister aura of the masked assassin made the surrounding space seem to freeze. His gaze was not merely threatening, it was a cold assertion. They are very strong. He didn't need to boast. Just one sentence was enough to make listeners feel the overwhelming superiority of the enemy. A black magical poison spread through the air as the masked assailants used strange techniques, causing high-level spirits to collapse in convulsions and fear. Even the most experienced warriors of the Mother Forest could not stop the enemy's overwhelming advance, a harsh reality bitterly admitted by Lucian. In a desperate effort to convey information, Lucian, the border guard, collapsed in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth with each strained word, reflecting despair and wounds not only physical but also a shattered spirit. Noticing Lucian's critical condition, a female elf immediately knelt to support him. She decisively ordered to stop him from speaking further. "Let us treat you first. No one can fight or tell the truth when life is slipping away in their hands." The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to the elder of the mother forest. His expression became heavy, his features hardened. Worried calls urged him to act, but no one understood better than him that the decisive moment for the entire forest had arrived. With no time to hesitate, the elder roared an order. "Everyone ready to fight!" His authoritative voice echoed throughout the forest, awakening not only the pride of the warriors, but also serving as a death knell for any enemy daring to invade this sacred place. Immediately in the armory camp, the spirits busily prepared according to orders. "Open the armory," a warning accompanied by a dangerous assumption. The enemy had surrounded the forest. Chaos spread, but no one retreated. Now was the time for all to fight for survival. Amid the flickering campfire, a young warrior gripped his spear tightly. The commander shouted loudly, stirring determination from the depths of their hearts. "Sacrifice for the mother forest!" No retreat, only fighting until the last breath to protect the sacred land they called home. The atmosphere grew more urgent as a summons rang out. "An emergency assault team will be formed." The shout of the silver-haired commander awakened all senior rangers. Now was the time for the strongest warriors to unite and face the battle together. At the center of all this chaos and preparation, Kang Jinhyuk silently stood observing. No words, no unnecessary movements. The dim light from the fire reflected the silhouettes around him, but no one could guess the thoughts inside this man's mind. A female warrior bowed before the sacred spear, her eyes showing steely determination. A vow sounded behind her. "Sacrifice for the mother forest." Those words spread, touching every elf's heart, turning fear into a spirit of martyrdom. A white-haired elf appeared from within the camp, his voice resolutely declaring the formation of the emergency assault team. The senior warriors immediately left their ranks and moved forward. Now was their moment to prove why they were called senior rangers. In the blazing red sunset, 3 young players are running desperately along the forest path. Breathing heavily, one of them collapses, crying out that he cannot run any further. Panic is evident in every step. They do not understand why they are being chased, only knowing that the pursuer behind is too strong, too fast, and too terrifying. One of the 2 turns around and shouts loudly, trying to explain. They are just ordinary players, not involved in any conflict. But those words cannot slow the pursuer's steps. The other, fearful and desperate, angrily yells at his friend for daring to stop and talk in such a dangerous situation. Just as the explanation is unfinished, a violent explosion erupts behind them. The shockwave blows all 3 away, throwing them forward like dolls. A shadow in a red cloak with blue light emanating from the mask rushes through the smoke and fire, holding a huge weapon, not a person but a killing machine. From inside the fiercely burning forest, the cold leader gives orders. An emotionless voice rings out, "Leave no one alive." Beside him, masked warriors continue advancing, their soulless eyes amidst the fiery hell. Their goal is not just to kill people, but to wipe the elf tribe's forest off the world map. Painful screams echo in the night. Blood stains the tree trunks red. The black-clad warriors act coldly and without hesitation, stabbing through the weak bodies of elf guards. Each stab sound emphasizes the crime unfolding in the once peaceful forest. A bloodied hand rises trembling from the ground, shaking with pain and fear. A young warrior tries to call for help in vain, his voice fatting amidst blood and his last breath. But before finishing his words, his life is mercilessly extinguished. Suddenly, one of the assassins preparing to strike is hit from a distance. Arrows fly precisely into his chest, causing him to collapse. His comrades turn around in horror, unable to understand what is happening, only seeing their teammates fall one by one. Another has no time to react before an arrow strikes his head. He only manages to scream in panic, "We are under attack!" before everything goes dark. Those once seemingly invincible now become hunted targets. The one who struck is none other than the silver-haired elder, holding a large bow. Though exhausted and kneeling, his eyes burn with anger and pain. From the shadows, he rises and declares the elf tribe's counterattack begins, even if it means sacrificing everything. The elder slowly steps out onto the blood-soaked battlefield, looking at the fallen bodies of his people. His eyes are filled with despair and disbelief. In his mind echoes an unanswered question: how could things have come to this? Witnessing the bloodied bodies of his kin lying silently in the deep forest, an elf warrior kneels, gazing at the body of a girl with a fatal wound. In his painful eyes are shock and resentment, unable to comprehend how the children of Mother Forest could be so brutally slaughtered. Within the arms of a tribesman, a severely wounded female elf still gasps for breath. Black blood flows down her lips as her dim eyes look up, blurred between pain and regret. The warrior holds her tightly, lips trembling, unable to speak, while helplessness floods his heart. Amidst the tragic forest, the elf leader, wearing a thick fur cloak, embraces the cold body of the female tribesman and bows his head in apology, his voice hoarse from restraint, admitting fault for failing to protect his people from disaster. Behind him, a young elf clenches his fists, his whole body trembling with anger. Darkness covers his eyes, making his expression even colder, reflecting the helplessness transforming into a fierce killing intent within him. Not letting the pain dominate for long, the leader quickly issues orders. He commands all surviving elves to immediately retreat to the village center, where a strong alliance stands ready to protect them, to avoid further losses. While the elf warriors silently prepare for the upcoming battle, their eyes are red with anger and resentment. One steps forward and speaks briefly but decisively. "If you encounter the enemy, kill immediately without asking." The furious shout of a female elf tears through the night. "We will avenge in the name of Mother Forest." That rage quickly spreads, the entire army shouting back in unison, as a vow to turn this anger into a fierce wave of revenge. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a white-haired elf steps forward, a slight smirk and calculating eyes. He speaks as if he has long awaited this moment. "Revenge? Perfect. I happen to have a plan." Elsewhere, the enemy is not completely surprised. A system notification appears before a figure in black. "Lost contact with 2 scouts in Area B16. The light from the information panel reflects on his cold face, indicating the start of the counterattack has been detected. Receiving the intelligence, the assassin group quickly reacts. As they dash through the treetops in the night, one of them comments, "Zuhua, the elves seem to have begun their counterattack." The other nods, replying with calculation, "Faster than expected." The war clearly can no longer be retreated from. A masked female assassin speeds through the dark forest with extreme velocity, her eyes shining with determination. She orders without hesitation, "Mobilize all forces." The ultimate target is clear. They must eliminate Kang Jinhyuk at all costs. The elf forest scene is immersed in a silent sunset, but the atmosphere is filled with tension. A special barrier layer blocks all external signals, isolating Jinhyuk completely, preventing him from requesting support from the outside world. On the tall treetops, the assault force begins to spread out in formation, led by the black-clad female assassin. She shouts loudly, ordering to surround the village center, where their biggest target may be hiding. In response to the order, a member of Team C immediately confirms, placing a hand on the shoulder of a captive. His cold face and murderous gaze show this is not just a mission, but a meticulously prepared purge. A member of Team A closely follows command orders, his face showing determination. The subdivided units move precisely to their designated positions, creating a tightening pincer around the elf forest. The combat plan is clearly outlined. Teams A, B, and C, along with 150 people including S-rankers, will attack from 3 directions. The first team to reach Jinhyuk will delay him, opening the way for the full assault. An illustrative image appears, showing a series of giant creatures, dinosaurs and ancient monsters, deployed as the main force. The plan is that after sufficient delay, all forces will converge and deliver the finishing blow. A fierce monster rears up, its huge mouth opening forward. An inner voice echoes in the enemy's mind. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand 3 S-rankers at once. The enemy's confidence has peaked. In the darkness, the leading female assassin repeats the objective like an oath. By the will of the Chinese guild, they will wipe out Kang Jinhyuk, making him disappear silently from this world, leaving no trace behind. But in the midst of her fierce pursuit, her eyes suddenly widen. Something unexpected is happening right before her. She only manages to utter a confused, "Huh." Suddenly from above, a fierce beam of light tears through the darkness and strikes the assassin's head, stunning him. In that moment, a swift and powerful counterattack shakes the China Guild's ambush plan from the very start. 2 enemies are thrown helplessly to the ground, rolling over the dusty forest floor littered with dry branches. The recent attack was not only powerful in damage, but also a clear warning. Anyone who dares invade this place will be crushed. Standing firm amid the shockwave, an assassin in the group quickly recognizes the silhouette of the attacker. The doubt now has an answer. The enemy exclaims in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer is the one they absolutely do not want to face. Lifting his hood, the enemy looks closely at the opponent and realizes the bitter truth. He is one of those who had been monitoring Kang Jinhyuk from the broadcast station. Unexpectedly, the most dangerous target was the first to strike. Kang Jinhyuk smiles coldly as his light jacket flutters in the wind. The pressure from his aura seems to freeze the surrounding space. His words are not a warning, but a sentence of judgment. Another assassin smiles unexpectedly, not out of joy, but because he did not expect to be the first to face Kang Jinhyuk. In the flash of magical light, he realizes the real battle has begun. In another direction of the battlefield, a group of assassins advances simultaneously. Led by one wielding a giant sword, they move decisively and in an organized manner. It seems they are heading toward the place where the combat signal was just detected. The leader of Team B confirms via communication device, "Spotted Kang Jinhyuk." This message is immediately relayed to the command center, and Team C responds quickly as well. Both groups are preparing to tighten the siege. The captain of Team C immediately orders to join forces with Team B. With Kang Jin-hyuk's appearance, the encirclement plan must be accelerated. But just as he prepares to give the final order, an unusual signal causes him to hesitate. His eyes widen with alertness as he clearly senses a source of killing intent approaching. Though unsure who is about to strike, his combat instincts do not lie. Danger is very near. A sharp sword aura sweeps across the battlefield like a deadly crescent, tearing through space in an instant. The overwhelming power of the attack leaves the enemy no time to react, knocking them away like broken puppets. As the whirlwind slash subsides, the elf archers suddenly appear from above, aiming arrows straight at the intruders. Leading them is a silver-haired warrior with fiery eyes, declaring that no foreign trash is allowed to leave this place. The enemy, one of the assault leaders, grits his teeth in rage at the elf tribe's insult. His eyes fill with hatred as he retorts with a contemptuous phrase, "Native trash." Amidst the chaos, an assassin suddenly takes a critical hit from behind. Blood spurts from his back as proof of the power gap between the invaders and the opponents they face. Kang Jin-hyuk wastes no moment. He activates two powerful skills, Graveyard Sword and Steps of the King. From the opening move, purple energy surges like a storm, sweeping away the enemy formation. One member of the infiltration team shouts desperately, ordering a scatter. Their concentrated coordination only makes them easy prey for area of effect skills. Fear is evident in his voice as he witnesses Jin-hyuk's true power. Immediately, the enemy formation begins to retreat and leap onto the treetops. The sound of pounding footsteps echoes through the forest, leaving behind a chaotic void swept clean by the approaching icy fury. Jin-hyuk unleashes the ice statue sculpture move. Giant ice spikes shoot out at terrifying speed, piercing through enemies in an instant. The desperate screams of the unlucky soldier ring out in the forest like a death knell. One of the leaders is shocked to see his comrade frozen and shattered. He grits his teeth, thinking, Kang Jin-hyuk's true power far exceeds what was seen in the videos. At this rate, they will be completely wiped out before reinforcements arrive. Despite the pressure weighing on every breath, the commander tries to stay calm. His only thought is to hold Jin-hyuk back a little longer, just a little, to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. While the snow and ice still hover in the air, Jin-hyuk calmly stands in the frozen forest, his gaze serene and directed forward. Though unclear about the true reason for the enemy's intrusion into this forest, he is certain their goal is to seize something important. His low voice rings out with contempt, shattering any attempt at negotiation. "You're about to die, why bother caring?" Not giving the enemy any more chances to stall, Jin-hyuk bluntly demands, "Stop stalling, fight." In another area, mercenaries are landing from multiple directions, burning everything in their path. The leader is confident that while Jin-hyuk is being held back, the rest of the army has already approached the village center, ready to carry out the next step of destruction. The man in black smiles maliciously, finishing with a cruel assertion. "Once the village is flattened, anything you're looking for will be wiped out with it." He believes this psychological blow will shake Jin-hyuk's resolve. Jin-hyuk slightly lowers his sword, his voice calm but sharp as a blade. "You intend to destroy the entire village." His eyes flash coldly, as if measuring the opponent's level of foolishness. The enemy watches that reaction from behind a tree, a triumphant smile appearing. He reasons that if what Jin-hyuk seeks is in the village, surely he will return to protect it, just as their plan anticipated. This certainty makes his gaze even more confident. Even a few minutes, retreat from Jin-hyuk is enough to buy time, and thus their reinforcements will arrive just when needed. He cannot hide his glee, his smile cracking with the seemingly successful scheme. In his mind, he envisions the battlefield turning around thanks to the seemingly perfect delay plan. However, Jin-hyuk's reaction reverses the situation. He lets out a quiet laugh in his throat, a light chuckle of mockery, as if enjoying a poorly staged play directed by the opponent. That smile unsettles the enemy, who cannot understand why Jin-hyuk is laughing now. He utters a strange sound, trying to mask his confusion, but everything has already slipped beyond control. Jin-hyuk wears a cold smile, his eyes sparkling with clear-headed sarcasm as he faces the enemy's scheme. He shakes his head slightly, decisively rejecting their plan and declaring he fully understands the trick being played, as if this ruse is too amateurish to fool him. As the scene shifts to the elf village, Jin-hyuk's mockery rings out, striking directly at the enemy's strategic core. He not only dismisses their plan, but also sneers at their naivety, showing he is not trapped, and even finds their incompetence amusing. One enemy in the attacking group panics upon seeing the unexpected appearance of a figure not accounted for. He exclaims in shock, his face paling as he recognizes her. Someone he never expected is here, and seemingly not on their side. From above, the graceful silhouette of a woman hovers in the night, carrying a cold aura. Her voice echoes, calmly declaring that she does not care about the fate of the elf tribe, words both cold and decisive, signaling an independent power beyond all factions. The girl's face, with blazing red eyes, appears clearly in close-up. Those sharp eyes pierce the enemy's heart as she accuses them. Their foolishness in daring to obstruct her allies' plan is the reason they must pay with their lives. The atmosphere shakes as the girl unleashes the blood spear's skill. Bloody spears spiral in the sky like red rain, shining with death. The declaration, "That is reason enough to kill you," is like a signed death sentence, without a hint of hesitation. An enemy standing before the power gathering in the air trembles uncontrollably. He utters what sounds like a last confession, admitting they have no chance against such a monster, a surrender before the blood storm descends. From the sky, the girl coldly commands, "Disappear!" At the same time, the bloody spears plunge down like deadly arrows. The finishing move has been activated, leaving no chance of survival for anyone below. In a bloody and brutal scene, an enemy is torn apart by an incoming spear. His body is shredded at the moment of impact. No time to scream, no time to dodge. Everything happens in an instant, as if he himself knew death was imminent. The final strike falls like a meteor, creating a massive explosion that bathes the forest in blazing red light. The blast marks the end of the daring enemy group, a conclusion completely outside their calculations, mercilessly destroyed for interfering wrongly in the game of the strong. The villain is stunned when the system reports recipient does not exist. This truth shocks him. The person he trusted has completely vanished, causing all support plans to collapse into nothingness. Darkness blankets the sky beneath the stars, the scene scattered with blood and corpses, deep red twisted spear wounds like punitive stakes driven through the battlefield. Not a single cry, only the aftershock of a devastating skill just passed. A dying enemy still tries to communicate, raising a bloodied hand trembling with a signal device. In desperation, he hisses a plea for help. "Need reinforcements. The village is in danger." Nearby, a lifeless body slumps, a bloodied spear piercing straight through the chest. The air is filled with the scent of iron and desolation. From above, a white-haired girl with blood-red eyes descends amidst the silent night. Her cold voice echoes under the moonlight. Boring, not interesting at all. She gently lands on the ground, her high heels touching the soft earth, drawing circles of dust, ending a massacre without a trace of expression. A group of elves hides behind tree trunks, holding their breath as they watch the girl who just descended. The white-haired girl turns her head, her gaze sweeping past, as if sensing the presence of remaining witnesses. At the same time, a distant enemy panics as the system panel coldly displays, "Recipient does not exist." Fear spreads across his face. The connection has been cut. The deadly message becomes clear. He whispers in disbelief, "Li Keqiang, the strongest among us, is dead." The shock leaves his mind blank. From his hiding spot, he sees Jinhyuk charging forward with overwhelming killing intent. Only one thought echoes in his mind. What the hell has he done? Without time to think further, he immediately shouts the final order, "Everyone into battle formation." Meanwhile, Jinhyuk glances upward, sensing a new killing intent stirring from the treetops. In the silent night, attackers cloaked in black hide at strategic positions, surrounding Jinhyuk from all sides. He stands alone in the encirclement, like prey cornered in their eyes, yet the calm on his face reveals the opposite. The enemy mage silently activates the skill Contamination, a murky green smoke spreading from him like a toxic gas, swirling with each hand gesture, implying disruption and mental control. The system immediately records the effect. Contamination skill has nullified fear status for the entire enemy team. The group of assassins is no longer affected by Jinhyuk's overwhelming killing intent, at least in theory. The poisonous gas quickly covers the battlefield, the assassins, red eyes glowing unnaturally as if hypnotized. The cruelty in their gaze is revealed, marking a complete shift into combat mode. However, the effect does not last as expected. One assassin suddenly widens his eyes, panic clearly showing, signaling that something beyond anticipation is beginning within the poison's influence. Immediately, two assassins are thrown into the air by an unseen force. Jinhyuk remains standing at the center of the battlefield, his cold gaze watching his opponents writhe in pain. Jinhyuk's eyes glow blue, clearly showing he has entered serious combat mode. Without warning, his killing intent surges out, as if blowing away all confidence just bolstered by the contamination skill. A sharp spinning kick like a whirlwind from Jinhyuk sends two assassins flying. The strike is so fast they cannot draw their weapons in time, completely overwhelmed in both speed and skill. Another tries to sneak attack from behind with a long spear, but Jin-hyuk merely leans aside lightly to dodge. His composure makes the opponent even more panicked, as if facing an entirely different creature. With a diagonal swirling sword strike combined with a series of kicks, Jin-hyuk took down 2 more enemies. He taunted them in a calm tone. "Looks like your eyes are all messed up, can't even see the real opponent," a blow to both body and spirit. Kang Jin-hyuk glided across the ground like a sharp blade, unleashing an ice magic that cracked the earth, causing a series of massive ice pillars to surge up with great power. The sudden attack shook the entire battlefield, leaving the enemy stunned in a moment of daze. Faced with Jin-hyuk's unimaginable power, the enemies were thrown about like puppets with cut strings. He not only dominated with strength, but also perfectly controlled distance and space, forcing the entire black-clad army to retreat in chaos. One of the enemy commanders stood high above observing the overall situation, his face grimacing as he realized the entire front line was being devastated. He clenched his fists tightly, witnessing Jin-hyuk crush his comrades with freezing magic. Anger surged in the desperate shout of the commander as he loudly called the name Ten Shao, ordering the strongest remaining comrade to appear quickly. His heart was filled with unease. If reinforcements didn't arrive in time, the entire battle line would collapse. Before the commander's shout ended, 2 figures dashed out from the distant forest like raging winds. One was a muscular swordsman in a powerful attack stance, the other a warrior wearing glasses with a cold smile and bloodthirsty eyes. As soon as they entered shooting range, before the enemy could react, the silver-haired warrior drew his bow and activated the skill-perfect marksmanship, an unerring sniper technique. The glowing arrow traced a deadly trajectory tearing through the air. The first arrow shot like lightning, piercing through the defenses and armor of the lead soldier. He fell before he could scream, while those behind could only stand frozen as more arrows flew in succession, perfectly accurate. In another direction, a red-haired female warrior knelt on the ground, pressing her palms deeply into the earth as if performing a sacred ritual. Immediately, the ground trembled and giant vines burst forth from the jungle, encircling the battlefield. The skill, imprisonment of the forest, was activated. A Guild China warrior had no time to resist before being tightly bound by the vines. He struggled hopelessly as he realized this was not just ordinary plants. They were alive, squeezing tightly and draining his vitality. While teammates executed the blockade, the white-haired archer drew his bow once again, his gaze cold as ice. "We will not let you escape," he declared decisively. The resistance force had completely taken control of the battlefield. With no way out, the white-haired archer revealed a fierce aura, pulling the bowstring to its limit and releasing a volley of arrows at lightning speed toward the enemy. In his resolute declaration, the arrows carried a punitive will, cutting through the cold wind straight into the battlefield. Facing the direct attack, the assassin activated the defensive skill, self-defense chi, causing his entire body to glow sparkling as if covered by a layer of energy armor. The system clearly announced his defense ability increased by 50%, a sign he was preparing to fight rather than flee. At the same time, an emergency signal was sent. "Kang Jin-hyuk is here," appearing on the control panel. Ten Shao received the message. His eyes suddenly grew colder upon hearing the name and immediately called out to his comrade, Zuhua. But Zuhua was now tightly bound by the root strands of the skill, imprisonment of the forest, only able to coldly watch the assassin standing in the encirclement. He smirked, calmly laughing at being surrounded as if it meant nothing. With blazing red eyes and an angry voice, he shouted, declaring that all efforts to stop him were futile. The rage exploded, enveloped by killing intent that made the forest tremble. This was not someone easily subdued. In the next moment, the hidden power within him erupted. The binding roots were torn apart by a brutal, deep red aura. He stood amid the chaotic storm, roaring like a beast, completely breaking free from the enemy's control. A fierce shockwave radiated from him, knocking the red-haired archer away. She only managed a painful "cue" before her body was thrown backward, bearing wounds caused by the shockwave. Not stopping there, he immediately activated the skill, Sword Chi Great Blade. The sword in his hand shone brightly, carving a brilliant curved arc aimed straight at the staggering girl who had not yet stood up. A fatal strike was about to fall. The girl's eyes widened in horror as she realized the sudden presence of the giant sword rushing toward her. Cold sweat poured down. Her instinctive reflexes couldn't keep up with the speed of the attack. She could only silently utter a word in her heart. But before the sword could touch her, a massive wave of ice surged from the side, shattering everything within its range. A pillar of bright white ice exploded in the battlefield, as if an intervention from an absolute power had just arrived in time. Teslan quickly moved to support the injured Sylvia, holding her firmly with one hand and stabilizing her posture so she could continue fighting. Though grateful for the rescue, Sylvia was reminded to keep her spirits strong, for the battle was far from over. From the rubble, a terrifying figure with blazing red eyes and black aura billowing from his body appeared. His large, imposing silhouette made the atmosphere heavier and darker than ever before. Sylvia's gaze turned toward the black-clad warrior with extreme apprehension. Her face clearly showed confusion as she sensed the overwhelming pressure from the figure emerging from the dust. She silently admitted, "This one is very strong." At the same time, a giant sword suddenly appeared, standing upright as if splitting the sky in two. The new enemy had not yet revealed himself, but the aura radiating from the weapon alone was enough for witnesses to feel a great storm approaching. Standing atop the battlefield, Kang Jinhyuk calmly observed the pile of corpses and ruins around him. With a steady yet challenging voice, he declared that no enemy remained standing. His sharp gaze swept through the darkness. Then, those hiding in the shadows stepped forward. A surviving assassin quietly admitted defeat. His face was full of regret and bitterness because the reinforcement plan had completely failed. The entire team was slaughtered before backup could arrive. A shadow gently emerged from behind the bushes. The woman named Zuhua, an assassin with extremely potent poison, finally stepped out. The system profile quickly appeared, revealing all personal information, level, skills, and special conditions to copy skills from her. Jinhyuk carefully read the conditions to copy Zuhua's poison skill. He had to fight while poisoned. He frowned, quietly complaining that conditions related to poison skills were always so unreasonable and dangerous. Without any fear, Zuhua stepped forward, her hand emitting a hazy, poisonous aura. Her voice was full of arrogance and challenge. She knew Jinhyuk was strong but still refused to back down. Jinhyuk's eyes locked onto her. The confrontation had begun. The skill A,000 Poisons was activated. Zuhua charged straight at Jinhyuk, her hands covered in green poison gas. She shouted confidently, "You won't survive if you get poisoned by me," showing absolute confidence in her deadly skill. The giant stone pillar was terribly corroded by the poison, leaving blotchy holes and slimy green patches, clear evidence of the destructive power of the A,000 Poisons skill. Each small streak of poison served as a reminder of the price any living creature would pay if struck. Kang Jinhyuk silently sighed as he watched the poisonous gas swirling around him. He knew well that if the poison touched him, the consequences would be severe. Yet, a part of him still wanted to acquire at least one poison skill to complete his skill set. In the moment Zuhua was preparing to attack, Jinhyuk suddenly closed in and grabbed her arm. Zuhua's face immediately showed shock. She did not expect the enemy to react so quickly amid the spreading poison. With one hand still holding Zuhua, Jinhyuk frowned in discomfort and demanded she stop dodging. While Zuhua struggled to find an opportunity to counterattack, Jinhyuk acted as if he only needed quiet to think. The disparity between them was obvious. Cornered, Zuhua immediately activated Self-Chi Defense, increasing her defense by 50%. The skill notification appeared in her mind, and she believed this protection could help her withstand any physical attack from Jinhyuk. But before she could finish her thought, Jinhyuk unleashed a powerful strike. A burst of white energy exploded like a lightning sword, piercing straight into her body. The newly activated, seemingly impenetrable defense was shattered in an instant. Zuhua panicked and suffered extreme pain. She couldn't believe she was seriously injured even with her defense skill active. Her eyes widened in despair as she tried to understand what had just happened. Kang Jinhyuk showed no concern. Looking at Zuhua lying sprawled on the ground, he coldly ordered, "Be quiet so I can think." To him, the fight was more a nuisance distracting his focus than a real threat. Gritting her teeth, Zuhua pushed herself up on her hands. Though her body was torn and her organs severely shaken, she struggled to rise. A final determination formed in her mind. Before Ten Shao arrives, I must deal at least some damage to him. With that last resolve, Zuhua gathered all remaining strength and activated a counterattack. Her eyes glowed fiercely, poison concentrated in her palms, and she charged at Jinhyuk with a single goal, to inflict damage at any cost. Zuhua panicked as she was knocked back, her eyes dazed in a moment of terror. Jinhyuk coldly approached her, his voice calm but admonishing, as if scolding her for stubbornly disobeying. Without allowing her to resist, Jinhyuk delivered a fatal blow. Blue electricity flashed around his eyes as he decisively defeated his opponent with overwhelming power, sending her flying away. As the strike ended, Jinhyuk suddenly paused. His expression changed, alert to a strange sensation that had just passed by, as if something had slipped beyond his control. With sharp eyes, Jinhyuk noticed a poison needle embedded in his hand. He clenched his fist tightly, sensing that the recent counterattack was not merely physical. In the distance, Zuhua struggled to stand in pain, trembling as she uttered his name with anger and fear. She bitterly realized her opponent was not careless despite being poisoned. In a defiant gesture, Zuhua lightly licked her lips and retrieved the poison needle she had hidden. It was part of her final counterattack plan, to strike even after falling. With a confident smile and cunning eyes, Zuhua declared her silent victory. She believed that as long as Jinhyuk was poisoned, the rest would be left to the poison, slowly destroying him from within. Jin-hyuk felt the pain spreading down his arm, his mana veins corroded by 1,000 poisons. A warning message appeared, confirming that his body had begun to suffer serious internal damage. A sudden powerful strike landed on the villain's face, causing his eyes to roll back in dizziness. Despite prior warnings, he stubbornly attacked and is now suffering painful consequences as Kang Jin-hyuk strikes without mercy. When his body was thrown far away in a swirling gust, Kang Jin-hyuk maintained a steady stance and undiminished momentum. His eyes emitted furious sparks, proving the strength gradually overpowering the enemy despite all attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly turned around, his face full of suspicion. An unusual feeling was approaching, forcing him to be immediately alert despite having dominated the confrontation moments before. A small poison needle silently flew through the air, piercing Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. Though tiny, it carried a dangerous toxin silently spreading into his magical energy system. The shadow assassin could not hide his excitement upon seeing Kang Jin-hyuk poisoned. He trembled with fear of his opponent's power, yet showed smug satisfaction as if holding the trump card. A cold lip lick accompanied by a cruel smirk appeared on the enemy's face. The poison needle had hit its target, and now he was preparing to launch a finishing counterattack. As the toxin gradually spread through his body, the system issued a warning about damage to the magical energy veins. Kang Jin-hyuk clearly felt pain radiating from his hand to his arm, manifested by purple poisonous magical energy twisting along the veins. Information about the 1,000 poisons toxin appeared clearly. It not only paralyzes the body, but also infiltrates internal magical energy, rendering all antidote efforts useless. The assassin was pleased knowing his opponent was falling into despair. In a frenzy believing he had successfully set a trap, the enemy shouted loudly, imagining Kang Jin-hyuk dying slowly in agony. He did not expect his opponent had not given up at all. Contrary to expectations, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly clenched his poisoned hand, using his energy to control the flow of magical power. He was preparing to use a special skill to counteract the spreading toxin in his body. A sudden attack struck the female assassin's face so hard she couldn't react. The wooden staff pierced her face, knocking her body backward. The pain shattered all her arrogant momentum in an instant. Amid dense trees, a masked figure in shining armor dashed through the forest like a lightning bolt. His posture revealed decisiveness and urgency. It seemed he was heading into battle. Meanwhile, another female assassin was preparing to deliver a finishing blow with a dagger in hand. However, unexpected ice shards pierced her from behind, interrupting all her movements in extreme pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jin-hyuk launched a lightning-fast counterattack with cold eyes. A fierce blue aura burst from his hand, propelling his power toward the enemy ahead at incredible speed. The attacked female assassin had no time to react. Her body spun in the air before being slammed hard onto the ground. The heavy impact echoed through the night, clearly showing the consequences of Jin-hyuk's strength. The mysterious shadow continued moving through the forest, his face tense and drenched in sweat. Heavy breathing and sharp eyes showed he was closely monitoring every external development. In the dark forest, Jin-hyuk raised a sword wrapped in deep purple energy. His eyes blazed with deadly intent, signaling a destructive move about to be unleashed. From the launch point, Jin-hyuk leapt into the sky. The wind tearing and air fragments ripped apart traced a trajectory straight toward the opponent like a meteor descending to earth. The ultimate move, Giant Sword, was activated. The figure clad in dark purple armor appeared above, wielding a greatsword enveloped in electric energy, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Jin-hyuk standing below. A thunderous explosion erupted as the sword struck its target. Shockwaves spread, destroying everything around and creating a blazing explosion in the night forest, as if the ground had been torn apart. Mid the glowing blue magical smoke, the muscular figure of Tenkeo appeared majestically. Holding the greatsword, he turned to look at his fallen comrade, Zuhua, and asked with a mix of concern and determination, "Zuhua, can you still stand?" The system profile displayed all of Tenkeo's stats and skills, a top-tier commander with superior strength and technique, especially the level 10 Colossal Sword and level 7 Eradication skills, showing his formidable combat level. Seeing that man appear, the protagonist's eyes sharpened. He slid lightly down to the ground to land, ready to fight. A cautious thought arose in his mind. If Tenkeo is here, could it be that Teslan, who was previously arrogant, has been defeated? The system quickly displayed a special condition. Tenkeo secretly harbors feelings for Zuhua, to the extent he would sacrifice his life to protect her. The condition to copy his skill was revealed. If the player defeats Tenkeo without injury, they can copy one of his skills, opening a rare combat possibility. Observing the opponent's skills, Jinhyuk silently evaluated. At his current level, the colossal sword skill was no longer necessary since he already possessed the superior soul-chasing sword. However, the eradication skill piqued his interest. Was it worth investing in? Jinhyuk's curiosity did not stop at the skills. He began to question the true nature of the system. What allowed it to read even the deep emotions and thoughts of others? Standing within a white light circle, he pondered deeply, clearly sensing mysterious interference beyond his consciousness. Suddenly, before he could delve further, his vision distorted. An electronic BZZT sound rang out as his eyes widened in alert. An abnormal phenomenon began occurring within his body. The system seemed to be malfunctioning or being infiltrated. Jinhyuk's body became chaotic, each frame of him distorted like a system error. Chaotic characters appeared around him, undecipherable symbols, clear signs of an impending abnormal event, leaving him shocked and confused about what was happening. From afar, Tenkeiyo watched the anomaly with cautious eyes. He quickly concluded, something is wrong with him. While Jinhyuk remained in turmoil, Tenkeiyo ordered Zuhyua, still staggering. This was their only chance to counterattack. Just recovering from dizziness, Zuhyua asked Tenkeiyo about the rest of their team in confusion. Tenkeiyo's grim face reflected harsh reality. All had been eliminated. Now only the two of them remained on this brutal battlefield. Knowing there was nothing left to lose, Zuhyua seriously looked at Tenkeiyo and began sharing important information she had observed while fighting Jinhyuk. With urgency, she said, "Listen carefully. I discovered something unusual in his fighting style." Tenkeiyo stood shielding Zuhyua while Jinhyuk's body remained distorted by the abnormal effect. Despite facing clear danger, Tenkeiyo calmly declared, even if their strongest warrior Li Qiqiang were present, they could not defeat the man standing before them. Zuhyua looked up, trembling as she asked with visible confusion and hurt, "Is he really that strong?" Tenkeiyo said nothing, his cold eyes fixed ahead. She continued bitterly, admitting that even if they survived, they would not be accepted by the guild for failing their mission. Tenkeiyo's face stiffened as he quietly pulled down the piece of cloth covering his face. In his heart, there was only one choice left. No retreat, no room for fear. The only thing keeping them standing was the will to complete the mission even if it meant death. In the heavy atmosphere, Zuhyua suddenly pulled Tenkeiyo close and placed a deep kiss on his lips, an act both a farewell and a vow to live and die together. "To continue the mission until the very end," she whispered in a gentle moment before the storm. At the same time, Jinhyuk's body began to tremble violently, as if he was struggling to regain control from an invisible force manipulating him inside. His blurry image flickered like a glitching system signal. Then Jinhyuk fully recovered. He opened his eyes, frowned at the couple showing affection before him, unable to hide his awkward discomfort. What are you two doing?" he hissed, mixing disdain with fatigue. In response to the sudden words, Zuhyua smirked, slowly raising her hand and exhaling a pale green poisonous aura. Her lips gleamed with something venomous, no longer weakness, but a determination to die alongside the enemy. Tenkeiyo immediately reacted, his face twisted in excitement and chaos. He clenched his teeth, letting the poisonous aura envelop him like a suicidal elixir. His eyes shone with loyalty mixed with despair. A skull symbol appeared on the system screen, confirming that the toxic mineral skill had been activated. Both had entered a no-escape phase, turning poison into a tool to launch their final attack. The system announced. The poison created immunity to fear. Amid mad laughter, Tenkeiyo charged at Jinhyuk, his eyes blazing red with fierce conviction. "I can die without regrets anymore," he shouted, leading the suicidal counterattack. Facing the renewed determination of the two enemies, Jinhyuk smiled provocatively and did not hesitate to accept the challenge. Purple smoke surrounded his body, proving the activation of a high-level ability, Grave of Swords. In that moment, Jinhyuk's swordsmanship comprehension surged by 500%, transforming him into a true sword master. Without hesitation, Tenkeiyo and Zuhyua simultaneously charged forward with decisive strides and superior speed. Both understood that only by combining their strength and unleashing their full power could they pressure the opponent before them. Tenkeiyo quickly deployed the ultimate skill, Colossal Sword Second Form, shouting the mantra, Great Mountain Sword Form, Supreme, indicating this was a devastating move accumulated from all his strength and resolve to die. Not to be outdone, Zuhyua summoned Viper Blade, a sword transformed into a serpent blazing with poisonous energy. Her voice was resolute like a vow not to retreat. If they must fail, then let it be in glory. In response to those two coordinated strikes, Jinhyuk remained unshaken. He drew his sword amid whistling wind and swirling magical energy. His cold purple eyes seemed ready to tear apart everything before him, prepared to face any challenge. As the battle reached its climax, an unexpected change occurred. The signal barrier was disabled. A massive halo exploded in the sky, opening a path for information to be transmitted outside. The battle was no longer isolated. In the next instant, Tenkeo's body was thrown away in a long trail of blood. His two giant swords were knocked aside, and his body slammed heavily onto the ground like a powerless puppet. Lying on the blood-stained ground, Tenkeo could not move. His whole body trembled, signs of intense pain and shock as he realized the vast power gap between him and his opponent. Finally, Tenkeo's body collapsed completely, his head striking the ground hard. He failed, not only in the battle, but also in the mission he had resolutely sworn to sacrifice for. Jin-hyuk stepped forward to end the confrontation by successfully copying two powerful skills, 1,000 Poisons and Eradication. A detailed notification appeared. The Yahello poison skill allows the user to utilize thousands of toxins while possessing superior medical knowledge to create antidotes. A perfect spoils of an overwhelming victory. The second skill just copied was named Eradication, with a BB difficulty rating. This ability allows the owner to locate targets within a 10 km range and even predict their paths. It is a perfect tracking skill for ambushes or strategic hunts. As soon as the skills were recorded, two icons of 1,000 Poisons and Eradication spun around Jin-hyuk. They were permanently stored in the world's memory, a separate system only accessible to Jin-hyuk, allowing him to retain skill ownership without direct equipment. After the battle, Jin-hyuk casually walked away, lightly rotating his shoulder as if he had just finished a training session. Despite possessing high-level skills, he reminded himself that the Eighth Awakening is still difficult to use, showing his continuous self-improvement even after dominating his opponent. Behind him, two members of Guild China now lay motionless on the ground, their bodies riddled with wounds. Knowing they had failed, Jin-hyuk began to think further about the next moves for the powerful organization behind these two, Guild China. A thought appeared as a closing remark. In the end, Guild China's raid on me has failed. Bloodied hands clasped silently, like a wordless farewell between two comrades defeated by an opponent beyond imagination. The battlefield silently left heavy consequences. A quarter of the elf tribe's forest was burned in the chaotic fight, accompanied by the sacrifice of countless warriors. The smell of smoke and ash still lingered in the air, like an unhealable wound. In another corner of the battlefield, Teslan was being carried on a stretcher in critical condition after a life-or-death fight with Tenkeo. Thanks to Sylvia's timely presence, he survived, though his eyes remained tightly shut and his body was covered in wounds. Though delirious, Teslan tried to speak. His voice trembled almost a whisper. "Thank you for stopping the attack." A heartfelt thanks, not for victory, but for the survival of what remained. Jin-hyuk watched with a slight smile but undeniable firmness. He replied to the thanks with a brief but meaningful phrase. "Don't try to be strong anymore. Go get treated." His tone was not reproachful but genuinely caring. The scene shifted to Elder Fenheim's house, one of the elf tribe's elders. Amid pale blue light, a narration appeared. Elder Fenheim must have suffered psychological trauma because since the attack, he has not left his house except to give orders. The war left not only physical casualties, but also deep mental scars. Alice, with her elegant demeanor and distinctive personality, quickly became an idol among the elf children. She attracted admiring glances wherever she went, sparking a new trend of drinking culture unexpectedly spreading throughout the community. Recognizing himself as indirectly responsible for the chaotic battle and its harsh consequences, Kang Jin-hyuk proactively deployed Large Fortress, an 8-star barrier, to ensure absolute safety for the elf forest. Not stopping there, Jin-hyuk successively activated 2 more barriers, Dimensional Severance and Kaimendungia, forming a 3-layer defense system capable of isolating space, blocking movement paths, and deceiving the orientation of any intruder. With cold eyes, Jin-hyuk watched the barrier gradually stabilize and let out a soft sigh. Although troublesome, he knew this was necessary to completely eliminate any future attack plans from Guild China. Jin-hyuk's decisive footsteps echoed through the forest, carrying a sharp declaration. He would not tolerate anyone touching what belonged to him, no matter how powerful the force. At Guild China's headquarters, a tense atmosphere filled the meeting room as an urgent report was presented. The elimination of 3 S-rankers along with 150 soldiers shocked the entire leadership, making it hard to believe. Liao Wei, vice president of Guild China, frowned with anger and confusion. As a seasoned S-ranker, he could not accept the fact that the entire elite team was wiped out by just one person, Kang Jin-hyuk. The biggest question raised around the table was, is Kang Jin-hyuk really that strong? Although Tenkeo, Li Keqiang, and Zuhua all had magic stats over 10,000, reaching S-rank threshold, they were still considered mid-level personnel within Guild China. Another member explained that the guild's ranking system was incomplete, causing anyone surpassing 10,000 to be grouped into S-rank regardless of their true level within each guild. Seeing Jin-hyuk's image on the screen, members clearly understood. His S-rank label could not reflect his true strength. They needed a different standard, because Jin-hyuk was clearly not someone comparable to any current S-ranker. A member of Guild China's council showed impatience by proposing an extreme solution, sending an assassin with a magic power over 20,000 directly to Kang Jinhyuk's home to eliminate the threat. This bold proposal was immediately strongly opposed by others in the room due to the political risks involved. The debate grew tense as one person vehemently opposed the assassination idea, warning that such an act would ignite an international war. But the warmonger sneered, asserting he was not afraid of war and simply believed there was nothing to gain. Meanwhile, Liao Wei's complex gaze clearly reflected worry. He knew Namgungchen would not sit idle before these provocations. When the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a figure silently entered the room with imposing presence. It was Moyang Su, leader of the Moyang clan, a resident of the 21st floor of the Challenge Tower and respected by the council. With just one authoritative word, he immediately dominated the space. Without showing anger, Moyang Su still made the entire room bow respectfully. He emphasized a basic combat principle they had easily overlooked. To win, one must first accurately assess the opponent's strength. Without understanding the enemy well, defeat is inevitable. Feeling Moyang Su's authority, Liao Wei bowed his head in apology and requested to entrust all matters dealing with Kang Jinhyuk to him. Moyang Su gently agreed, declaring he would personally inform Namgungchen, signaling that the matter had exceeded the council's authority and moved into the control of Murim's upper echelon. Liao Wei tried to object but was cut off by a cold word. Silence! That silence was not mere reprimand, but a manifestation of the power gap between them, a reminder that he no longer had the right to decide. Moyang Su's eyes gleamed sharply as he looked at the council. He pointed out the truth they had denied. Kang Jinhyuk was not someone they could handle on their own. He was an opponent on a higher level, far beyond their understanding. In the final footage sent from the combat unit, Kang Jinhyuk appeared in a battle stance, executing his ultimate move, the 8th form of soul-chasing sword. That ability not only proved his superior power, but also raised big questions about his true origin. Liao Wei's hand unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, reflecting the rising unease. He knew well, even within the Murim world, where swordsmanship reaches its peak, achieving the 8th form was extremely rare. Yet an outsider like Kang Jinhyuk possessed it perfectly. Moyang Su finally closed the meeting with eyes shining with divine authority. Although the situation seemed unfavorable, he was not pessimistic. On the contrary, he saw a glimmer of hope just opening. With the existence of Kang Jinhyuk, who possessed power that broke through even Murim's boundaries, perhaps they still had one last chance. In the peaceful mid-morning within the Forest of Light, the elf clans were busily repairing and reinforcing their homes after a fierce battle. However, a strange sound from afar startled a young elf carrying wood, who turned around with a panicked look upon noticing something unusual. At the same time, in another part of the village, a young elf girl covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with extreme surprise. Behind her, a young man showed a mix of joy and astonishment as they witnessed a figure no one expected to appear at this moment. Amidst the stunned atmosphere, the majestic figure of Elder Fenheim gradually appeared in the forest light. The one once tied to glorious memories now stepped out of seclusion, carrying calmness and authority, causing the elf crowd to stir simultaneously. Elder Fenheim, he has come out. Fenheim's footsteps echoed steadily on the wooden steps leading to the central square. Each step seemed to bring back old memories as well as new hope for the struggling villagers. Before the gathered villagers, Fenheim stood solemnly and began to speak. He recalled the suffering the villagers endured from the recent raid, a night of loss that even the sacrifice of the rangers could not prevent the disaster. Among the crowd, elves' eyes were red, some choked up, others bowed silently. Though the pain remained, Fenheim stirred up determination to move forward, to restore the mother forest so future generations could live in peace and light once again. With a resonant voice and a raised hand holding a glowing sacred fruit, Fenheim solemnly declared the revival of the Moon Festival. This was not just a traditional event, but a call for everyone to overcome sorrow and be reborn together from the ashes. The clink sound echoed in the sacred space as wine glasses were raised simultaneously. The light from the rosy drink reflected the campfire's flames, like a memorial ritual for the fallen warriors. All raised their glasses toward the flickering fire, looking up at the night sky, where they believed the souls of their comrades had returned to the mother forest. They shouted together, "To our friends!" a farewell toast honoring those who sacrificed. In that solemn atmosphere, a strange wave of energy suddenly appeared. A system effect showed that Kang Jinhyuk had activated the skill Interdimensional Restaurant. Immediately, flames flared strongly with an alluring aroma, marking a warm yet mysterious turning point in the ceremony. Amidst the brightly lit festival scene, Jin-hyuk stood before a flaming pan of mushrooms, demonstrating his skilled cooking with the interdimensional space restaurant ability. The blazing fire reflected his calm yet confident eyes, as if controlling the flames was instinctive. When the dishes were placed on the table, elders and warriors showed surprise. The elf clan leader could not help but admire. A stranger they happened to meet in the forest had become their savior in crisis. Jin-hyuk brought not only food but also hope. With a mischievous smile, Jin-hyuk placed a plate of food before a young elf girl, kindly reminding her, "Make sure to finish it." The girl responded with sincere thanks, while the surrounding eyes gradually sparkled with warmth, something their people had not felt for a long time. However, not everyone easily accepted change. A blonde elf boy quietly picked up some food, then put it down. Though fond of cuisine, elves had long been cautious. They could not yet escape the shadow of recent pain. Jin-hyuk silently observed, his gaze quietly tinged with concern. He understood a feast could not erase all pain. No matter how delicious the food, the wounds in the hearts of those who had lost still needed time to heal. While Jin-hyuk was serving food, an unfamiliar step sounded. The click-click of high heels did not blend into the festive atmosphere, causing him to instinctively turn around. Someone was coming, and the air suddenly tensed noticeably. The unexpected appearance left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. The young elves all turned around simultaneously, their eyes fixed on an unbelievable figure. Jin-hyuk stood frozen, nearly dropping the food in his hands. Standing in the crowd was Teslan, once proud and cold, now appearing in a fairy costume and tight pink clothes. The silence shattered with a terrified shout. "Teslan!" Jin-hyuk broke the silence with a teasing smile. "So you really like that outfit?" he said, making Teslan blush and shout in defense. The tension quickly dissolved into an unexpected humorous moment between the elf warrior and the human chef. But after the laughter came Teslan's quietness. He held the sacred fig, the most holy fruit of the elf clan, and confessed. All his life he had seen humans as a threat, always fearing they would invade to steal this precious thing. His voice was no longer proud, but filled with confusion and unspoken gratitude. Teslan bowed silently, recalling the recent disaster. He admitted the painful truth that the invaders did not come for the magical figs of the forest, but simply to kill. And in that battle, the one who saved the villagers was not him, a forest guardian, but a strange outsider. Facing the human chef, Teslan decisively acknowledged the credit belonged to him. His words lost their pride and were replaced by respect, an honest look toward someone once seen as an outsider. With a solemn voice, Teslan began to bow and declared before all. Although he initially wore this strange outfit because he lost a bet, now he would wear it voluntarily to keep his promise, a gesture showing recognition and gratitude. Kang Jin-hyuk crossed his arms, his face frowning with disappointment. In his mind, he lamented that this suddenly became less fun when his opponent willingly accepted defeat without being forced. He could no longer enjoy teasing as he had hoped. Teslan, having just firmly sworn in the ridiculous outfit, was suddenly startled by loud laughter. His face flushed with embarrassment as he spun around, eyes full of anger searching for who dared mock his solemn moment. The humorous scene peaked when Sylvia, the vampire girl, burst out laughing and pointed at Teslan. She mocked his outfit as the most ridiculous costume ever seen, making him the unavoidable center of ridicule. Unable to bear it any longer, Teslan angrily kicked Sylvia, who was still rolling on the ground, laughing hysterically. The heart-shaped staff in his hand sparkled, making the scene even more ridiculous in the eyes of the watching crowd. The surrounding fairy clans could not hold back their laughter. Though initially shocked, the laughter now echoed, beginning to dispel the gloom after the battle. A blonde fairy boy looked up, surprised by this gentleness. The boy with originally cold eyes finally smiled, a rare, innocent, and pure smile. That laughter was like a seed of hope, showing that the hearts of the young had begun to be soothed. The scene became more lively than ever as the entire village burst into hearty laughter. From children to elders, everyone relaxed their tense shoulders. After loss and sorrow, a laugh brought a beginning to healing. As the festival atmosphere gradually settled, laughter still echoed everywhere. A red-haired elf woman couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes at the ridiculous outfit Teslan wore. Joy spread, making the once tense atmosphere now lighter and warmer than ever. Amidst the circle of laughter, Teslan finally let go of his stiffness. He chuckled softly, though his face still showed embarrassment. Despite wearing the ridiculous outfit due to a lost bet, Teslan began to realize that this laughter was not mockery but a form of acceptance. In another corner, Jin-hyuk also couldn't hold back his laughter. His eyes were filled with satisfaction, not only because the joke succeeded, but also because the invisible wall between humans and elves seemed to be gradually breaking down thanks to such genuine moments. While Jinhyuk was still smiling and observing around, an elder suddenly appeared with a friendly expression and called out, "Jinhyuk, do you have a moment?" That gentle voice hinted that what was coming was anything but ordinary. Leaving the festival ground, the elder led Jinhyuk to a mysterious place deep in the forest, guarded by a giant tree root and a stone gate carved with ancient symbols. The solemnity of the place made Jinhyuk's steps slow down, becoming more cautious. Before the gate covered in magical light, the elder raised his hand to confirm his identity. A blue light appeared in response, simultaneously signaling that the system was unlocked. The second-level protection of the village's greatest secret had been disabled. The door opened, revealing a vast and magnificent space inside. The elder smiled and introduced, "This is the ancient vault where the village's treasures are kept. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." This demonstrated the absolute trust he placed in Jinhyuk. Before that glorious and sacred scene, Jinhyuk silently pondered. He never expected that he, an outsider, would set foot in the place holding the secrets of the elf people. This event marked a turning point in his relationship with the community here. Not letting the surprise linger, the elder moved toward a stand and lifted a sparkling object, a strange musical instrument, exquisitely crafted with intricate carved patterns. His movements were gentle yet solemn, as if lifting a precious treasure. The elder introduced, "This is an elf instrument called Descartes. Just by playing it, it can amplify magical effects remarkably." That introduction opened a profound meaning. This treasure could become a strategic weapon, but also a symbol of entrusted trust. After leading Jinhyuk inside the ancient treasure vault, the elder respectfully bowed and presented the Descartes lute as a symbol of deep gratitude for saving their forest. He pledged that Jinhyuk's merits would forever be remembered by the villagers. Jinhyuk smiled and declined the honorary gift, showing wisdom and practical intent. He quickly glanced at another item in the room, mischievously suggesting that if given a choice, he would prefer something over there instead of the lute. The elder immediately understood, confirming that what Jinhyuk referred to were the fangs and molars of Pentagris, two sacred weapons strictly preserved in the energy chamber within the treasure vault. Upon closer inspection of the weapon, the elder revealed it was an heirloom passed down from ancestors, a reward once received by the fairies after healing a sacred beast. The sanctity of the item was emphasized by the radiant glow appearing in his recollection. Though eager to grant Jinhyuk's wish for the treasure, the elder admitted that as the vault's custodian, he did not have the authority to hand over the fangs. Instead, he temporarily entrusted the lute to Jinhyuk. Although his wish was not fulfilled, Jinhyuk still listened to the elder recount the ancient prophecy. The fangs would only belong to the one truly worthy. Hearing this, Jinhyuk responded indifferently yet with hidden meaning, as if contemplating the possibility that he might be that person. Staring intently at the fangs behind the energy glass, Jinhyuk silently regretted not knowing they existed here before. He told himself it was a missed opportunity, but his eyes showed a determination not yet given up. The elder smiled mysteriously, as if he had noticed something in Jinhyuk's eyes, a sign that this young man might be the chosen one, in the prophecy awaited by generations of the fairy clan. Back at the outdoor festival, a slightly drunk white-haired elf excitedly raised a glass and shouted for everyone to keep toasting. The cheerful atmosphere returned, easing the solemnity that had just taken place in the vault. A mysterious figure in the shadows stepped toward the wine barrel, holding a strange metal tube. He seemed intrigued by the elf drink, leaving an uneasy feeling and signaling that the festival's joy might soon be interrupted by an uninvited force. Alice, in her drunken excitement, stood in the middle of the feast with her glass raised, boldly declaring, if one day she ruled this land, then everyone would live. The promise, both ridiculous and romantic, made the crowd laugh happily, joining in cheers. Jinhyuk calmly poured more wine into his glass from the large barrel's spout, his eyes unconcerned with the surrounding noise. Though in the midst of the party, his mind remained clear and focused on what truly mattered. Meanwhile, the elves in the village cheerfully clinked glasses and drank down their wine innocently, without any caution. The festive atmosphere made everyone relax, unaware of the silent movements behind the scenes. Jinhyuk sat alone at a table, gently swirling his wine glass, his calm eyes observing the surroundings. Behind him, laughter and chatter rang endlessly, contrasting with the silence and caution in his mind. From Jinhyuk's viewpoint, the elder sat at the center, surrounded by elves engrossed in partying. All the lights seemed to shine on him, clearly marking his position of power within this community. Without a word, the elder raised his wine glass with calm eyes and a slight smile. The gesture was a solemn invitation to drink, sending Jinhyuk a message with unpredictable meaning beneath the friendly appearance. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drained his glass in front of the entire village. That confident gesture affirmed his solid status and absolute absolute trust in what was unfolding under his control. After the recent scene, Jin-hyuk slightly raised his brow, sensing something was amiss. While everyone was caught up in the celebration, he remained alert with a premonition of an abnormality that had just passed by. He gently set his wine glass down on the table, as if ending his formal participation. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind, to quickly obtain what he needed and leave before it was too late. As darkness fell over the forest, Jin-hyuk quietly returned to the entrance of the ancient vault. The previous barrier was only a 2-star level, too weak for the scale of the treasure, making him even more certain that there were still secrets yet to be revealed here. Jin-hyuk reached out to touch the ancient wooden door carved with patterns. Feeling no resistance or energy feedback, he confirmed directly the protective barrier at the entrance had truly disappeared. His face slightly changed color. "The barrier is gone?" The question echoed in his mind along with an undeniable shock. This sudden change was a sign that the opportunity had arrived sooner than expected. At the same time, in the forest square, the elves gradually collapsed from the effects of the alcohol. The red-haired girl lay curled up asleep, her wine glass rolling from her hand, clearly proving the effectiveness of the purple liquid that Jin-hyuk had praised. The entire area was now filled with snoring sounds. Both elves and the strange creatures attending the feast had completely let their guard down, creating a chaotic scene, but also an ideal opportunity. Alice, the character who had caused a commotion throughout the night, was now passed out drunk. While she was intoxicated, her wine glass tipped over, and a system notification appeared. Braham's ring absorbed the captured soul. And indeed, the necklace around Jin-hyuk's neck glowed. The mysterious ring swung with his heartbeat, emitting a warm red-orange light but carrying an extremely dangerous meaning. The soul had been sealed. In Jin-hyuk's hands now were 2 treasures, the bow and dagger of Pentagris, considered precious ancestral relics of the elf clan. With a half-smile that was both thankful and teasing, he softly said, "Thank you for the gift." A close-up of Elder sleeping deeply, wine still clinging to the corner of his lips. In his drunken sleep, he was completely unaware that he had personally handed the treasure into the hands of the one whom legend had foretold as the worthy one. At the same time, in another location within the Tower of Trials, the 3rd floor, the Sanctuary of Vengeance appeared with majestic grandeur. Thick mist enveloped the ancient Gothic architecture, signaling that a significant event was approaching. Inside the sanctuary, robed priests gathered, whispering among themselves. One leader slammed the table in frustration, declaring that they could not ascend to the 10th floor without permission from an entity called Unknown. This meant they would miss relics that only appeared in the first 10 days, and the one controlling that floor had already taken the lead. In the dim council room, the cult leader sat helplessly behind the meeting table, holding a crystal containing information, hissing angrily. Controlling Kang Jin-hyuk was already a headache. Now the mysterious name, Unknown, caused chaos, making all his plans tangled and difficult to manage. The tense atmosphere in the meeting room was broken when Melina suddenly stood up. The cloaked figures around her looked on in surprise, not daring to stop the red-haired girl who radiated a cold and oppressive aura. A cult member called out, "Melina, where are you going?" But she replied curtly without looking back, "I need to go outside for some fresh air." Clearly, her mood was deeply disturbed. Striding down the cold corridor, Melina gritted her teeth in thought. In her mind was a shocking truth unknown to anyone here. Unknown was Kang Jin-hyuk. Such ignorance made her despise even the organization she served. As soon as Jin-hyuk's name appeared in her mind, the magical mark on her body flared up as if burning her. It was a cursed seal binding her to him. The pain reminded her that speaking the truth would inevitably lead to death. Melina clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger and caution. The pain was not only physical but also an inner torment between the desire to expose and the instinct to survive. At that moment, 2 unfamiliar tall figures cloaked in robes suddenly appeared, blocking Melina's path. They said little, only coldly ordering, "Stop." Unfazed, Melina activated her energy, blue light flashing in her hands. Her fiery eyes shouted powerfully, "Who are you to barge in here like this?" However, facing Melina's fury, the 2 intruders only smiled. Their sinister smiles and blood-red eyes revealed a terrifying, dangerous nature. The silent battle had officially begun. A chilling scream echoed through the gloomy hall as a shadow collapsed before the gate, blood splattering in the air like a cold declaration that the intrusion had been abruptly stopped by a terrible force. Melina stepped back, her eyes full of shock and anger as she witnessed her comrade fall in an instant. The blood-soaked spear was still wet, and what dripped onto the floor was a brutal testament to the disparity in power. The attacker, with a strangely calm expression, lightly licked the bloodied sword as if performing an ancient ritual. This spine-chilling act made the atmosphere even more eerie and perverse. After tasting human blood, he grimaced with disgust and spat it out, his voice filled with arrogant contempt. With blazing red eyes and a demonic appearance, he declared that such blood was crude and unworthy of staining his sword. Melina sat down heavily, both in pain and suffocated by grief. Beside her lay the body of her comrade, while the murderer coldly replied that human blood rarely interested him, as if it were all just a trivial amusement. Cold sweat poured down as Melina tried to steady her breathing. She could not grasp their movements. The speed of those too far exceeded her reflexes, causing uncontrollable fear to surge within her. The remaining one slowly raised his sword toward Melina, a wicked smile on his lips. With blood-red glowing eyes and a chilling tone, he declared that it was her turn to be the next blood sample in this sick game. At that very moment, something unusual happened. The attacker preparing to strike froze, his gaze flicking to the left as he sensed a dark, eerie aura swirling in the air, a sign of intervention from another force. A swirling dark vortex swept through, tearing apart the silence in the atmosphere. The two enemies immediately turned around, startled to see a familiar presence appear. Melina called out in panic, "Lancelot," as if a dying person seeing hope. In the thick black smoke, the familiar masked figure appeared, bowing politely. His voice sounded calm, both humble and authoritative. "Apologies for the rude reception. May I ask, how may we serve?" The noble of the night. The female vampire's smile betrayed her interest as she observed the recent events. With a gleeful yet mocking expression, she uttered, "Oh ho," signaling her delight at the unexpected turn of events. She lightly pulled back her cloak, revealing a face with blazing red eyes and an expression full of satisfaction. While the atmosphere remained tense after the recent ambush, she appeared pleased. "Finally, someone knows how to behave." Her words showed respect for proper conduct from the other side. The challenge tower continued to operate on its preset cycle. 90 days after the 6th floor, Fairy Forest, was opened, the system automatically unlocked the 7th floor. This event marked a new turning point in the ongoing series of trials. After the 7th floor was unlocked, underground activities began to re-emerge. Silent but meaningful movements in the real world were triggered, like a chain reaction leading to the next phase. At school, a girl with short reddish-brown hair sat quietly amid the bustling crowd. While other students laughed carefree, she seemed lost in thought, carrying a heavy mood that contrasted sharply with the surrounding atmosphere. Looking up at the sky, the girl silently sighed inwardly. Only 1 year remained until graduation, but she was unsure if this world would still exist by then. Between simple dreams and chaotic reality, she struggled between hope and acceptance. A virtual notification appeared before her eyes as if from nowhere, interrupting her train of thought. She raised her eyebrows, slightly shifting as if sensing something unusual was happening, a sudden summons. The official announcement appeared clearly. The shareholder meeting of the Hardcore Gamer Company was about to take place. Location: Moon Lake on the 1st floor of the Challenge Tower. All members were summoned, and if anyone dared to be absent, the consequences would be clear, being personally pursued by Chairman Kang Jinhyo. The candy fell from the girl's mouth as an uncontrollable reflex, not out of fear, but because she knew it meant another long, tiring day under the reluctant boss. With a helpless scream, the girl jumped up, tearing at her hair as if going mad. Unable to hide her frustration, she shouted loudly, "Stop exploiting my labor, Kang Jinhyuk, you bastard!" A daily complaint that never received a decent response from the head of that chaotic corporation. After a long night of relentless work to complete special pieces, Jinhyuk's team stood tired before him. A female member spoke wearily, hopping to be released after finishing the task, while the middle-aged man beside her complained about being overworked. In response to the complaints, Jinhyuk smiled humorously and gestured, declaring that anyone had the right to resign if dissatisfied. Immediately, the team reacted excitedly, declaring they would quit this job without hesitation. However, the atmosphere quickly turned frightening when Jinhyuk coldly asked for their bank account information, as a preparation step to compensate for their deaths if they truly wanted to quit. The glowing sword in his hand was a warning clearer than any words. Shifting from rebellious to cautiously humorous, the group immediately reversed their attitude. With forced smiles and fake poses, they uttered praises for their work and even expressed gratitude for being hired. The murderous atmosphere moments before turned into a satirical office drama. Jinhyuk nodded satisfied at the timely change of tone from the staff. He asked gently but firmly if anyone else wanted to resign before officially starting the meeting's agenda. The meeting at Moon Lake began with a proposal for self-introductions. Jinhyuk realized some people in the group did not truly understand each other, so he encouraged them to share their roles and what had happened in their respective areas. With a round of applause, Jinhyuk officially opened the meeting. Though relaxed in appearance, he clearly expected clear and in-depth reports from each participant. Kim Hyo-young, a man wearing dark glasses exuding a mafia aura, introduced himself as the operator of Guild Black Crow on behalf of Jinhyuk. Beside him was Park Hana, a girl always assigned trivial tasks, reluctantly introducing herself as the errand runner for the big boss. Hyo-young proceeded to report an urgent situation. A member of Guild Danga named Jang Yoon-seok had ventured alone into the 7th floor of the tower. Internal information revealed his goal was to find a mysterious feather, though the exact purpose was unclear. The storyline temporarily shifted to the cold region of the 7th floor, a vast white snowfield with blizzards obscuring vision. The tundra appeared as a wild and dangerous arena where Jang Yoon-seok might be risking his life to find that mystical item. On the 7th floor of the Challenge Tower, a wilderness covered in ice and snow, the condition to advance to the next floor was theoretically simple, just pass from the starting point to the end point. However, reality was much harsher, as severe climate challenges and treacherous terrain caused many to collapse halfway. Jinhyuk accurately identified the target that Jang Yoon-seok was pursuing, a feather imbued with special energy. It was the Phoenix Feather, a rare treasure containing the blessing of fire, and would clearly become a powerful strategic weapon if used correctly in a cold place like the 7th floor. As the meeting continued, Hana reported on the miraculous recovery of Chen Yuseong. She cheerfully relayed a message from him with a humorous tone, a declaration of war full of hostility, but delivered in such a strangely gentle manner that both the messenger and the listeners couldn't help but laugh. Receiving that threatening message with a calm smile, Jinhyuk sarcastically concluded that Chen Yuseong seems to be completely healthy again. Not letting the atmosphere drop, he quickly signaled for the next person to step up and report. The next person was none other than Takeshi, a member of the Samurai Guild, who had once faced Jinhyuk in the past. He appeared in traditional attire, bowing deeply to the ground, showing absolute humility before the man he now respectfully called Lord Jinhyuk. With a polite yet calculating demeanor, Takeshi introduced himself as a member of the Samurai Guild and expressed his honor at meeting Jinhyuk again. His smile and words seemed to conceal an underlying bond between the two, hinting at a connection full of calculation. Not keeping the audience waiting, Takeshi immediately reported the results of his mission. He had successfully stolen a national-level treasure from the Medusa Temple as requested by Jinhyuk. That precious weapon was now out of the Samurai Guild's hands, surely throwing their ranks into chaos as predicted. Jinhyuk received the sword with a calm attitude, his eyes unimpressed. It was the Heavenly Cloud-Gathering Sword, a high-level enhanced sword, but to Jinhyuk now it had become too ordinary. He planned to use it as a useful bargaining chip in the future. When it was the next person's turn, a girl with a cold and mysterious beauty stepped forward. She introduced herself as Andrea, the one in charge of managing all activities on the 5th floor. Her confidence and calm demeanor immediately made listeners feel the stability she had established in her position. Andrea announced briefly but firmly that the consolidation of forces on the 5th floor had been completed. Although very few people were currently advancing to that floor, she proactively built up her forces in preparation for any upheaval. It was a strategy that showed clear-headedness and readiness for future crises. When Andrea introduced herself as the manager of the 5th floor, the whole group was stunned. They couldn't believe that the young woman standing before them held such a crucial role in the tower's power structure. The confusion was evident on each face, as if an unbelievable piece of information was slowly downloading into their minds. Jinhyuk gently placed his hand on Andrea's shoulder and confirmed her introduction, firmly declaring that Andrea was not only his subordinate, but also the true leader of the 5th floor. This assertion shocked the entire group, as what they were witnessing was far different from what they had previously thought about Jinhyuk's relationship with his employees. The truth about Andrea's real identity hit the group like a shock. They reacted intensely, as if facing a monster boss. In their minds, having a monster boss like Andrea standing amicably among them was completely incomprehensible, making them even more curious about what Jinhyuk had been doing behind their backs. Amidst the shouts and panic from his teammates, Jinhyuk observed Andrea with warm eyes mixed with a bit of surprise. In his heart, he acknowledged the remarkable growth of the once weak girl. This clear change made him wonder, was it the result of Alice's harsh training? Jinhyuk quickly calmed the panic with a nonchalant attitude. He gently waved his hand to signal that what had just happened was no big deal. The atmosphere temporarily eased as he shifted his attention to the next person to introduce themselves, a skillful way to maintain control of the situation. When the name Melina was called, also a member of the Dark Ones Association, the atmosphere once again became tense. The group fell silent seeing Jinhyuk invite such a dangerously originated figure to join, causing them to doubt whether he was recruiting staff or building leading a villainous organization. The pride in Melina's eyes when introduced did not make her shy. Instead, she stepped forward with authority and interrupted Jinhyuk, demanding to report immediately. This initiative made Jinhyuk chuckle and comfortably let her continue, curious to see what big news would be revealed. Melina's voice suddenly deepened as she revealed shocking information. A force from the higher floors of the tower was approaching them. This immediately drew serious attention from Jinhyuk, as any intervention from upper floors meant greater conspiracies and powers were beginning to move. The next image clarified the situation further. A mysterious figure cloaked in black and wearing a badge with a demonic shape declared themselves a vampire of the Decassus clan, loyal followers of Amulam. The presence of this blood-sucking clan hinted at a deeper conspiracy within the tower. Negotiations began. The three vampires made a clear offer. If helped, they were willing to exchange exactly what the other side desired, a relic on the 11th floor. The door to new conspiracies seemed to have opened, and the upcoming choice would decide the balance of power among the forces within the tower. In response to the proposal from the two cloaked vampires of the Decassus clan, the masked man showed interest. However, instead of hastily agreeing, he posed a sharp question, wanting to know exactly what they truly wanted in exchange for their help. With a half-smile, the long-eared vampire revealed their goal, a prisoner who had escaped from the ruins of the first floor. They did not hide their intention. They wanted the masked man and his team to cooperate in capturing this escapee at all costs. Hearing the phrase, "escaped prisoner," Melina startled in reaction. A look of shock appeared clearly on her face, as if she recognized something vague but serious related to herself or her organization. In conversation with Kang Jinhyuk, Melina confirmed the hypothesis. The other side was using the heretical bracelet from the 11th floor as a reward for exchange. This only confirmed the ambition of her leadership. They desired that magical item so much they were willing to ally with suspicious forces. Jinhyuk, in a moment of silence, sensed unease. An unusual red light emitted from his necklace, a signal impossible to ignore. He immediately realized that, though silent, Alice, who always followed him closely, was being strongly affected by this development. The necklace continued to emit intense red light, as if reacting to an approaching danger. Jinhyuk's inner self became more alert than ever, for this was a rare time Alice showed such chaotic emotions. Clearly, something was threatening deep within her past. The atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a terrible impact. Some creature slammed hard onto the ground, creating a shockwave as if tearing apart the space. Screams echoed, a chaotic scene signaling the arrival of a dangerous force not to be underestimated. As the dust cleared, Alice appeared, breathing heavily, eyes blazing red with fury. She gritted her teeth, her gaze full of hatred when mentioning Decassus, the vampire clan once allies but now accused by her of betrayal, those who had once pushed her into hell. The wave of emotions in Alice reached its peak. She screamed, her blazing red eyes shining as if wanting to burn everything down. A vow of revenge poured from her throat. Alice would not stop until she found the traitor and crushed them with her own hands. Alice turned to Jinhyuk like a child seeking a promise of protection. In her emotional state, she recalled the old commitment. Jinhyuk had promised to help her get revenge. Now, amid the rising storm, Alice needed the one companion she trusted most. Jinhyuk realized the first opportunity to act had finally come. His eyes gleamed with determination as he silently asked Alice for help, not as a command, but as a plea from a teammate placing full trust. Alice did not hesitate, her gaze burning with loyalty and resolve. She emphasized the promise she once swore. No matter what happened, she would seek justice for herself, and now she reassured Jinhyuk he could trust her. However, she quickly restrained her emotions. As a creature confined within a ring, Alice cautiously reminded that the current situation was still dangerous, and any wrong move could backfire. Under the moonlight covering the strange land, Alice calmly explained the reason. Her magic was still not strong enough to keep Jinhyuk at full power. Revealing strength at this moment would only make them both early targets. Alice's worry became clearer when she mentioned the limited time Jinhyuk could appear outside the ring. She had to reduce the summoning duration, at least until the situation stabilized. In response to Alice's concern, Jinhyuk smiled sincerely. With a calm voice, he called her name and gently advised her to place more trust in him, not with empty promises, but with the sense of safety he always provided. Faced with those gentle words, Alice was speechless. Doubt still lingered in her heart, but instead came a silence that suggested reflection was gradually convincing her. Finally, Alice quietly bowed her head. Her expression softened, her eyes no longer filled with rage as before. She accepted Jinhyuk's intention, temporarily setting aside her thirst for revenge to step back for a greater goal. To ease the atmosphere, Jinhyuk lightly joked with her with a humorous condition. Today he would give up the entire chicken drumstick. Alice, though still troubled, did not hesitate to agree in a childish but sincere reaction. As his gaze lifted to the dreamy purple sky, Jin-hyuk sighed inwardly. He knew he had calmed Alice, but deep down it was only temporary. He needed a backup plan. The real battle was still ahead. Snow swept across the cold land on the 7th floor of the Challenge Tower, a place called the tundra. In that silent natural scene, a snowy village appeared faintly beneath thick snow, signaling a life-and-death journey awaiting. Inside the snow-covered camp, an authoritative figure cloaked in a long robe urgently inquired about the eastern route situation. His words clearly expressed concern. The strategic sea route was blocked, cutting off hope of movement. In response, a member of the expedition team gasped amid harsh terrain, confirming serious information. Dense drifting ice had sealed the route, making movement impossible and leaving them isolated. Not only was terrain obstructive, but the damp cold weather made lighting fires an impossible task. Thick snow covered all paths, completely cutting off supply lines to the Forbidden Gate. The situation grew increasingly desperate. Inside the camp, the leader of Guild Dangun's 2nd Assault Team, Jang Yoon-seok, frowned anxiously upon receiving the report. The flickering fire could not warm the fatting determination. If things continued like this, they would make no further progress. However, instead of accepting the deadlock, Jang Yoon-seok became furious. He roared, ordering an immediate stop to the complaints and demanded finding another solution. Even if it meant dying here, Guild Dangun must be the first to conquer the 7th floor this time. Amid the extreme tension, a soldier suddenly rushed in, urgently calling Jang Yoon-seok outside. The brief but urgent words immediately caught the captain's attention, bringing with them a growing sense of unease. Outside the camp, soldiers intently watched a figure approaching through the thick snow. The footsteps pressing down on the snow made a cold, crunch sound, signaling that a disturbance was about to occur. Then, amid the blizzard, a familiar figure appeared clearly, Kang Jin-hyuk. His cold face and white coat stood out against the silver-gray background, and his arrival stunned everyone who called out in astonishment. Kang Jin-hyuk. The final scene closed with a humorous chibi image of the 4 hardcore gamer company employees, representing those who fight day and night in both work and the virtual world. Though tired, they unitedly declared, "The battle continues until the day we get to quit." In the cold, white, snowy setting of the 7th floor of the Challenge Tower, 2 members of the Dangun Guild stood face to face with an unexpected figure, Kang Jin-hyuk. They were extremely surprised by his appearance, a man known for always showing up at the most unexpected moments. When asked why he was here, Jin-hyuk calmly replied with a simple yet meaningful sentence. He came to conquer the 7th floor. Despite the continuous snowfall, Kang Jin-hyuk maintained a calm expression. He admitted that the environment here was truly harsh and would be a great obstacle for anyone. However, although he complained about the cold, his eyes clearly showed determination, as if the blizzard was nothing compared to the goal ahead. Jang Yoon-seok, captain of Dangun Guild's 2nd Assault Team, kept a cold and tough attitude. Although clearly trembling from the harsh weather, he still forced himself to show the pride and toughness of a leader. With a bitter tone, he emphasized that Dangun Guild did not need any help from Jin-hyuk. However, Jin-hyuk immediately responded with a sarcastic smile. He stressed that he had never offered help, implying that Yoon-seok's self-centered attitude only made things more ridiculous. It was an indirect blow to the opponent's pride, wrapped in a chillingly cold demeanor. Not wanting to be drawn into a meaningless argument, Jin-hyuk skillfully shifted the conversation. He clearly explained that his target was not Dangun Guild, but the Phoenix Feather, a rare item believed to be somewhere on the 7th floor. Both parties just happened to be on the same path. No one was borrowing from the other. However, Jang Yoon-seok was not willing to let go easily. He immediately drew a line and declared that the path ahead belonged to Dangun Guild. Pointing directly at Jin-hyuk, he warned that anyone trespassing would be considered an act of territorial invasion, and that was unacceptable. Jin-hyuk turned around, giving a half-smile as if facing a child. He emphasized, "Invasion?" then gently pushed the opponent's words into a defensive position. According to him, claiming sovereignty over the entire 7th floor as if it were private property was completely unreasonable. Jang Yoon-seok's anger flared so much that his face turned bright red, and he shouted that this was an open provocation. In contrast to that blazing rage, Jin-hyuk just shrugged and replied that it was all a fair competition. It was a statement both straightforward and like a declaration of war without weapons. With nothing left to hide, Jin-hyuk walked away amid the howling snow wind, uttering challenging words. He invited Jang Yoon-seok if he felt capable enough to stop him himself. The cold air could not freeze the tense atmosphere rising between them, and the psychological battle officially began. Jang Yoon-seok's face showed clear signs of fury and extreme tension. His teeth clenched tightly, eyes sharp as knives. He tried to suppress the boiling anger inside. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk had ignited a confrontation that Dangun could not avoid, a battle not only for the reward but also for pride. After the tense conversation ended, the two members of Dangun Guild grumbled as they returned to the command tent, leaving behind a cold atmosphere both literally and figuratively. The eyes of the one walking behind still secretly glanced toward Jinhyuk, as if unable to accept his presence. In the deep snow-covered forest, two guards huddled by a crackling fire amid harsh and silent weather. The freezing atmosphere enveloped them, but the small fire was not enough to dispel the constant vigilance on their faces. The crunching sound of footsteps on the snow broke the silence. A guard suddenly raised his hand to stop someone approaching, a reflexive reaction to an unauthorized intrusion into the organization's restricted area. As soon as he recognized the newcomer as Kang Jinhyuk, the guard could not hide his astonishment. That name, Jinhyuk, was an unexpected shock, causing him to immediately lower his hand and stammer. The guard quickly shifted from tension to excitement, stammering as he expressed admiration. In the presence of a top expert, he could not hide his awe, while Jinhyuk simply responded with a brief reason for his purpose, a matter to be handled in the forest. However, worry was still evident on the guard's face. He immediately tried to dissuade Jinhyuk, citing the forest's danger and emphasizing that this guard post was not for decoration, but to prevent potential disasters. Ignoring the warning, Jinhyuk maintained a calm tone. He thanked the concern but decisively proceeded toward the snow-covered forest, as if the objections were not worth stopping for. The two guards could only watch in bewilderment as his figure gradually disappeared. The guard was surprised to realize he hadn't noticed when Jinhyuk passed by him. His footsteps seemed not to leave deep marks on the snow, as if gliding lightly over the ground, a sign of superior skill. One of the two guards involuntarily exclaimed in admiration. Even an S-ranker's walk was completely different from an ordinary person. Jinhyuk's white silhouette gradually vanished behind the snow curtain, leaving behind a sense of astonishment and caution. Elsewhere in the forest, the cold gaze of a senior member of Dangun Guild watched Jinhyuk disappear. His face tightened with worry and anger. He ordered through a communication device, "Assemble a team immediately. Pursue him at all costs." Upon receiving the order from above, the large soldier could not hide his surprise and confusion. He turned to confirm the command via the communication device, both fearful and puzzled by his superior's intent. The order was to follow Kang Jinhyuk, who had just left not long ago because he mentioned the phoenix feather, a mythical item. Now, by following him, they might discover how to obtain that treasure. The captain's stern face appeared on the transmission screen, allowing no room for objection. His words were authoritative: follow him and find a way to get the phoenix feather. It was not merely a suggestion, but a direct order from command, not to be defied. At the same time, Kang Jinhyuk continued deeper into the icy forest. He stopped, knelt down, and gently brushed away a thin layer of snow with his fingertips to examine a remaining trace. His sharp eyes seemed to read every small mark, as if each told a bloody story of this place. Before Jinhyuk lay a strange scene, a large slash marked on the white snow, stained with deep red blood. This was a trace left by Dangun Guild. However, the unusual thing was that there was no corpse at all, making the atmosphere even colder and more mysterious. Jinhyuk continued following the trace to a vertical stone slab, where a strange symbol was carved, a trident, a bird's wing, and sharp claw marks tearing at the emblem. He stopped, silently facing the stone, as if understanding that this place marked something more dangerous than what met the eye. With a serious expression, Jinhyuk whispered in thought, "This must be..." A conclusion was forming in his mind. That symbol was not only a sign of Dangun Guild, but could also be a gateway leading to the hidden phoenix feather or a deadly trap. Suddenly, the sound of snow cracking softly behind him made Jinhyuk alert. He tilted his head, listening to footsteps pressing on the snow. Someone was approaching. In a world where the strong are always watched, he knew this could not be a coincidence. Turning around, Jinhyuk saw the group who had just warned him not to enter the forest now struggling to follow behind. He frowned, his tone slightly mocking. "Why are you following me? Didn't you just say this place is very dangerous?" The large soldier loudly replied, trying to sound sincere despite shivering from the cold. "We couldn't bear to let you go alone. At least, we should guide you." Although the words seemed well-intentioned, the group's reluctance and trembling made their true motives unclear. Jinhyuk crossed his arms and stood straight, calmly looking at the group shivering from the cold before him. A sarcastic thought flashed through his mind. Who's guiding whom here? Though they pretended to help, it was clear they were weaklings trailing behind, unable to hide their dependence on his overwhelming presence. After using the skill Glacial Sculpture to create a shelter, the young man activated the skill element of fire, producing a flame to warm them in the freezing winter. The space inside became warm, causing his companions to show gratitude. One of them spoke up, expressing joy at having a powerful S-ranker alongside them on this dangerous journey. Kwak Diho, one of the three companions, could not hide his satisfaction as he reached out to feel the warmth from the fire. His face was full of relief and gratitude. He introduced himself and admitted that, thanks to their leader, they had a chance chance to rest and catch their breath after the harsh trek. Though outwardly friendly, the S-ranker silently activated the skill Eye of Gluttony. In an instant, he read the status boards of the three companions. Their weak stats and mediocre skills were clearly visible, leading him to silently judge that none of them had any significant strength and were merely leeching off the strong. Not letting the pretense last, Jin-hyuk bluntly asked if they had been sent by Jang Yoon-seok to spy on him. Panic showed clearly on Kwak Deho's face when hit at the core. He awkwardly denied it, trying to maintain calm, but his eyes betrayed his words. Jin-hyuk continued exposing their clumsy act with a cold tone. Pointing at them, he straightforwardly said that acting wouldn't help since they were not good at it. He knew well that their real reason for being here was to gather information about how to obtain the Phoenix Feather, a precious item coveted by many factions. Faced with the silence of all three, Jin-hyuk remained calm and clearly stated, if they knew how dangerous this area was and still came, then they must have no other choice. His words made the group lower their heads quietly, silently admitting the truth and cautiously watching his attitude. Noticing the pressured mindset of the followers, Jin-hyuk softened his tone. He affirmed he did not intend to blame them, but also pointed out a more important truth. The struggle for the Phoenix Feather was no longer the most urgent issue, because a greater danger was lurking right before their eyes. Hearing that, one in the group asked about the danger Jin-hyuk mentioned. He then referred to the stone carved with a strange symbol outside. He seriously asserted that the symbol on the stone was the mark of the Ice Troll, a deadly monster in the snowy region. As soon as the explanation ended, a terrifying image of the Ice Troll appeared. A group member quickly confirmed she had heard of the Ice Troll, a mid-level monster and ruler of the 7th floor. Their presence here was not only unusual but also harbored disaster. But what worried Jin-hyuk the most was not just the ordinary ice troll. He stared intently at the carving on the stone, the symbol of the Frost Blade clan, the strongest and most brutal ice troll species. This meant that his group had intruded into the supreme territory of the most ferocious creatures here. In the temporary warm space of the igloo, a member of the group anxiously asked if this area was the territory of the ice trolls. Kang Jin-hyuk, sitting calmly by the fire, immediately denied it. According to him, the ice trolls originally lived in the White Mountains range to the west, a completely different location from their current position. That truth brought no comfort, but instead made the atmosphere heavier. Kwak Deho frowned tensely, pointing out the core issue. The unusual appearance of ice trolls here was the real danger. Something abnormal was happening, and the whole group began to feel uneasy. Jin-hyuk continued cautiously. He explained that this area was the only path leading to the island where the Phoenix Feather treasure was kept, the prize they were aiming for. This meant that the ice trolls, somehow, had occupied this strategic position as if trying to block the way. While pondering, Jin-hyuk could not hide his suspicion. Ice trolls naturally resist cold, so why would they target the Phoenix Feather, an item associated with fire and rebirth? Their intentions seemed far beyond what ordinary logic could explain. The situation grew more confusing. Jin-hyuk looked straight at the illogical facts before him and thought silently. This was not just strange behavior. It was a sign of a greater conspiracy, far beyond coincidence. An invisible sense of danger began to tighten around his mind. Before he could piece together all the hypotheses in his head, an unusual sensation passed by, making Jin-hyuk startle and turn around. His teammate opposite him also looked confused, noticing the sudden serious expression on his face. Something was about to happen. Immediately, a violent sound erupted outside. The blizzard tore through the night, obscuring all vision and sweeping away the fragile silence. The chaotic light and sound signaled the presence of an uninvited enemy. From the whirlwind, a barrage of sharp spears flew like a deadly rain. They were launched at terrifying speed, heading straight for the igloo, where Jin-hyuk's group was sheltering, unprepared for such a sudden attack. Reacting instantly, Jin-hyuk cast the skill Glacial Sculpture, creating a dense ice barrier. The ice appeared like a glowing wall in the snowstorm, blocking all the incoming spears just in time, causing the sound of impact to echo everywhere. Without waiting for orders, Kwak Deho and the others jumped up and scattered away from the rubble of the collapsed igloo. The shout, "Run!" rang out like an instinctive command amid a life-or-death situation, where there was no room for hesitation. As the wind howled through the icy forest, one scout member gasped, panicked as he hid behind a tree. He shouted in confusion, not knowing where the enemy was attacking from. Nearby, two others were also alert, hiding in the snow, trying to detect the direction of the strike, but had to admit helplessly they could not pinpoint the enemy's exact location. Amid the white blizzard, the muscular man noticed something strange from afar. With tense eyes, he muttered, "Ah," as if suddenly realizing something serious. The atmosphere around him grew suffocating, signaling an approaching threat. While the others were anxiously hiding, Jin-hyuk stepped out into the thick snow without hesitation. The crisp crunch of his footsteps echoed clearly on the snow, prompting his teammate behind to shout for him to find cover. But Jin-hyuk calmly advanced, his eyes sharp and cold, as if ready to face something he had anticipated. A sudden dazzling light shot up from distant cliffs, cliffs, illuminating the entire frozen forest. Jin-hyuk looked up, his eyes fixed on the source of the light. The attack had begun, but instead of retreating, he stood firm, waiting to see what the enemy planned next. A thunderous explosion tore through the icy air. The magical assault came like a storm, but Jin-hyuk remained steadfast in the front line. Around him, violent clashes of energy erupted, yet he showed no sign of faltering, as if everything was still within his calculation. After enduring a series of attacks, Jin-hyuk tilted his head, his cold gaze fixed on the attacker. His voice rang out challengingly. "You should understand those spears are no longer effective. Show yourself." His absolute confidence seemed to freeze the atmosphere even further. On the snowy cliff, two figures appeared clearly before Jin-hyuk's eyes. One was tall, cloaked in black with a majestic presence, the other smaller, sitting leisurely as if enjoying the view. Finally, the mastermind behind the attack revealed himself. The female vampire with platinum hair and deep red eyes greeted provocatively. "You must be Kang Jin-hyuk, right? You're more handsome than I expected." Her words were teasing yet carried a subtle caution, marking the start of a dramatic confrontation between two forces. As soon as he sensed the enemy's unusual aura, Jin-hyuk touched the glowing pendant on his chest. The red light from the jewelry flared and vibrated intensely, as if responding to its owner's command, signaling a special skill was about to be activated. In that moment, Jin-hyuk activated Eye of Gluttony, his greedy eye blazing with cold red light. His eyes radiated power and a hunger for knowledge and authority. With a piercing gaze at his opponent, Jin-hyuk quietly murmured with restraint but seriousness, "Calm down, Alice." On the snow-covered peak, Riorda Bershin, an ancient vampire with a calm face but terrifying power, appeared amid heavy snowfall. His status board displayed overwhelming numbers. Level 108, age 1082, along with high-level blood magic skills that made anyone wary. When Jin-hyuk activated Eye of Gluttony to analyze his opponent, his body quickly became dizzy. Just looking at Riorda's status board was enough to drain his mana alarmingly fast. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, realizing that the conditions to copy a skill from an opponent like Riorda were extremely complex. Each condition carried severe penalties that, if failed, could lead to irreversible consequences. From behind, Diho rushed over with an extremely worried expression, shouting Jin-hyuk's name. The anxiety in his voice clearly showed the deep bond between them in life-or-death situations. Jin-hyuk did not turn around, only gently calling Diho's name with a familiar smile, both a reassurance and the beginning of a serious request he was about to make. He asked Diho to quickly retreat with the others and seek reinforcements from the guild. Though surprised and confused, Diho accepted that Jin-hyuk had decided to face the looming danger alone. Confusion was evident in Diho's eyes. He could not believe that Jin-hyuk truly intended to confront two formidable enemies alone, something anyone would consider madness. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk activated his weapon. The sword glowed in his hand as a declaration. He was ready. "I'll be fine," he said decisively. Still wearing a gentle smile, Jin-hyuk made a simple yet heartfelt promise. "When this is over, treat me to a drink." In that moment, he turned their temporary farewell into a life-or-death pact. Diho stood frozen, tears welling in his eyes from emotion. He could say nothing but was choked up by the courage and absolute trust Jin-hyuk placed in him. Emotions surged amid the biting cold. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin-hyuk gripped the hilt tightly and stepped forward. He did not look back, but the departure of his comrade left a significant void in the air, a silence full of responsibility and determination. His footsteps echoed on the snow as the system interface displayed a special condition. Each line of dialogue carried the risk of skill disablement, in exchange for the chance to copy the enemy's abilities if he survived it all. A system notification confirmed the first death flag had been recorded. The skill A,000 Poisons was officially disabled, leaving a blazing red mark as a warning for the arduous battle ahead. In an instant, Jin-hyuk dodged the strike from above, his cold gaze fixed on the attacker who had just charged. The battle had begun, and he could not afford to be careless for a single second. A massive punch slammed into the ground like thunder, creating an explosion of flying snow. The attack from the icy creature demonstrated overwhelming power and brutal force. From above, two imposing figures, Riorda and Ophelia, observed the unfolding battle. At their feet, the giant beast growled, ready to leap into the fight at any moment. While dodging the blow, Jin-hyuk spun sharply, his eyes resolute. His attack cracked the ice and snow, like a silent declaration of war against the surrounding creatures. Ophelia frowned, sensing a special scent of blood emanating from Jin-hyuk. In her eyes, this prey was not only strong but strangely alluring. With an amused expression and a predator's gaze, Ophelia smiled excitedly. Jin-hyuk had intrigued her like a dangerous game about to begin. Amidst the monster encirclement, Jin-hyuk coldly said, "Enough." He was ready to confront directly, refusing to retreat despite the overwhelming and terrifying foes. The name Kang Jinhyuk was repeated in a steady voice. It seemed the enemy had known him for a long time, and now was the moment for a direct confrontation. The crisp sound of snow cracking underfoot echoed as two mysterious figures approached. They mentioned rumors from the demonic ones, acknowledging Jinhyuk's formidable strength, something not to be underestimated from a human. The two strangers finally introduced themselves, Riorda Bershin and Ophelia, vampires from the Decassus clan. That introduction ignited a fateful confrontation. Ophelia tilted her head, smiling with delight at Jinhyuk's direct reaction. She quickly realized his calmness was no accident, and his lack of surprise at the appearance of the two vampires made her even more cautious and curious. She stepped forward into the snowy wind, no longer hiding, affirming that she and Riorda were the ones who set this trap. Ophelia's confidence radiated through every gesture as Jinhyuk involuntarily repeated the word trap as confirmation. With a serious expression, Ophelia continued to explain. This trap was not merely an attack, but designed to lure someone skilled enough to notice the abnormalities in the tundra, a person like Kang Jinhyuk. The vampire went on to reveal the plan, saying that the Cursed Ones had provided the identities of survivors from the Corridor of Decay. The targets had been carefully selected beforehand, those dangerous enough to need early elimination. Teresa de Laurencia, the first name called out, made the atmosphere tense. The female knight appeared majestic, bearing the aura of someone who had walked through hell yet maintained faith and righteousness. Next was a mysterious shadow, a man of unknown identity, his face hidden behind a strange mask. His presence was a big question mark among the renowned names. Chen Yuxiang, a skilled and cold swordsman, was the next name. His face showed calmness but no weakness, like a blade sharpened over time ready for battle. Finally, a voice emphasized the fourth person, the one once considered a transporter but who had surpassed all expectations to become the strongest player, Kang Jinhyuk. Ophelia revealed that among those mentioned, one had helped Alice von Ataraxia escape captivity. It was not just personal hatred. That act became the reason they set the trap and waited. Jinhyuk silently looked ahead. His eyes were sharp but maintained an unusual calm. He knew he had been exposed, but that only made the upcoming battle clearer and unavoidable. The silver-haired vampire smiled meaningfully, lightly tapping his finger on his lips, teasing as he asked, feigning innocence, "Why was Kang Jinhyuk the first to arrive here?" The long-haired vampire sneered mockingly, while coldly warning that no matter what Kang expected, reinforcements from outside would never reach this place. At the snowy mountain edge, the silhouette of a giant creature silently observed the human camp below, marking the beginning of a prearranged attack. Riding on the back of a fierce wolf, the leader of the demonic ones ordered the sweep to begin, launching a surprise attack on the human camp exactly as planned. The silver-haired vampire stepped forward, a smirk clear in the snowy wind, his voice provocatively rising. "Now it's my turn to ask, where is Alice?" Kang Jinhyuk lowered his voice slightly, his eyes half hidden in shadow filled with suspicion and caution as he repeated the name just mentioned, Alice. Immediately after, Kang regained his usual calm, drawing out a rune-engraved dagger with a sharp gaze, bluntly declaring that he had no idea what they were talking about. The pair of vampires only chuckled softly, their confident attitude declaring that if Jinhyuk pretended to be ignorant, they would be forced to use stronger methods to extract an answer. In an instant, a sharp tie shaped like a blade flew up into the sky, like a declaration of war cast into the cold wind. The long-haired vampire drew his sword, light flashing from the razor-sharp blade, his voice cold and harsh. "Perhaps I will have to help you remember everything." From the confrontation point, a sudden burst of force erupted as Bershin leapt into the air, creating a deep hole in the snow, signaling the first attack had begun. Kang Jinhyuk immediately heightened his alertness. Before Bershin's lightning-fast strike, he tilted his body to dodge sideways while firmly holding his weapon, his gaze unwavering. At the same time, the dark combat skill was activated. Bershin's body blazed with fierce purple demonic energy, indicating he had entered full combat mode. A column of black-purple energy tore through the white snow space as Bershin plunged down toward Jinhyuk with terrifying speed and power. Kang Jinhyuk spun around, his dagger clashing against the opponent's sword. Sparks of demonic energy flew as the two forces collided repeatedly, creating a series of sharp echoes in the air. Amid the intense battle, Ophelia's voice rang out. She warned Bershin not to kill Jinhyuk because they still needed him alive. Control clearly remained with her side. Bershin immediately responded with a growl, then delivered a strong kick to Jinhyuk's chest. His body was thrown backward in the air, but Bershin's eyes still showed inner conflict. In a flash, Bershin gritted his teeth, mentally forcing each word. He knew he had to restrain himself, but emotions urged him to strike harder because A human before him was not as weak as he thought. Jin-hyuk resisted fiercely, forcing Bershin to reconsider his initial assessment. Cornered, Bershin decided to use his trump card. He summoned a blazing red object from his palm, dangerous aura swirling around him, signaling an imminent blood magic skill activation. Bershin clenched his fist, summoning the blood prison skill. Dark red blood from his body spread like living chains, binding the target in oppressive magic. Immediately, the enemy's eyes were bound by tight blood strands, causing him to lose sight for 30 seconds. The sudden dizziness made him emit a soft groan of pain. From the void, twisted blood tendrils like living tentacles darted down like spears, pressing the enemy into immobility amid the cold, snowy battlefield. The protagonist's body was enveloped by flickering masses of blood, suspended in midair as if trapped in a magical space created by Bershin. Not stopping there, Bershin raised his hand, channeling more magical power, preparing for a finishing blow with a cold, murderous expression on his face. The blood thorn skill was activated. Countless sharp blood spikes shot out from the blood masses like spears, accompanied by a series of popping sounds that heightened the tension. Even temporarily blinded, the protagonist gave a defiant smile. In the red glow of the blood chains, flames began to ignite around his arm. Activating fire attribute, flames engulfed his entire body, burning away the blood chains. He stood firm, coldly declaring, "I don't think that will work on me." Ophelia watched the whole scene with astonished eyes. She had heard he was strong for a human, but now he was fighting on par with Bershin, something she had never expected. Even so, doubt was still evident in Ophelia's eyes. She began to wonder if this person was truly the one who helped Alice escape. The snowstorm howled through the icy forest as Bershin and Jin-hyuk faced each other at close range. The tense atmosphere seemed frozen, both ready to plunge into a life-or-death battle with wary eyes and weapons in hand. Bershin sneered, comparing his opponent to a mouse caught in a trap, implying a disadvantageous situation. Jin-hyuk responded with a cold gaze and a provocative smile, as if he were the one actually in control. Unfazed, Jin-hyuk calmly revealed that he had anticipated this pursuit all along, momentarily surprising Bershin. Beneath the white snow, every word from Jin-hyuk seemed to expose a meticulously prepared plan. Bershin's eyes widened in suspicion and anger. Jin-hyuk's confession made him realize he might not be the only one taking the initiative in this game. Suddenly, from afar, a pack of war wolves and their riders appeared like a whirlwind through the snow, charging straight toward the battlefield. The ground shook under the beast's steps, signaling a new force entering the fray. Riding atop the lead wolf, a red-haired girl radiated determination. She revealed that she had many reliable sources, a statement affirming that this intervention was anything but random. Shouts rang out from a nearby outpost. Soldiers panicked at the sight of the approaching wolf army. Without hesitation, the commander immediately ordered the defensive formation to be reorganized amid the howling snowstorm. One of the vampires clenched his fist, cursing through gritted teeth as he witnessed humans turning on each other, something far beyond their original calculations. In the urgent situation, a team of 3 white-robed mages appeared behind the defensive line. The commander's urging voice rang out, "There's no more time. Move now," urgent as if lives were hanging by a thread. Amidst the thick snowstorm, the white-robed figures silently advanced to the front lines. No further words were needed. Their appearance was a signal that a new development was about to unfold on this frozen battlefield. Teresa gently pulled her hood back, a simple gesture, but one that showed she was ready to enter an uncompromising battle. Raising her sword toward the snowy sky, Teresa emitted a dazzling beam of light, a familiar signal of the sacred power she was summoning. A divine light descended from the gloomy clouds above, signaling that the Holy Grace skill had been activated, a powerful counterattack amid the chaos. Under the brilliant light, the entire team's divine power was significantly enhanced. Teresa, leading in shining armor, ordered everyone to stabilize the defensive formation. The sudden appearance of Teresa surprised many. They quickly realized that both Lee Taemin and Yu Yeonhwa had also joined the front lines, a powerful morale boost. From the opposite side, the enemy charged riding fierce wolves. The shout, "Eliminate them all," echoed through the snow, sparking a fierce clash. Not to be outdone, the defending forces arranged a counterattack formation. The silhouettes of warriors surged from the mountain pass with determined shouts of "Charge!" Flashes of light from swords signaled an imminent clash. The battle was not only about strength, but also willpower and belief in justice. A strong hand drew a dagger from its sheath with a sharp sound, revealing a blade engraved with runes, a symbol of determination and rising killing intent. The warrior gripped the dagger's handle tightly, eyes full of deadly intent. He was ready to unleash a critical strike, igniting a deadly flame amid the fierce blizzard. A blue ice tornado erupted from the ground, sweeping all nearby enemies into the air. Screams echoed within the violent swirling air as the enemies, caught off guard, were drawn into a chaotic zone filled with magical power. Kim Giddy stepped forward in the snowstorm, his gaze full of disdain. Without drawing his sword, he muttered that using weapons on these trash was a waste, while the surrounding scene still echoed with screams and flying bodies. Faced with the unexpected power, the two main enemies simultaneously paled. Both the white-haired noble and his companion were startled. Cold sweat dripped from their temples, eyes filled with worry, an instinctive reaction when confronted with a reversed situation. Jinhyo coldly raised the sharp blue dagger in his hand, the light reflecting off the blade, signaling an impending fury. With a smirk, he quietly said he had made some preparations. His confidence made the surrounding atmosphere thicken with pressure.